Chapter 872, Azura Arena. Chapter 872. Azura Arena. Yuan took a look at Tan Si's glabella and discovered that 5 blood-red stars appeared between his eyebrows. 5-star Soul General. Not bad. Yi Yuan still gave an irrelevant answer. This was indeed Yi Yuan's first time coming to the slaughter steps, but he was formerly an apex existence in the divine realm. He was very clear about the rules here. It was just that these things Yi Yuan naturally would not tell Tan Si. Tan Si suddenly discovered that he was actually somewhat at a loss on what to do when he was in front of Yi Yuan. Tan Si had always been an incomparably vicious and fierce person. He spent these few years in the midst of life and death battles before he had his present strength. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he could always think of ways to kill the opponent. But facing Yi Yuan, he actually gave rise to an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. All of a sudden, Tan Si's expression changed. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was as if he had seen a ghost. You just entered the slaughter steps, and you're actually already a 3-star Soul General. On Yi Yuan's glabella, 3 stars gradually condensed out in an equilateral triangular arrangement. It was precisely the hallmark of a 3-star Soul General Tan Si was talking about. For martial artists who entered the slaughter steps, the absolute kill token would condense the slaughter concept within their bodies on their glabella, manifesting the concept distinctly. According to the degree of comprehension of the concept, they were divided from 1 star to 9 stars. A 3-star Soul General was already not far from supreme, true intent. Previously, Tan Si did not feel a shred of slaughter intent on Yi Yuan's body. But after entering the slaughter steps, Yi Yuan actually reached the level of 3-star Soul General all at once. How could this not shock him? One had to know that when Tan Si entered the slaughter steps for the first time, he had already killed D knows how many people. But it was merely only the level of 1 star. This completely harmless young man in front of him actually already walked so far along the path of slaughter. How was this possible? Little did he imagine, when Yi Yuan was in the lower realms, the martial artist he had personally sacred before was an astronomical figure. Talking in terms of killing people, Tan Si was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. It was just that Yi Yuan's mind was firm. Slaughter, true, intense violence, was completely unable to have an influence on his heart. That was all. On the path of slaughter, Yi Yuan had already comprehended the true intent long ago, unknowingly. It was just that presently, the help that particular true intent had on Yi Yuan was already very little. Just 3 stars. Is there a need to make such a fuss? This slaughter steps 3-star Soul Generals can be easily found, Yi Yuan said unconcernedly. Tan Si was speechless and only asked after a while, You didn't come to this slaughter steps for the sake of going to Azura City, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile, What did I come to the slaughter steps for if I'm not going to Azura City? You're at any rate an expert on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. You're actually afraid of going into Azura City? Tan Si's expression fell slightly, and he said, It's no use even if you taunt me. I won't enter Azura City with you. Once you enter Azura City, you must start the slaughter mode. Either you kill people or be killed. The personnel changes on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation is tremendous because the Azura City is too cruel. I'm not those fools who crack themselves up to be geniuses. I won't go and seek my doom. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Doesn't matter. If you don't go, I'll kill you right now. Yi Yuan said it with incomparable ease, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Tan Si said with a somber face, I've already exercised forbearance in every way towards you. Don't push people too far. Boom! A powerful wind held past Tan Si's ears, SMAs. Plussing out a large crater behind him. Tan Si's pupils constricted, his entire person frozen there. He was actually unable to move. He desperately wanted to make himself move, but his body would not listen. That punch earlier came very suddenly. But he knew that even if he had made ample preparations, it was impossible to block this punch too. Yi Yuan slowly withdrew his own fist and said with a sigh, accidentally hit crooked. Why don't I punch again? Plop! Tan Si suddenly knelt down, his four limbs supporting his body on the ground, panting heavily for air. I'll go. Tan Si said, panting for air. Oh, then let's go. Yi Yuan opened up his footsteps and walked towards that enormous city. Only when he arrived in front of this enormous city did Yi Yuan feel the magnificence of this city. Around 30,000 years ago, Azura City rose from ground up. Ever since then, the chaotic devil sea was born. Starting from then, who knows how many genius martial artists collapsed in the city for the sake of taking a shot at that 9-star soul general. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. The chaotic devil sea was a place without rules, especially Azura City. The allure of 9-star soul general to martial artists was lethal. Cultivating to the level of 9-star soul general signified the martial artist's slaughter supreme true intent would also reach the great circle of perfection. With a great circle of perfection supreme true intent, cultivating to the divine king realm could be easily accomplished. Moreover, the combat strength of the slaughter concept was on par with the scorching concept. As long as one could cultivate to 9-star soul general, it would mean that one could step into the ranks of the divine realm's pinnacle divine kings with one fell swoop. This sort of temptation was too great. Therefore, martial artists who came to Azura City were not just those martial artists being hunted down by various major forces. There were even more who were genius martial artists that came from all over the divine realm, because cultivating to the level of 9-star soul general had a shortcut. That was to kill the opponent inside the Azura City's Azura Arena. One could absorb a part of the other party's slaughter concept and convert into their own concept. This sort of conversion would become increasingly more along with the increase in numbers and quality of the opponents the martial artist killed. As long as one ACCU, mulat to the level of 9-star soul general, the martial artist would comprehend the supreme true intent to the great circle of perfection naturally. This was the miraculous aspect of the absolute kill token. Of course, it was way too difficult to kill opponents at a corresponding level. The vast majority of martial artists would all be buried in the sand with broken halberds in the end, dying in the Azura Arena. Tan Si knew that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the Azura Arena, so he refused to come to Azura City no matter what. It was just that now he had no choice at all. Not coming to Azura City, he would be killed by Yi Yuan at that time. Following Yi Yuan into the city, Tan Si's face was grim as H-E-L. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "Relax a bit. Maybe when you achieve 9-star soul general in the future, you'll even have to thank me." Humph. For 30,000 years, there are countless geniuses who came to the Azura Arena. But how many people were able to cultivate to 9-star soul general? Yi Yuan, if I die, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Tan Si said in a fierce voice. Yi Yuan said without a care in the world, "You couldn't even beat me as a human. Could it be that you can still overturn the skies as a ghost? Calm down. With that kind of mentality, you might die in the first round. You killed so many people. Could it be that you still don't have any awareness of getting killed? Without this sort of awareness, your accomplishments in this lifetime would just be like this too." Tan Si was alarmed inwardly. Yi Yuan's words seemed to have the intention of giving pointers inside. Honestly speaking, the more people killed, the more afraid of death, actually. Tan Si was also a rare talent in practicing martial arts. He had not entered Azura City before, but he forcefully cultivated to the level of 5-star soul general in the slaughter steps. But the strength of slaughter steps martial artists were limited. His accomplishments could only advance to this sort of extent too, because he did not dare to enter the Azura Arena, so he returned to the chaotic Devil Sea. Straighten it out? If you thought it through, then enter the city. Chapter 873. Overpowering with Strength. Chapter 873. Overpowering with strength after 30,000 years of development, Azura City was extremely prosperous. Streams of people bustled about on the streets, crowded with horses and carriages, seemingly not much different from cities outside. But in the distance, there were currently several people chasing an SLAs. Plussing at each other. That was clearly not some game. This place was the chaotic Devil Sea. Killing could be seen everywhere. But killing on the streets did not have much help to one's own slaughter concept. Want to obtain the other party's slaughter concept, one must enter the Azura Arena. Yi Yuan did not wish to cause trouble and headed straight to the center of the city. That was where the Azura Arena was at. Walking to the central area, there was only a structure there. It was an Azura Arena with a majestic and imposing manner. Entering this region, Yi Yuan felt his own glabella heating up and was seized with a sudden impulse to want to kill people. Indeed, well deserving of being a land of killing. The air is pervaded with the scent of slaughter. Yi Yuan praised. Paying the entrance fee, Yi Yuan brought Tan Si into the Azura Arena. The moment he entered the Azura Arena, Yi Yuan felt like his divine soul was being surveyed by some kind of existence. He knew that this was the absolute kill token he refined playing tricks. Entering the Azura Arena, the absolute kill token will automatically activate slaughter mode. The fighting arena will arrange fights for you every day. The first level fighting arena you can only avoid at most 3 times. If you still don't accept the challenge the 4th time, you'll be directly blotted out. Tan Si warned him. Under such rules, an body dared to have any hint of slacking off. Each person was desperately improving themselves, then exerting the utmost effort to kill the opponent. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said, "With your strength, you would be able to make it through the first level, right?" Tan Si gave a cold snort, but did not say much. Go to the fighting arena first to take a look. Yi Yuan walked over towards the fighting arena in an ostentatious manner. Tan Si followed behind like a bullied little wifey. Kill, kill, kill. Jidong, kill that rookie. The moment they entered the fighting arena, the martial artists inside were all roaring like they were injected with stimulants, shouting at a martial artist on the stage to kill his opponent. The strength of that martial artist called Jidong was very formidable. His opponent was not on the same level as him at all. He was just toying with the opponent. Bang! Jidong raised his hand and punched, directly blasting his opponent into dregs. Seeing this BLOOD, scene, the audience below the stage were incomparably excited, shouting Jidong's name loudly. Jidong! Jidong! Jidong, I love you to death. Come to my room tonight. Jidong himself was also incomparably pleased with himself, waving his hand in the direction below the stage nonstop to send his greetings. This place was a paradise for the strong. As long as you had strength, you could obtain everything you want. Essence crystals, women, all that you desire. A fresh rookie? Only 2nd level heaven enlightenment strength. TSK, wonder how many days he can last. I bet that he'll be finished off in the first fight 4 days later. What do you think? That will have to depend on luck. If he also runs into a rookie, he might be able to live for a few days more. Yi Yuan, this new face, drew other people's attention very quickly. But clearly body was optimistic about him. There were newcomers here every day, but those truly able to keep a foothold were less than 10%. The vast majority of the people could not survive past the first 3 showdowns, which was also around a month's time. A 2nd level heaven enlightenment, like Yi Yuan, virtually did not have the possibility of surviving past the first match. Too weak. Is there still anyone stronger coming up to let the exalted me enjoy myself to my heart's content? Jidong did not leave the fighting arena immediately but started taunting others to come up the stage. But regarding him provoking so haughtily, there was actually no one who dared to respond. Clearly, his strength was part of the very formidable existences in the first level. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that W.A.N. Jidong was similarly a 3-star soul general, and on his forehead, the 4th star was faintly discernible. Clearly, he was already not far from 4-star condensation. 3 stars to 4 stars was a threshold. When the 4th star appeared on the forehead, the martial artist would be able to comprehend the first stage, slaughter, supreme, true intent, which was also to say that W.A.N. Jidong's concept comprehensions were going to break through to supreme, true intent level very soon. Suddenly, Yi Yuan floated up and landed in the fighting arena. When W.A.N. Jidong saw a young man fly in, he could not help having an astonished look. He burst into laughter soon after and said, "Boy, it's your first day here, right? Overconfident fool. With just this bit of strength, you actually dare to provoke this honorable self?" The audience below the stage guffawed with laughter too. "Brat, hurry up and concede. W.A.N. Jidong is in a good mood. Maybe he will spare you from death. That brat W.A.N. Jidong is a strong compet. 1. Tor ranked 10th in the first level. If you go up like this, you'll die very horrible. Sigh, there's so many idiots nowadays. Coming to the Azura arena, they don't find out about the situation a little either, before going up to seek death impetuously. Really, enough is enough." There was no big deal in taking the initiative to admit defeat in the fighting arena. It was just that the loser's slaughter concept would have a portion extracted and enter inside the other party's absolute kill token. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had the ability to take the initiative to admit defeat. Some people did not even have time to say admit defeat, these 2 words, on the fighting arena before they were one-shot. W.A.N. Jidong was already late-stage heaven enlightenment realm. His realm was similar to Tansi's. In other people's view, killing a second-level heaven enlightenment realm was too effortless. Yi Yuan extended a finger and said indifferently, "With one move, I'll send you to the Western Paradise." W.A.N. Jidong's expression changed, and he said with a cold smile, "Arrogant punk. You'll be the same as that person just now, being blown apart by me. Arg." W.A.N. Jidong gave a howl, both fists akin to flood dragons heading out to the sea, charging straight at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just stood where he was and did not move a muscle, quietly awaiting W.A.N. Jidong's arrival. Just as W.A.N. Jidong's fist arrived in front of Yi Yuan suddenly threw a punch out. 2 fists collided. A tremendous impact force bombarded W.A.N. Jidong akin to mountains toppling and the earth splitting. Bang! W.A.N. Jidong's body exploded like a watermelon, his death state virtually identical with that martial artist he killed previously. And no way, right? Pulverizing W.A.N. Jidong with one punch. How can this brat be so strong? The originally excited audience were currently all S.P.A. set out like wooden chickens. The contrast between reality and their imaginations was too great, resulting in them not reacting to it for a moment. An expert ranked 10th on the first level was actually finished off by someone with one punch? Yi Yuan extended a hand to grab, and W.A.N. Jidong's storage ring landed in his hand, while W.A.N. Jidong's absolute kill token floated in the air silently. A wisp of red smoke slowly spilled out from it and flowed into Yi Yuan's body. This is the slaughter concept. To actually be able to materialize a concept, this chaotic devil sea is really a magical place, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Possessing the absolute kill token, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that his comprehension of the slaughter concept was currently rising. With a whoosh, W.A.N. Jidong's absolute kill Token flew into the air and finally vanished from sight. Anyone else still coming up? If there's "Oh, body, I'll come again tomorrow," Yi Yuan said coolly. It was silent beneath the stage. That punch earlier was too shocking, resulting in no one daring to go up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a big and tall man leapt up the ring and said icily, "Brat who is still wet behind the ears. What are you being see? Oh, see, KY about. Watch your lord, who take care of you." Chapter 874, Sweeping Away. Chapter 874. Sweeping away, Lord who actually made a move. Lord who is a genuine 4-star soul general. He's a strong contender, ranked 3rd on the first level. Lord who has already won over 100 matches in a row. There has never been a survivor under his hands. Winning 20 matches in a row can already go up to the 2nd level. But he insists on remaining at the 1st level. Clearly, he wants to consolidate his strength some more. This boy is dead for sure to actually provoke Lord Hu. Newcomers should be a little more low profile. Isn't being so wild courting death? The stalwart man appearing on the stage roused everyone's spirits. Yi Yuan's blow earlier frightened everyone. But regarding Yi Yuan, this new face, everyone all instinctively did not acknowledge. At the 1st level, Jidong's might was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Being finished off by Yi Yuan with one punch, everyone still felt that Jidong underestimated the enemy in their hearts. This time came a lord whose strength was more than a level stronger. They naturally did not think that Yi Yuan would win. Lord who held a pair of battle axes, looking incomparably fearsome. In truth, those able to force him to use a weapon were not many. If not for Yi Yuan's punch earlier being too shocking, he would not possibly use his weapon the moment he went up. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Coolly, come on." Lord, whose face fell. Displeased, he said, "Brat, looking down on your lord, who is it?" "Today, your lord who will let you know, in this Azura arena. Be a little more low profile." Done talking, Lord whose 2 feet exerted strength. That tall and strong body soared into the air. The speed was actually inconceivably fast. His axes swept up a fierce wind and cleaved down towards where Yi Yuan was standing at. An earth-shattering axe. This axe he did not hold back in the slightest, urging essence energy to the limits. He figured that even if Yi Yuan's speed was any quicker, it was not possible to fully dodge this axe either. The only way was to contend head-on with him. Boom! Sieve blast of wind spread out, blowing until everyone could not open their eyes. Why, you have got to be kidding, right? He used his hand to receive this chop head-on. One person rubbed his eyes, clearly not believing the scene he saw in front of him. Lord, whose eyes stared like wide circles, feeling that this scene before his eyes was too unreal. He did not underestimate Yi Yuan. This chop was virtually flooded with all of his essence energy, plus the augmentation of the 4-star slaughter concept. It could be said to be an overwhelming force. An axe like this, how could a person possibly use one hand to forcefully receive it? That was right, Yi Yuan just used one hand and caught his axe. Yi Yuan stood where he was and did not even budge an inch. This kind of showdown simply made people find it too difficult to believe. One had to know that Lord who was in existence at the top of the 1st level, but he could not even break through one of Yi Yuan's hands. This gap was too great. How could they know that Yi Yuan, who had fused with the primeval dragon bone, the strength of his arms already infinitely approached the level of a holy artifact? These few days, Yi Yuan was still refining the primeval dragon bone bit by bit. The toughness degree of his arms had been rising non-stop. Adding in the augmentation of the scorching supreme true intent, it was nothing hard for him to receive this axe blow one-handedly. Seeing the scene, the expression of Tan Si, who kept silent below the stage all along, also changed slightly. Yi Yuan's strength. He was completely unable to estimate it. But the strength of Yi Yuan's fleshy body was simply too outrageous. barehandedly catching this violent chop and not budging an inch. This Yuan was simply a human-shaped, lethal weapon. With a whoosh, Lord Hu's figure retreated explosively, directly retreating to the peripherals of the fighting arena. He looked at Yi Yuan vigilantly, apprehensive of him to the extreme. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "What? Still want to go?" Seeing as Yi Yuan did not have the intention of pursuing vigorously and pummeling fiercely. No idea why, Lord Hu actually secretly let out a sigh in relief. He had already stayed at this first level for very long. This was still his first time encountering such a terrifying opponent. I admit defeat. Lord Hu did not have any unwillingness to resign himself to it, this sort of emotion. Instead, he had a feeling as if he was freed from a heavy load. This newcomer was seriously too scary. Following Lord Hu's seating, his slaughter concept also slowly flowed towards Yi Yuan. With this, the fourth star on his glabella actually became somewhat dim. While Yi Yuan's glabella area, the fourth star was partially visible. It was actually on the verge of condensing into supreme true intent already. Where did this newcomer pop out from? Why have I never heard of him before in the past? I saw earlier, he seemed to have just entered the Azura arena. His strength is totally not suitable to stay on in the first level. This kind of strength is simply making a clean sweep at the first level. The audience whispered in low voices, all having a clear understanding regarding Yi Yuan's terror. This newcomer's age was unclear, his cultivation realm unclear, but his combat power was terrifyingly daunting. They found it very hard to imagine why such a small body contained such tremendous energy. Is there still anyone coming up? Yi Yuan asked with an innocent face. Right then, a middle-aged man in gray robes came to the fighting arena and said in a clear voice, "Within an hour, if no one challenges Yi Yuan, he'll directly obtain the qualifications to advance to the second level." Time slowly trickled by. An hour's time said very quickly, but no one dared to come up to challenge Yi Yuan. That gray-robed middle-aged man said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi! A wipeout. You'll directly obtain the opportunity to advance to the second level as well as 20 slaughter points." Yi Yuan said, "Just 20 slaughter points? Isn't that a bit too little?" Yi Yuan knew that this Azura arena had some major rules, but the very specific matters he was not clear. Slaughter point was one of them. In Yi Yuan's view, what was 20 slaughter points enough to do? The gray-robed, middle-aged man explained with a smile. "Brother, you mustn't look down on these 20 slaughter points. It can buy many things. Those able to obtain slaughter points at the first level can be counted on one's fingers. You'll know when you go to the Azura shop to take a look. Additionally, these slaughter points are even able to exchange for cultivation sites, as well as purchase some things that essence crystals cannot buy." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Like this, huh? I understand. I wonder if I can delay a few days to enter the second level?" The gray-robed, middle-aged man nodded and said, "That's of course. You can even choose to not enter the second level. Moreover, unless somebody challenges you, otherwise, you cannot be arranged a match. This is all your freedom." Yi Yuan did not think that there was actually still such a good treatment. He nodded his head right away and said, "I naturally have to enter the second level. This first level is too boring. Presumably, the second level has as many experts as clouds. I'd better increase my strength a bit first." The gray-robed middle-aged man could not help being speechless when he heard that lord who was completely unable to test Yi Yuan's strength. Presumably, when he reached the second level, he was likely able to rank in the front two. This fellow actually still said that he wanted to increase his strength. But speaking of which, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was indeed a little low. Exiting the fighting area, Yi Yuan came to Tan Si's side and said to him, "Your turn. With your strength, getting a wipeout should be any problem, right?" Tan Si gave Yi Yuan a glance and entered the fighting arena with a leap. Chapter 875 Loophole. Chapter 875 Loophole. One should not look at how Tensi was beaten by Yuan until he could not even raise his head. His strength still stood head and shoulders above the others at the first level. He took on 8 opponents in a row on the stage. Finally, no one dared to go and challenge him anymore. Tensi's attacks were still incomparably vicious. Toward opponents who were slightly weaker, he would always directly blot out. Except, just talking in terms of the spectacle, Tensi was far from as shocking as Yi Yuan. But 2 experts emerging consecutively within one day still caused quite a bit of a stir. It was just that these did not have anything to do with Yi Yuan. Leaving the fighting arena, Yi Yuan started strolling idly in this Azura arena. The Azura arena was very large. The fighting arena was only a small part of it. Regarding that Azura shop that gray-robed, middle-aged man talked about, Yi Yuan was rather interested. Inquiring about it, Yi Yuan and Tan Si actually directly entered the Azura shop through a transmission array. Welcome guests. May I ask if you need anything? A beautiful female came up to welcome and asked politely, We're just casually looking around. This woman's attitude had nothing to nitpick about, but a look of disdain was concealed in her eyes. In a place like the Azura arena, SN. Oh, Barry was inevitable. Yi Yuan and Tan Si were clearly newcomers at one glance, and the likelihood of newcomers obtaining slaughter points was very low. Newcomers like Yi Yuan, they all would generally come and look around after hearing about the Azura shop's reputation. After these people came here and walked one round, they would be endlessly covetous towards the things in the store. But without slaughter points, they could only stare greedily. Forget about the first level's newcomers, even to the second level, third level's powerhouses. Slaughter points was also an extremely scarce resource. In this female's eyes, Yi Yuan and Tan Si clearly belonged to this type of newcomers. This way, please. Our Azura shop is divided into Essence Crystal area and Points area. The Essence Crystal areas, things only need Essence Crystals to purchase. Of course, Points can as well, but the things in the Points area can only be purchased with slaughter points, the beautiful lady introduced to them. Oh, in that case, the Points area's things should all be good stuff? Yi Yuan indeed became interested upon hearing. The female smiled slightly and said, That's hard for this lowly one to say. This lord will know once you see it. Truly a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Slaughter points were extremely hard to come by things, let alone that you're a newcomer. Many martial artists who have toiled for many years in the Azura arena might not even have it. Although the woman was smiling, the way she smiled, it was very fake. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of what this woman was thinking, but he was unconcerned. There was no need to stoop the level of a minor character like this. Under the woman's lead, Yi Yuan and Tan Si came to the Points area. Casually sweeping a glance, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat astonished too. The Points area really had quite a number of good stuff. Earth Net Essence Element, Sky Grand Flower, Night End Spirit Word. These spirit medicines were virtually very hard to come upon in the outside world, but the Points area displayed them all. But once Yi Yuan saw the price of the spirit medicines, he could not help going into a daze as well. These extremely rare spirit medicines, the prices basically only varied from 3 to 10 slaughter points. Regarding the value of slaughter points, Yi Yuan also had a clear understanding. 20 slaughter points were indeed not considered little already. These spirit medicines, when placed in the outside world, would all start from 500 million Earth Essence crystals. And this was still with demand, but no supply. Calculating like this, 20 slaughter points was worth at least several billion Earth Essence crystals. Moreover, these spirit medicines were utterly not what Earth Essence crystals could buy. Only slaughter points could buy it. The Points area still had some completed products. The prices were even more ridiculously expensive. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance of judging each and every one of them, the woman was even more disdainful in her heart. Just looking and not buying, putting on an act for what? Yi Yuan browsed over each and every one. Suddenly his footsteps paused, and he took up a piece of dark, gold-colored ore. I really didn't expect that there is actually gray flame, earth sun gold inside this Azura shop. Yi Yuan said rather delightedly. This gray flame earth sun gold was an extremely rare ore. It was a material that could be used to forge holy artifacts. But to Yi Yuan, the gray flame earth sun gold had one significant function. That was that it could let the origin magnetism spirit would evolve. These few years, Yi Yuan constantly nurtured the origin magnetism spirit would diligently. But its rate of progress was still a little too slow. At present, it had only just broken through to Tier 6. This kind of evolving speed was truly a bit too slow to Yi Yuan. This chunk of gray flame earth sun gold was not small, sufficient for the origin magnetism spirit would to evolve to Tier 7. Making the origin magnetism spirit would evolve to Tier 7, it could become a major assistance to Yi Yuan again. Who? A gust of wind howled past. A hand reached out from behind Yi Yuan and grabbed at the gray flame earth sun gold in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, his feet moving, directly disappearing from where he was at. That person clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's movement technique would actually be so swift. He actually grabbed nothing all of a sudden, his body involuntarily stumbling. This person was wearing black, tight-fitting clothes, his expression abnormally cold and stern. One look, and it was clear that he was not some nice person. When the woman saw this man, she hurriedly gave a bow and said, "I've seen Lord Tu Gang." "Boy, you actually dared to dodge." Tu Gang pointed at Yi Yuan and said, solemnly. Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself when he heard that, and said, "What a joke! You didn't even say H-E-L, low before wanting to S. And ATC, H my stuff. I'm not even allowed to dodge?" "Humph. You're a newcomer, right? Don't even have slaughter points. What did you come here pretending to be some big shot for? Give the gray flame earth sun gold to me. Then give 2 loud kowtows for your lord too, and that matter just now will be considered settled. Otherwise—" Tu Gang looked at Yi Yuan with malicious intentions and said. Yi Yuan looked at Tu Gang amusedly and said with a faint smile, "Otherwise what?" Although according to the Azura Arena's rules, second-level martial artists are not allowed to kill first-level martial artists, there's no problem at all in making you, this punk, lie down for a period of time. Tu Gang said. Hearing the meaning in Tu Gang's words, he was a martial artist of the second level. The first level and second level martial artists belonged to 2 different levels. Battles and living were all not together. Logically speaking, they would not have any interactions normally, but this Azura shop was an exception. The first 3 levels martial artists were basically all heaven enlightenment realm. The goods they required were naturally more or less the same as well. Therefore, the first 3 levels martial artists shared an Azura shop. This was also why Yi Yuan could only reach this place through a transmission array. That woman could not refrain herself when she saw Tu Gang and Yi Yuan getting into a conflict. She warned Yi Yuan, "Little brother, Lord Tu Gang is a well-renowned big shot in the second level. He's an expert ranked 405 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. Why haven't you hurry up and apologize to him?" The way the woman saw it, she was warning out of goodwill here already. A newcomer offending a powerhouse of the second level was not some wise thing. But Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and asked, "Turns out that the Azura Arena still had such a rule? I wonder if the first level's martial artists can kill the second level's martial artists or not." The moment these words were uttered, the woman and Tu Gang both froze. But the Tansi, who did not speak the entire time, opened his mouth. The Azura Arena doesn't have this rule. This should be a loophole. Yi Yuan smiled very happy, and suddenly threw out a punch explosively. Chapter 876, Exalt. Chapter 876. Exalt, seeing Yi Yuan make a move. Tu Gang did not get mad. He was delighted instead and said with a big laugh, "Came right on time." This punch of Yi Yuan's was not fast, looking not much different from ordinary second-level heaven enlightenment realms. Therefore, the way Tu Gang saw it, Yi Yuan was purely asking for a beating here. Tan Si shook his head and said with a sigh, "Another dunce seeking death." When that attendant girl heard Tan Si's sigh, her eyes were filled with confusion. She thought that Tan Si would make a move and help. After all, Tan Si's strength looked to be much stronger. But Tan Si did not have the intention of taking action at all, and instead he mocked Tu Gang. These two people wouldn't be fools, right? Thought the attendant girl in her heart. Tu Gang also suddenly brandished his fist, his speed incomparably abnormal. It actually reached first despite launching after Yi Yuan. A faint, mocking smile hung at the corners of his mouth. It was as if already seeing the appearance of Yi Yuan kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. But right at the moment the two fists intersected, Yi Yuan's fist suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! Tu Gang was originally standing. This punch of Yi Yuan's, H.I.T. right on his temple, directly inverting his body SMAs. H.I. plussing a hole into the floorboards. The Azura shop had some customers in the first place. Seeing that conflict happened over here, they were naturally happy to watch it for fun. Of course, they were laughing at Yi Yuan. A newcomer dared to provoke a second-level's Earth Carnage Proclamation expert. This was simply utterly foolish. But when they saw this scene before their eyes, each and every one of them was baffled. This newcomer was too violent. Rank 405, is it? Indeed have some skill, to actually still be able to preserve an intact corpse. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help being speechless. Tu Gang was evidently completely dead already. Beating a strong opponent around Earth Carnage Proclamation, rank 400 to death in one punch, and he was actually still not satisfied with this battle result? Those who lived in the Azura arena were long used to seeing life and death. Killing people, this kind of thing, they were long numb to it. But an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert being beaten to death by someone in one punch, this kind of spectacle was still overly shocking. Now, can I buy this piece of gray flame Earth Sun Gold? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at Tu Gang, and immediately asked that female attendant, You really have slaughter points? The female attendant finally knew that this youth in front of her was not as simple as he looked on the surface. In truth, this Azura arena was a lair of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who would really be simple? Those powerhouses ranked to the front of the Earth Carnage Proclamation were all very low profile, but their strength was unfathomable. These people completely could not be measured using the standards of ordinary martial artists. The female attendant originally would not make mistakes at this sort of thing. It was just that Yi Yuan was too young. Moreover, he was a newcomer, resulting in her overlooking many things. Yi Yuan nodded his head and took out the absolute kill token. That 20 slaughter points already arrived inside his absolute kill token after he advanced. When the female attendant examined Yi Yuan's absolute kill token, she could not help having a look of astoundment. 2 to 20 slaughter points! Milord got a wipeout at the first level? Yi Yuan said curiously, Why? Is it very hard to believe? And no, I'll exchange the gray flame Earth Sun Gold for your excellency right away. The female attendant hurriedly said, You have got to be kidding. Even the second level's Tu Gang was one shot. What was strange about getting a wipeout at the first level? It was just that this Azura arena's first 3 levels were all Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. Those able to survive in the first level were all absolutely not mediocre. Wanting to kill until other people did not dare to take the field, this was a very difficult thing. Let alone that Yi Yuan was only second level Heaven Enlightenment realm. Very soon, the female attendant deducted 15 points from Yi Yuan and returned the absolute kill token to Yi Yuan. Being experienced, the female attendant had seen many grand spectacles before. At this time, she already recovered back to normal and ordered people to get rid of Tu Gang's corpse. Coming in front of Yi Yuan, she said with a broad smile, "My lord is a young hero to actually be able to kill Tu Gang with one punch. However, Tu Gang isn't alone in the second level. He and the second level's rank 7 Lu Liqing has a very good relations. I plus P. My lord still need to be a little more careful after you enter the second level." Yi Yuan received the absolute kill token and gray flame earth sun gold and said with a smile, "Just some dancing clowns. No need to take notice." The female attendant just smiled when she heard that and did not say anything else. On top of the Azura shop's corner tower, a middle-aged man in brocade watched Yi Yuan's departing back view and said to the woman beside him, "Exalt sup 1/sup, this boy's strength is unfathomable. The next issue of Earth Carnage Proclamation. Maybe he can charge into the top 10. What makes people even more astonished is that his fleshy body is actually even more formidable than his essence, energy, cultivation realm. Letting him grow up for some time, he might be able to be of some help to our plan." The Exalt the man was talking to was precisely that female attendant who served Yi Yuan. The man's Tude was very respectful toward her. This Una-S, summing female attendant, actually had an extraordinary status. The Exalt's temperament currently was like two different people from before. Her face had an indescribable frostiness. The Azura Arena's rule is that people of the second level are not allowed to kill first-level martial artists. But it didn't stipulate that first-level martial artists can't kill those at the second level. This loophole was probably a loophole deliberately left behind by the sovereign. But those able to make use of this loophole are a scanty few. This young man is indeed not simple, the Exalt said. The man in brocade nodded and said, "It wasn't that first-level martial artists killing second-level martial artists didn't happen before. But there absolutely would not be people so neat and tidy like him. Furthermore, his opponent is even a character close to rank 400 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation." The Exalt said, "It's still this boy's first day entering the Azura Arena, and he actually has such strength already. There's a possibility that he's a genius junior groomed by some super holy land. We need to investigate his origins clearly first before making a decision. This matter will be handed to you." The man in brocade bowed and said yes. Leaving the Azura Arena, Yi Yuan rented a residence in the Azura Arena and started to help the Origin Magnetism Spirit would absorb the Gray Flame Earth Sun Gold. This Gray Flame Earth Sun Gold contained extremely strong powers of gold element sup 2/sup. Using it to refine into a holy artifact could make the martial artist's attack even stronger. But Yi Yuan had the Star Moon Sword on hand and was not overly concerned regarding the need for holy artifacts. Rather, the Origin Magnetism Spirit would, using it well, would absolutely be a form of enormous assistance. Therefore, he let the Origin Magnetism Spirit would absorb the powers of gold element inside the Gray Flame Earth Sun Gold without the slightest hesitation. Just as Yi Yuan was refining the Gray Flame Earth Sun Gold, an uproar already utterly broke out at second level. The news of Tu Gang being finished off by a newcomer spread like wildfire at the second level. This sort of thing truly made all the martial artists' jaws drop. Quite a few people were gasping in admiration at this newcomer's powerful strength. But the vast majority of the people still mocked Tu Gang's incompetence. To be able to survive in a cruel environment like the Azura Arena, every person had tremendous self-confidence. Being killed could only show that Tu Gang's strength was lacking. Of course, the one who lost the most face was still Lu Liqing. Tu Gang was his subordinate and also his right-hand hired thug. He did not think that Tu Gang was actually killed by a second level's punk sup 3/sup. This was smacking his face. Investigated properly yet? Just what origins is that punk? Lu Liqing asked his subordinate with a grim look. Yes, we investigated his background. That boy just entered the Azure Arena today and directly got a wipeout at the first level. Two Gang had long eyed the Azure shops, Gray Flame, Earth Sun Gold, but he did not have sufficient points. This time, he finally managed to AMA. S enough points to go by it. Didn't expect that he actually got killed by this newcomer. Chapter 877. Addressing each other as brothers. Chapter 877. Addressing each other as brothers. Humph. Does that punk called Yi Yuan really think that he's invincible? In this Azura arena, even a dragon has to coil up. Lu Liqing said with a cold snort. In this Azura arena, there had never been a lack of geniuses. These Earth Carnage proclamations experts, which one of them was not peerlessly talented, with strength far surpa. Sing those in the same level? That punk probably also knew that he got into trouble. After leaving the Azura shop, he actually chose to enter seclusion and did not enter the second level. The subordinate said, Humph. He may get off today, but not tomorrow. Keep a close eye for me. When he arrives at the second level, report to me immediately. I want to let him take a look at this Azura arena's brutality. Yes, Your Excellency. It's just, if you have something, just say it. Don't hem and haw. There are quite a few rumors out there right now, especially Lord Zongta there. They are all laughing at us. Upon hearing this, Lu Liqing's expression became even more overcast. That Zongta was similarly a heavyweight CLA. S figure in the second level. Regardless whether was it strength or forces, it was not at all inferior to him. Making such a big fool of himself this time, Zongta would naturally grab hold and not let go and give a good mocking. This D.A.M. and brat causing me to lose so much face. I must tear him from limb to limb. Lu Liqing gnashed his teeth in hatred, hating Yi Yuan to the bones. Regarding the things that happened in the second level, Yi Yuan was naturally unaware. Even if he knew, he would not care either. He set up an array formation to help the origin magnetism spirit would absorb the powers of gold element inside the gray flame Earth Sun Gold, while he himself entered inside the vast heaven pag. To cultivate. The likelihood of Yi Yuan making progress in supreme true intent was not too high within a short time. Therefore, Yi Yuan placed the focus of cultivation on the advancement of cultivation realm. At present, Tanic transformations already happened to Yi Yuan's body. Even if he did not borrow the powers of medicinal pills, his cultivation speed was very fast too. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the Bing character in the 9 characters true word formula. After violent essence, energy went through the vast heaven pag. Da's tempering. It was absorbed by Yi Yuan into his body. After entering the heaven enlightenment realm, each time Yi Yuan advanced a minor cultivation realm, it required sieve amounts of essence energy. But ever since cultivating the Bing character, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was several times faster compared to before. Same as the Lin character. The Bing character similarly seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. But the effects of the Bing character was completely different from the Lin character. It was able to make martial artists become more sensitive toward the energy between heaven and earth. Cultivation would also yield twice the results with half the effort. For such a long time, Yi Yuan discovered that the effect of each word was different through comprehending this 9 words true character formula. But there was one point. Each word contained extremely profound maxims of the Great Tao. It could virtually let Yi Yuan reach the quintessence in an area. And this Bing character could let his cultivation speed increase tremendously. Yi Yuan believed that if he could cultivate the Bing character to an extremely high realm, his cultivation speed would probably be able to crush all of the divine realm's geniuses. Even using medicinal pills to pile up cultivation realm was probably nothing more than this too. After advancing to heaven enlightenment realm, Yi Yuan deliberately slowed down cultivation speed and fastidiously comprehended the powers of laws. Although this way would make his cultivation speed become slow, it could let his comprehension toward heavenly Tao become even clearer and more comprehensive. After heaven, enlightenment realm. The most important was still comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, increasing concepts cultivation all round. If one did not pursue combat power, there naturally was no problem getting help from medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan was rewalking the martial path presently. This step was indispensable. The upper three realms could be said to be even more important than the 6 major cultivation realms before added up. Yi Yuan wanted to pursue the pinnacle of the martial path. He would rather walk a bit slower. But the Bing character plus the remolding of the primeval dragon bone made his cultivation speed no worse than any genius in the divine realm. Furthermore, along with the comprehension of the Bing character, his cultivation speed would become faster and faster. A month later, Yi Yuan finally broke through to 3rd level heaven enlightenment. When he went to check on the origin magnetism spirit wood, he discovered that the gray flame earth sun gold already turned into an ordinary chunk of rock. The power of gold element inside was already absorbed fully. Yi Yuan discovered to his joy that the origin magnetism spirit would had indeed advanced to tier 7. With this, the power of the origin magnetic field increased greatly. This slaughter points is really good stuff. I'm going to inquire about it later to see if there's any way to obtain even more slaughter points. It's time to enter the 2nd level. Yi Yuan had seen quite a number of good stuff in the Azura shop's points area. Even he was quite moved as well. Congratulations to Yi Yuan Tan Si for entering the Azura Arena's 2nd level. A melodious voice sounded out in the 2nd level. The entire Azura Arena all knew at once. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Just advancing to the 2nd level. Is there a need to raise such a big rumpus? The 2nd level martial artist's strength is very formidable. We got to be a little more careful." It's said that the rank 1, Zhan Wushuang, his ranking reached 150th place on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. His strength is very formidable. Still remember that 2 gang you killed? Although his ranking wasn't high, the backer behind him is ranked 10 plus at the 2nd level. His ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation is also as high as around 200. Tan Si said, this 1 month's time, Yi Yuan was oblivious to the outside world. But Tan Si inquired about the 2nd level situation very clearly. That punch of Yi Yuan's seemed to have poked the hornet's nest. He would probably be targeted the moment he came up. But Yi Yuan said totally unconcernedly, I hope that he has some common sense and doesn't come to provoke me like that idiot underling of his. The people in the Azura arena, which one was not stained full of blood on their hands, regarding killing 2 gang and his like, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden at all. Tan Si had nothing to say. He could not figure out where the limits of Yi Yuan's strength lie either. But very clearly, when killing 2 gang, Yi Yuan did not use full strength. Just arriving at the 2nd level, Yi Yuan naturally had to stroll around a bit. But Yi Yuan barely walked 2 steps when he was stopped by a group of people. Boy, was it you who killed 2 gang? A burly man at the front questioned. What? Are you all here to help him get justice? Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't smile. That burly man was originally still sinister-looking. But he suddenly lopped an arm around Yi Yuan's shoulders and said with a big laugh, Ha ha ha! Well killed. 2 gang, that fellow. He has rubbed me the wrong way long ago. I'm called Jiao Chong. In the future, we'll be brothers, so let's get on more intimate terms. Yi Yuan still thought that he was here to find trouble. He did not think that this guy suddenly addressed him with great familiarity, looking not at all distant either. Yi Yuan jerked lightly, directly bouncing Jiao Chong off, and said coolly, Not everyone is qualified to address me as his brother. Who the H-E-L are you people? State your names. Being easily bounced off by Yi Yuan, Jiao Chong could not help being startled inwardly. He originally thought that 2 gang getting finished off was because he underestimated the enemy. But just that bit earlier, this boy's strength could not be taken lightly. Ha ha, we're Lord Zong Ta's subordinates. You killed Tu Gang. Lu Liqing will definitely not be satisfied until he kills you. In the future, you follow Lord Zong Ta around. With him S.H.I. plus elding you, Lu Liqing won't even dare to let out a fart. Jiao Chong laughed and said, Chapter 878, Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill. Chapter 878, Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone Pill. After hearing this, Yuan finally figured out this bunch of fellows' intention for coming. He did not expect that his actions in the Azura shop actually made these people give rise to the idea of soliciting him to join their side. Except, Yuan did not have plans on joining. Your meaning is to pull me into a partner's HI plus P? Yi Yuan said. Jiao Chong saw through Yi Yuan's thoughts too, and said with a smile, I know that your strength is decent. It's just that the second level situation is very different from the first level. Without a major figure S.H.I. plus elding you, you'll die very horribly. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. It's also not impossible for me to join in. But the moment Jiao Chong heard that there was a chance, he could not help being secretly pleased. This boy's strength was not weak, likely not beneath his. Settling this errand, Lord Zong Ta would definitely reward greatly. Was still wondering how proud this boy was. Looks like it was also just like that. As for Yi Yuan wanting to state conditions, it was within reason too, raising his status a little. This supported the argumentation of the main topic. But what? Jiao Chong asked. But it will only work if I become the boss. I don't have the habit of being sheltered by others. It has always been me covering others. Yi Yuan looked very calm as he said. Jiao Chong's expression changed when he heard that. He even thought that this fellow was quite astute. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not know how to appreciate favors. You become the boss? What a joke. Boy, don't think that you're amazing with a bit of strength. Let me tell you, without Boss Zong Ta's care, you'll be eaten in this second level until not even any SCR. APS remain. Moreover, have you thought it through? You already offended Lu Liqing terribly by killing Tu Gang. Offending us further, you'll find it difficult to advance even a step in the second level. Jiao Chong said with a solemn face. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a regretful expression, Is that so? Looks like we can't reach an agreement. Then there's nothing good to talk about. Make way, don't block the path. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and pushed aside. But this time, Jiao Chong was prepared and wanted to embarrass Yi Yuan. But he did not think that the force of Yi Yuan's light push was actually extremely strong. His body was pushed to one side involuntarily. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Jiao Chong's expression was ugly to the max. But Yi Yuan barely walked a few steps when he had his path blocked by another group of people again. Seeing this scene, a delighted expression showed on Jiao Chong's face. Lu Liqing actually personally moved out. Punk, you finally came up. Your Uncle Lu has waited very long for you. Lu Liqing swept a glance at Jiao Chong ferociously. Clearly, he did not think that he came even faster than him. A good dog won't block the path. Get lost. Yi Yuan said coolly. What an arrogant brat. In this second level, no one dares to talk like this to your Uncle Lu. I think, since you came up to the second level, you've already come to understand, right? Lu Liqing had an appearance like he got Yi Yuan and did not place Yi Yuan in his sights at all. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny when he heard that. This was really any random guy would all feel good about themselves. Of course, my awareness has always been very high, Yi Yuan said with a guileless look. Very good. Tomorrow, fighting arena, the two of us have a points gamble fight. If you dare to not agree, I'll kill you right now. Lu Liqing said with unparalleled overbearingness. Yi Yuan's brows jumped up when he heard that and said, Points gamble fight. The Tan Si by the side moved closer and explained, Points gamble fight is when both parties each put forth a portion of points and carry out a death match. They must determine life and death in the fighting arena. The victor can obtain the other party's points. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help getting very interested and asked Lu Liqing, "How many points do you have?" Yi Yuan showed an excited look, but it made Lu Liqing stunned. "How many points I have, you don't need to care. You used 15 points at the Azura shop. Right now, you only have 5 points on hand. Let's bet 5 points." Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard and said, "Too little. I'm lacking points very much right now. How about this? I'll raise the stakes, bet all of your points." The moment Yi Yuan's words came out, the surroundings could not help being speechless. This guy is a moron, right? Just that bit of strength of his wants to bet with Lu Liqing all of his points? Even Zhong Ta dare not say to be able to retreat unscathed in a death match with Lu Liqing either. This boy wouldn't think that by getting a wipeout in the first level, he can also do whatever he wants coming to the second level. Right? The second level's martial artists, any random one that goes to the first level, can also get a wipeout. Haha, maybe he thinks this way. The first level is already so weak. How strong can the second level be? There are idiots every year. This year is especially more. Jiao Chong was not far away. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he could not help holding his face with his face. He finally understood why Yi Yuan would say that sort of arrogant and conceited words earlier. Could it be that this boy was completely a fool? Jiao Chong's strength was roughly the same as Tu Gang, also around Earth Carnage Proclamation, 400th place. But 400th place and 200th place, the gap in between this was akin to a heavenly chasm. Although similarly heaven enlightenment realm, the two people's strength simply had no way of mentioning in the same breath. If not for so, why would he, an Earth Carnage Proclamation expert, throw himself under a same realm martial artist? Ha ha ha. Did you all hear it? He wants to raise the stakes and bet all of my points with me. Boy, your Uncle Lu has 35 points. Why don't you say what you'll use to make up for it? Don't tell me that you don't know how valuable these extra 30 points are. Lu Liqing was currently roaring with laughter when a medicinal pill was placed in front of him. His smile withdrew. The expression on his face gradually became solemn. This is a transcendent grade, heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill? Recognizing the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand, Lu Liqing was no longer composed. The heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill was a top-tier 7 medicinal pill for cleansing the marrow. It was a huge temptation to heaven enlightenment realm martial artists. This is because it could help martial artists to break through the fetters of heaven enlightenment realm, and then to step into phaseless realm. Of course, with the strength of Earth Carnage Proclamation experts, breaking through to phaseless realm was not hard. To them, what was truly hard was breaking through to Tao Profound later, reaching Emperor realm. The so-called lawless and phaseless were not just the martial artist's comprehension on heavenly Tao, but it was also on the fleshy body, sup 1/sup. Breaking through to phaseless realm, there was a process of cleansing the marrow, remold the fleshy body anew, and from there, lay down the foundation for breaking through to Tao Profound realm. Then what kind of extent this marrow cleansing reached was very particular. One could say that this process determined how far the martial artist could walk in the future to a very large degree. The heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill was of much higher rank compared to the medicinal pills on the market to help martial artists break through to the phaseless realm. What was even more nable was that this tier 7 medicinal pill was too hard to concoct. Ordinary alchemists simply could not refine it. Therefore, even though the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill's reputation was out there, those truly able to obtain it were extremely few. This was also why Lu Liqing would lose composure like so upon recognizing it. This medicinal pill was extremely rare. Moreover, it had a demand but no market. Valuing at 30 points was more than enough. At least you know about the good stuff. How is it? Can you bet all of your points now? Yi Yuan kept the medicinal pill and said. Lu Liqing sucked in a deep breath and finally calmed his state of mind. He switched to a cold smile and said, Since you want to give such a valuable medicinal pill to me, what reason do I still have to decline? Chapter 879, Timely Rain. Chapter 879. Timely rain on the second day. The fighting arena was packed full of people. The news of Yi Yuan and Lu Liqing's points gamble fight caused an uproar in the second level. But what made them even more concerned was the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill in Yi Yuan's hands. The allure of this medicinal pill was seriously too great. Lu Liqing's luck is seriously too good. There's actually a fool who's giving him a Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill. Why do I not run into this kind of good thing? Screw off, you. Even if you obtain the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill, can you defend it? Heh, that's true. Forget about me. Even Lu Liqing himself might not be able to protect it too. Ah, Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill. I don't believe that those few have no interest. Shoo, you don't want your life anymore. You mustn't anyhow say such things. Right now, Yi Yuan was just like a little child carrying a gold piece and walking around on the bustling streets in the eyes of the second level's martial artists. Everywhere were ferocious looks. One had to admit, Yi Yuan's strength was very formidable. But to Lu Liqing this level of existence, he was definitely still too weak. On the fighting arena's grandstand, in an inconspicuous corner, an elderly person and a youth were currently standing with their hands behind their backs. Old Jew, looks like your H.E.L. bent on the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill as well, said the youth with a sarcastic smile. The elderly person's face was cold as he said, coolly, the pot calling the kettle black. If you're not interested, you won't show up here either. Ha! The Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill is a legendary medicinal pill. Even you, old Jew, were moved. How can I, a junior brat, not be moved? It's just that after today, whose hands this medicinal pill lands and will have to depend on each one's ability, the youth said. The old man shot the youth a scornful glance and said, Bullying this old man, is it? This time, for the sake of the Heavenly Sea Spirit Brimstone pill, I want to take a look at your Feng Shao's means. The youth smiled but did not speak. But the two persons' gazes turned toward the fighting arena. In the fighting arena, Yi Yuan and Lu Liqing's life and death battle was able to start. Brat, before dying, I still have to give you thanks for delivering to me such a precious medicinal pill. Lu Liqing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a pleased expression. Yi Yuan still had that indifferent look as he said, Your esteemed self is really a timely rain. You know that this little lord, I am lacking points, and you delivered yourself to my doorsteps the moment I came up. Really endlessly grateful. Lu Liqing smiled coldly and said, Brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Your Uncle Lu will let you take a look today at what the true strength of a second-level martial artist is. Done talking, the 5 stars on Lu Liqing's glabella suddenly lit up. A furious killing intent wreaked havoc on the field and was actually even more violent compared to Tansi. A long halberd brandis. H.I. Plussing killing intent was piercingly cold. Lu Liqing's second stage slaughter supreme true intent is already approaching the great circle of perfection and is already not far from third stage. This boy's strength is obviously not weak. But he only has less than 4 stars on slaughter concept. I want to see what methods he has to deal with the situation. On the grandstand, the youth was filled with antic. 1. P-ation as he said, I heard that this brat's fleshy body is extremely formidable. When he was at the first level, he directly blew up his opponent with 1 punch. I reckon that this should be his greatest reliance, the elderly man said, looking at news from all round. Yi Yuan's strength was definitely not what ordinary martial artists could compare to. Although the specific circumstances inside the Azure shop did not spread out, without a doubt, Yi Yuan's strength in itself could not be underestimated to be able to kill two gang. It was just that, in comparison, Lu Liqing, this veteran expert, was clearly more promising. Heavenly halberd frenzied slaughter. Lu Liqing gave a fierce roar. The long halberd drew a ma's semicircle and directly cleaved down towards the top of Yi Yuan's head. The long halberd had an overwhelming momentum and incredible power. This move encompassed said an overwhelming tremendous force and actually pierced through the array formation, blowing up gusts of fierce wind on the grandstand. Facing this staggering move, Yi Yuan actually did not move a muscle, allowing Lu Liqing to do as he liked and what he liked. Boom! The long halberd landed on the ground, SMAs. Plussing out an enormous pit on the Earth's surface. Debris scattered around, SMAs. Plussing onto the array formation, turning into a pile of dust. A portion flew onto Yi Yuan's body, likewise, turning into a pile of dust. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what happened. What the hell is Lu Liqing doing? Testing moves? Started off with a bang and ended with a whimper. This move also deviated too far off the mark, right? Odd. Too strange. Lu Liqing isn't someone who shows mercy. Why was this move so off form? When I saw Lu Liqing's move just now, it frightened me badly. His strength is clearly even stronger than before. But this result, Lu Liqing's move, smashed the fighting arena into a mess. It was just that although this move's destructive power was shocking, it was too far away from Yi Yuan. The move was completely unable to cause any substantial damage. From beginning to the end, Yi Yuan stood there not moving a muscle, as if he had not done anything at all. This kind of scene was too bizarre. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Liqing and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that in this Azura arena there's still such a polite opponent. Not easy, oh not easy. In order to express respect towards your esteemed self, this punch, I'll call forth all my power." How did the current Lu Liqing still have any hint of the composure from before? His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was filled with apprehension. Because of the isolation of the array formation, the people on the grandstands completely did not know what happened in the arena. But he was perfectly aware. His move of his was launched aiming at Yi Yuan, who knew that halfway a ma's Civ force suddenly appeared, forcefully altering the trajectory of his attack, making a huge deviation occur between this move of his and the originally planned trajectory from there. Under this enormous force, he actually had no command over himself. You actually no origin. Lu Liqing's words had yet to be said finish when Yi Yuan moved. A slow and average punch. It actually looked somewhat soft and lacking strength. The feeling that this punch gave the martial artists on the grandstand was that, regardless of who was on the field, they could easily avoid it and even counter-kill Yi Yuan. But Lu Liqing felt completely different facing this punch. Facing this neither too slow nor too fast punch, he actually had nowhere to evade. This was the moment of life and death. Lu Liqing urged his essence energy to the limits, wanting to avoid this punch of Yi Yuan's. However, right at this time, that strange force appeared once more. No. Yi Yuan's punch suddenly vanished before his eyes. That Hoa, an exhausted shout suddenly stopped. Under everyone's stares, Lu Liqing was pulverized into a scattered mess of flesh and blood by Yi Yuan with one punch, completely losing his human form. The next instance, Lu Liqing's absolute kill token slowly flew out. Slaughter concept slowly flowed towards Yi Yuan's body. The fourth star on Yi Yuan's glabella became clearer and clearer, and it finally formed. Lu Liqing's slaughter concept was a lot. Yi Yuan also absorbed his fill in one go. Apart from this, Yi Yuan also became aware that inside his absolute kill token, 35 points appeared out of thin air. All of a sudden, he owned 40 slaughter points. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and was rather surprised as he said, "Is this the slaughter supreme, true intent? Indeed impressive. No wonder this Azura arena is so brutal, but so many geniuses flock to it like ducks." On the grandstand, that elderly person and the youth earlier exchanged a glance, both incomparably astounded. Chapter 880, Ignoring. Chapter 880. Ignoring no need to have talent, no need to comprehend. As long as one triumphed over their opponents continuously, they could comprehend a supreme, true intent. It was indeed too alluring. Even if one did not comprehend to the great circle of perfection realm, the power of a supreme true intent was also unparalleled. Breaking through to 4-star Soul General at this moment, Yi Yuan had an additional supreme true intent out of thin air just like this. Counting the previous two, Yi Yuan already possessed 3 supreme true intents at present. In this Azura arena, it was probably a one of its kind, and the shock that Yi Yuan set off was still continuing. Everyone was all somewhat uncertain what it meant, and totally did not understand what on earth happened. Currently, Zhong Ta and Jiao Chong were also below the stage, the expressions on their faces wonderfully fascinating, especially Jiao Chong, recalling those words said to Yi Yuan previously. He could not help sweating profusely. He only came back to his senses at this time. Turns out that Yi Yuan was not joking previously. He was actually being serious. With Yi Yuan's strength, if he really joined, who would be the boss if he did not become the boss? Zhong Ta's strength was neck to neck with Lu Liqing. The two people's ranking was also very close. For Yi Yuan to be able to kill Lu Liqing so easily, he naturally had the strength to kill Zhong Ta too. Thinking up to here, Jiao Chong could not help secretly rejoicing about Lu Liqing suddenly popping out at that time. If not for Lu Liqing, if he compelled Yi Yuan to join the team back then, his corpse would probably be strewn on the streets already. In the corner, the youth's expression had indescribable solemnness as he said, "Old Zhu saw it clearly?" Old Zhu slowly nodded, his gaze likewise unbelievably somber as he said with a nod, "Absolutely the origin magnetic field, no mistake. Moreover, looking at it, the power of his origin magnetic field is not small. Forget about you and me. Even those freaks on the 3rd level would likely suffer considerable hindrance too. Him possessing the origin magnetic field is practically in an undefeatable position already, unless one's strength far surpa. SES his. One can only be led by him by the nose." The youth said, "Not just that. Did you see clearly that move he killed Lu Liqing with? It looked like he relied entirely on the strength of the fleshy body, but at that instant of final eruption, it absolutely still contained an extremely powerful concept of fire. If I didn't see wrongly, it should be the extremely hard to comprehend scorching, supreme, true intent." The more old Zhu talked, the more alarmed he became inwardly. The youth suddenly could not help laughing in spite of himself as he said, "To think that you and I were still having designs on the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. Thinking about it now, it's really a joke. Such an opponent, better to provoke less." At this point, these two people were clearly incredibly wary of Yi Yuan already. No wonder Yi Yuan dared to take out the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill without fear for anything. Turns out that he really had this strength. Hey, is there still anyone coming up? This 2nd level should also be consecutively winning 20 matches to advance, right? Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out in the fighting arena, but what replied him was silence. He said these words incomparably haughtily, but at this moment not a single person felt that he was arrogant. Although he won very bizarrely, Yi Yuan's strength left no room for doubt. Those martial artists glanced around, looking at each other. But who would dare to go up the stage at this time? Yi Yuan only killed a martial artist ranked 10+ at the 2nd level. There were still over a dozen existences stronger than Lu Liqing in front. But at this instant, these 10 over people all collectively lost their voices. This points gamble fight is rather interesting. Is there still anyone continuing? Yi Yuan looked at the audience and said again, I believe that everyone also knows I have a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill in my hands. The current Yi Yuan was just like a bad uncle kidnapping kids. That appearance was detestable to the extreme. But under this sort of situation, no one dared to go up the stage to fight with him. What a joke! Points gamble fights could only be determined with life and death. Who dared to go up and seek death? Time slowly trickled by, looking as if Yi Yuan was going to get a wipeout once again soon. I'll challenge you. Right then, a voice sounded out. A youngster dressed in black, tight-fitting clothes went up to the fighting arena. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that this youth's face had unswerving determination. His momentum quite imposing. He was absolutely an expert. Good. How many points do you have? I'll bet all of it. Yi Yuan said very interestedly, but that youth shook his head and said, I'm not having a points gamble fight with you, just purely challenging you. When the youth went up to the stage, below the stage was actually already whispering around in subdued voices. They were clearly very surprised by this black-clothed youth going up the stage. But the moment those words came out, everyone's jaws. I to the ground. No way, right? The Lun Qing, who has made a clean sweep of all obstacles in the second level, actually capitulated. He doesn't dare to have a points gamble fight with Yi Yuan. I truly didn't expect that this Yi Yuan actually hauled Lun Qing out. He has already not taken action for very long. He's the only expert in the second level to enter the Earth Carnage proclamations, first 150th place, and has already been without any challenges in battles for a very long. The second level's #1 expert actually don't dare to say to definitely win Yi Yuan either. Turns out that this black-clothed youth was actually the second level's #1 expert, Lun Qing. Except when Yi Yuan suggested a points gamble fight, Lun Qing actually backed off. Very clearly, Lun Qing did not have the confidence to win Yi Yuan at all. The reason why he went up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan was just that he encountered an opponent he was interested in. He wanted to come up and compare notes a bit. That was all. If a points gamble fight was carried out, then there was no leeway to maneuver. The two people must carry out a life and death great battle, all the way until one side dies. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a regretful look, How boring to not gamble points. Then forget it, not fighting anymore today. Finished talking, under everyone's stunned gazes, Yi Yuan actually left the fighting arena directly. Yi Yuan already fought a match today and could totally not accept Lun Qing's challenge. The second level's rule was that a match must be fought every 3 days. After this match, Yi Yuan could await the battle arranged by the Azura Arena 3 days later. Lun Qing was the synonym for invincibility in the second level. There had never been anyone who dared to speak this way to him before. Everyone did not think that today Lun Qing was actually ignored by someone. Yet, Lun Qing's face did not have any look of unhappiness at all. He said coldly, Fine. 3 days later, we'll fight again. Yi Yuan was slightly stunned, then waved his hand and left. Tan Si, who's that kid so arrogant? He can have a showdown with me if he wants to fight me. Isn't the arrangement of the fights decided by the Azura Arena? On the way back, Yi Yuan asked Tan Si. Tan Si could not help being speechless when he heard that. Talking about arrogant, was there anyone more arrogant than you today? At every level, the people ranked in the top 10 all have special privileges, because their strength is sufficient to enter the next level. So whether they fought or not, it is already not important. And behind them, there are people backing them up. Although I don't know who is supporting them, arranging one match, I think it shouldn't be a problem. Also, that black-clothed youth is called Lun Qing. He's the second level's strongest person. Beating him, you'll be the second level's boss. Tan Si said, but Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, What does the second level's boss count as? Those guys in the third level are the Heaven Enlightenment Realm's true geniuses. If my conjectures are right, there are probably quite a few people who comprehended two supreme, true intents. Only by fighting with these true geniuses can one find some pleasure. Chapter 881, Slaughter Sword Art. Chapter 881, Slaughter Sword Art. This slaughter concept is really mystical. It's actually like it's inscribed in my body. There's not much difference than the supreme true intents I comprehended myself. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. These 3 days' time, he had constantly been understanding the slaughter supreme true intent that he had just obtained. Yi Yuan discovered that this slaughter supreme true intent could be released and withdrawn freely. It actually did not have a shred of stagnant feel. He could not help sighing in admiration at these mystical aspects. To any martial artist, concepts comprehension involve patience and painstaking work. Not a hint of choosing the easy way was permissible. But this slaughter concept was the only supreme true intent that could be grasped without needing to comprehend. It was precisely because of so that the divine realm would have so many young talents that came to the chaotic Devil Sea and entered the Azura arena. Among these, there were quite a number of people who have already comprehended a supreme, true intent. Adding in another slaughter supreme true intent, their strength would have a substantial increase within a short period. But Yi Yuan discovered that this slaughter concept was linked in many ways to the absolute kill token. It seemed to rely on the absolute kill token to exist. Looks like this absolute kill token was the inherent law holding up the Azura arena's operations. But was there really such a good thing? Regarding this absolute kill token, Yi Yuan kept on having a strange feeling. But as for where it was strange, specifically, he could not pinpoint it either. He once used all kinds of methods to examine the absolute kill token before, but could not find any trace of improperness. However, regarding this supreme true intent that was practically picked up for free, Yi Yuan still continued to have some suspicions. Acquired the slaughter concept, but I'm still lacking a martial technique to match it. Looks like I got to make a trip to the Azura shop again. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the Azura shop once more, the one receiving him was still that female attendant from last time. It was just that this time she became very warm. Ci'in congratulates Sir for overpowering all heroes at the second level. Did Sir come this time in order to select a slaughter martial technique? The female attendant said. Yi Yuan was greatly surprised. Clearly, he did not expect that this lady actually guessed his intention for coming. Seemingly seeing through Yi Yuan's thoughts, Ci'in said, "Generally, martial artists who just became 4-star soul generals would all come to the Azura shop to choose martial techniques." Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. He said, "Then is there any impressive martial techniques at your place here?" "There naturally is. But the formidable martial techniques are all housed in the inner pavilion. It's just that, talking until here, Ci'in could not help hesitating for a moment. You're worried that my points aren't enough?" Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. Since the female attendant knew that he had a points gamble fight with Lu Liqing, she presumably should know how many points he had. He had 40 points in his hands right now. It was actually not enough to buy a set of martial technique. The female attendant nodded and said, "Ordinary martial technique. I believe Sir won't take fancy of them. The truly powerful martial techniques of the slaughter concept require at least 80 points. Those even more powerful techniques require more than 200 points." Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath when he heard that too. A martial technique selling at such a horrifying price. This was also too absurd, right? "Bring me in to take a look first," Yi Yuan said coolly. Following Ci'in into the inner pavilion, Yi Yuan also jumped in fright. Martial techniques related to the slaughter concept was actually as many as several dozen copies, from Tier 7 to Tier 9. But there was one point. The prices of these martial techniques were all very high. Even the price of the most inferior tier 7 martial technique reached 20 to 30 points. As for the tier 9 martial techniques, they basically all started at 50 points. Yi Yuan swept a glance, but his gaze stopped on a martial technique right in the middle. Isn't the price of this slaughter sword art a little too absurd, yeah? Yi Yuan pointed at this martial technique and said speechlessly, this martial technique, named slaughter sword art, actually needed a horrifying 500 points. Si'in smiled and said, this slaughter sword art is our Azura shop's supreme store treasure. It's said that this martial technique, cultivated to the extreme, can even be on par with the 10 great divine kings. Doesn't Sir feel that it is worth this price? Upon hearing, Yi Yuan could not help becoming interested too. If a martial technique could reach the level of the 10 great divine kings, forget about 500 points. Even 1,000 points were not considered expensive too. It was just that these words being uttered out of the mouth of a puny little female attendant, how much credibility did it have? 10 great divine kings? Hoo-hoo! In the entire chaotic Devil Sea, are there existences rivaling the 10 great divine kings? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Si'in looked at Yi Yuan with a slight smile as she said, their goodness knows how many divine kings in the divine realm, but those able to become 10 great divine kings' existences are only those 10 people after all. No matter how strong the martial technique is, it also requires the person training in it to be strong. Other people can't cultivate to the 10 great divine kings' boundary. Doesn't mean that Sir can't as well. Don't you agree, sir? Si'in finished talking and discovered that Yi Yuan's gaze was currently looking straight at her. He said with a half-smile, looks like Miss hopes for me to cultivate this martial technique very much. A trace of bewilderment flashed across Si'in's heart. She did not expect that this boy in front of her was actually so sensitive. And not at all. It's just that Sir asked. This maidservant is just answering Sir's question, Si'in hurriedly said. Ha! Even if you have a trap, what do I, Yi Yuan, have to fear? This cultivation method, I want it. But can Miss Si'in teach me how to obtain even more points or not? Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan browsed through all of the cultivation methods. Very clearly, this slaughter sword art was the most suited to him. Yi Yuan could feel that behind this Azura arena, there was a pair of large hands manipulating in secret. Regardless whether it was its slaughter concept or martial techniques, it could all be a trap. But to be able to toy with so many geniuses in the palm of his hand, behind this definitely had an earth-shaking plot. To Yi Yuan, to be able to live harmoniously in peace was naturally the best. If the other party did not have eyes and wanted to play some tricks on him, he would return it tea. Aye, tea for tat without the slightest politeness too. Although Yi Yuan felt that it was not proper, he similarly yearned immensely for strength. To Yi Yuan, having one more supreme true intent was obviously something that he wished for. Him coming to the chaotic Devil Sea, on the one hand, it was for the sake of the Skanda divine stone. The other was for the sake of this supreme true intent. Now that there was a heaven-defying martial technique on par with the 9 suns burning heaven placed in front of him, Yi Yuan saying that he was not moved was fake. Si'in laughed coldly in her heart. The Azura arena has existed for so many years. The geniuses are not just you alone, having an unduly high opinion of oneself. This is a common failing for geniuses. In the end, you still can't resist the temptation of power. There are many ways to obtain points, but there's one thing, that is to have some contribution to the Azura arena. I heard that Sir has a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill in possession. If Sir is willing to transfer possession of it to the Azura shop, we're willing to purchase it at the price of 50 points. Si'in said. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised look. He said with a smile, just the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill will do? Then, if I refine other medicinal pills, can it also be exchanged for points? Si'in said, that will have to depend on what kind of medicinal pills Sir refine. If it's like the heavenly sea, spirit, brimstone, however many you have, we want as many. Chapter 882. Pummeling all the same. Chapter 882. Pummeling all the same, is that true? Hearing Si-in explain this, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up too. Si-in said with a smile, "Will I lie to sir? These kinds of short-in-supply medicinal pills are extremely popular among those geniuses ranked towards the front of the third level. We purchase at a price of 50 points, but we can sell at an even higher price." Yi Yuan smiled too when he heard that and said, "Hoo-hoo, you all really have the intrinsic characteristics of a merchant. Fine, since that's the case, we'll go out and talk." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned right around and exited the inner pavilion. Si-in felt baffled, but still followed after. Yi Yuan came to the points area, retrieved the absolute kill token and heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill, and handed them to Si-in, saying, "Help me exchange the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill for points, plus the 40 points in the absolute kill token, a total of 90 points. Exchange all of them into tier 7 spirit medicines." Yi Yuan's appearance was just like a magnate spending large sums of money lavishly, incomparably generous. Si-in could not help being very surprised when she heard that and said in a daze, "Does sir want to reconsider it a little? Although medicinal pills can exchange for more points, these spirit medicines are all very valuable. Refining into medicinal pills is also extremely complicated and difficult. The success rate isn't high. Sir might not be able to earn back this 90 points, even if you spend them all." To alchemists, the success rate was a very big problem, especially a medicinal pill like the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill. The difficulty of refining was extremely high. In Si-in's view, even if Yi Yuan was really an alchemist, refining a heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill would definitely expend many materials too. Plus Yi Yuan spending money, like water ATTI. Dude, it was very easy to make Si-in mistakenly think that Yi Yuan was born in some major N. Oh, Blee family, so that was why she voiced out to warn. But Yi Yuan said without a care, "There's no need to trouble Miss Si-in to worry about this. Either way, these points were obtained easily too. Even if it gets squandered away, it doesn't matter either. Worst comes to worst, I'll find some more people to carry out a points gamble fight when I reach the third level." Si-in was speechless when she heard it. To mention points gamble fights so easily, there was probably just this one in front of her. Yi Yuan's indifferent attitude was regarded by people as a fool at one point. But reality proved that he really had the strength to crush a level. Si-in did not doubt the least bit that even if Yi Yuan went to the third level, his strength would be in the front ranks too. Since Yi Yuan already said it like this, Si-in could not very well say anything else. She could only go help him exchange the heavenly sea spirit brimstone pill to points. Purple crystal blood dragon ginseng. Profound cold ice soul fruit. Ice flame profound sovereign Ganoderma. Yi Yuan uttered a long string of spirit medicine names like he was informing dish names. Si-in actually could not quite keep up with his speed following behind Yi Yuan. One had to admit this Azura shop really had quite a bit of good stuff. Some spirit medicines were all very hard to find in the outside world. This place actually had everything that one could wish for. It was just that these spirit medicines reserves were limited. A lot of them could only extract out 2 to 3 portions of medicine embryo, and even only extract 1 portion. With this, it put an extremely high demand on the alchemist. But this was not an issue to Yi Yuan at all. Even his success rate for refining Tier 9 medicinal pills were shockingly high, not to mention mere Tier 7 medicinal pills. All of this was owed to his extremely solid foundational skills. Finally, Yi Yuan purchased 30 over stocks of spirit medicines, making Si-in dumbfounded from watching. This was simply an example of a dumb person, flushed with money, taking 90 points to exchange for 30 over stocks of spirit medicines. No matter how one looked at it, it was a very Dead behavior too. Sir, these are all of the spirit medicine that you want. It's all inside the storage ring. Do a check, si in pa es, said Yi Yuan a storage ring and said, no need to check. Miss Si In is so beautiful. Would you still lie to me? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Si Yin's face reddened and actually revealed the bashful atti to the maiden. One would wonder if her subordinates would sigh with admiration at Exalt Si Yin's mind-boggling acting skills when they see this situation or not. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly felt the absolute kill token heat up. A message transmitted into his mind. And, going to battle already. It's indeed with that Lung Qing. Yi Yuan said with a frown. Si In said with a broad smile, I wish, sir, a triumphant victory as soon as your banners are unfurled. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, that's of course. This guy doesn't have the guts to have a points gamble fight with me and actually still dare to use this sort of despicable means to force me to fight with him. I must pummel him until even his mother can't recognize him. When Yi Yuan rushed to the fighting arena, the grandstands were already fully occupied. A showdown between an upstart and a veteran of the second level was destined to draw massive amounts of attention. On the grandstands, an elderly and a youth showed up once again. Feng Shao, what do you think Lung Qing's chances of victory in this match is? The youth shook his head and said, Old Jew, although we can't win against Lung Qing even if we tried our utmost best, I still feel that he isn't Yi Yuan's match. But I don't think so. Lung Qing has clearly seen that fight on that day too. He probably still has some confidence since he dares to go up the stage to challenge Yi Yuan. It's just that how much this assurance is, that's hard to say, Old Jew said. The youth glanced at Old Jew, but did not say anything else. The moment Yi Yuan laid eyes on Lung Qing, his expression darkened. You this fellow, to actually dare play schemes with me. You're dead. Lung Qing said coolly, whatever abilities you have, feel free to use them. As you Wisconsin H. Plus, Yi Yuan suddenly burst forth. A fist arrived in front of Lung Qing in a blink of an eye. Lung Qing's expression changed because Yi Yuan's fist disappeared. This move again. Boom! Yi Yuan's one punch struck the fighting arena's grand array until it trembled. Waves of exclamations involuntarily came from the grandstands. Oh my goodness! I'm covered all over in Guseb. You, MPS. If this punch were to land on my body, my entire person would probably be gone. Too powerful. No wonder Lu Liqing was actually smashed into dregs by him even with his powerful strength. In the previous match, all of the force was received by Lu Liqing alone. Therefore, they did not sense the horror of Yi Yuan's punch. But this time, it reflected clearly on the grand array. Only then did they know how terrifying this punch was. However, this punch ultimately still missed. Lung Qing actually avoided this unavoidable punch of Yi Yuan's. Ever since Yi Yuan mastered the Void Dragon Shadow Punch, this was still the first time being dodged by his opponents. This also involuntarily made him somewhat surprised. Concept of wind. Yi Yuan perceived it. The reason why Lung Qing could avoid his punch was precisely because the other party comprehended the concept of wind. Furthermore, it was even the speed supreme true intent. The speed supreme true intent and the wind flow true intent Yi Yuan comprehended both belonged to concepts of wind, but the attributes pursued had nothing in common with each other. Comprehending the speed supreme true intent could let the martial artist reach a height far beyond other people's reach. Myriad laws under the heaven. Only speed is unbroken. In the center of Lung Qing's forehead had 6 stars. His slaughter concept was actually even a notch above Lu Liqing's. 2 kinds of supreme true intent were precisely where his confidence for being invincible in the second level lied. Not bad. You really are very strong. If I didn't have a bit of confidence, how could I dare to come up the stage to challenge you? Lung Qing said. Yi Yuan said with a smile. So what if two kinds of supreme, true intent? You dare to scheme against me. I'll pummel you all the same. Chapter 883. Earning Points. Chapter 883. Earning Points. Wind Movement Shadow Kill. Netherworld. 100 Kill Saber. This time, Lung Qing struck first to gain the initiative. His opening move was two mighty supreme true intent martial techniques. A swift to the extreme movement technique and an unrivaled saber art. The two gave people an incredible visual impact sensation. Lung Qing unleashed his ultimate move. In this second level, how long has it already been since anyone could force him to go all out? With this, someone can finally pose a threat to Yi Yuan, right? After all, Lung Qing's strength would also be rather decent even when placed in the third level. This Yi Yuan is too arrogant. I want to see how he'll still be C. Oh, C. KY if he can't keep up with that swift to the extreme speed of Lung Qing. But that one elderly and one youth shook their heads endlessly on the grandstand. This wind movement shadow kill was the martial technique they had the biggest headache over. Coupled with the speed supreme true intent, Lung Qing was fast beyond imagination. But they knew that Yi Yuan still had the origin magnetic field that was not unleashed yet. This was speed's greatest jinx. Lung Qing's figure suddenly burst out, directly vanish. H.I. plussing before everyone's eyes. But everyone all knew that it was not that he disappeared, but he was fast until the naked eye already could not see. Bang! Everyone saw Lung Qing display his figure, flying out backward and slamming fiercely onto the grand array. Following that, Yi Yuan pounced forward and chased after in Lung Qing's direction. Lung Qing's strength was clearly much stronger compared to Lu Liqing. Although he suffered a punch, he did not lose combat capability. Seeing Yi Yuan chase after, he was greatly alarmed and hastily deployed his movement technique, wanting to escape Yi Yuan's pursuit. Yi Yuan laughed and smiled. "Want to run? How can it be that easy?" Origin magnetic field deploying. It was like Lung Qing fell into a quagmire, his speed falling drastically. Bang! Another punch. But Lung Qing's speed was indeed very fast. He avoided most of Yi Yuan's force before barely managing to not be crippled. The power of Yi Yuan's one punch was seriously too fearsome. The martial artists on the grandstand were already struck dumb with astonishment. On the fighting arena, one chased and one ran, completely not like fighting. It was more like a game of cat and mouse. What was D.A.M. was that the one being chased was the second level's number one person, Lung Qing. This scene seriously made people feel too subverted. Lung Qing's strength was clearly much stronger than Lu Liqing's. But facing Yi Yuan, he was likewise being pummeled until he could not raise his head. This guy's strength was truly ridiculously powerful. I concede. This was an unequal fight and was long unable to continue already. Except Lung Qing only found a trace of opportunity to catch his breath now, and said the words to admit defeat. Following Lung Qing admitting defeat, his slaughter concept flowed over towards Yi Yuan's body. The sixth star became much dimmer all at once. The higher the rank of the Soul General, the more slaughter concept lost after defeat. All at once, the fourth star on Yi Yuan's forehead became bright. Advancing another step, and the fifth star would be appearing. At this moment, Lung Qing felt like his entire person was on the verge of falling into pieces. There was not one spot that did not hurt from head to toe. Even if his willpower was firm, he was injured until he contorted his face in pain at this time. And many thanks for Brother Yi for showing mercy. Lung Qing sucked in cold breaths as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You and Lu Liqing are different. Your offense didn't deserve death. That two gang and Lu Liqing clearly gave rise to killing intent towards Yi Yuan. So Yi Yuan cut them down mercilessly without any politeness. Although Lung Qing forced Yi Yuan to fight with him, Yi Yuan could sense that he was only tempering himself through battles. There was a fundamental difference in between this. Towards such an opponent, Yi Yuan did not mind sparing his life. It was just that Lung Qing's compelling method made Yi Yuan somewhat displeased. So that was why he would make a move to mete out punishment. The people on the grandstand were stunned long ago already. The ever-triumphant Lung Qing was actually defeated so utterly. He even needed Yi Yuan's charity before he was able to escape with his life by luck. A third-level heaven enlightenment was actually daunting to this sort of extent. This was an extremely rare thing in the Azura arena. At least, they had not seen such incident before. Even the second-level strongest, Lung Qing, became Yi Yuan's vanquished opponent. Yi Yuan naturally obtained the qualifications to advance to the third level. But Yi Yuan was not in a hurry. To him, the pressing matter on hand was to get enough points to exchange for the slaughter sword art. After the battle with Lung Qing, Yi Yuan immediately entered seclusion and started refining pills. 5 days later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion and directly went to the Azura shop. When Yi Yuan placed 9 small bottles in front of Si-In, her mouth opened into a circle shape, and she did not recover to her senses for very long. Mouth opening so big it can stuff a fist in already, Yi Yuan said with a snide smile. Si-In froze and finally came back to her senses. This time her shocked expression was not feigned but genuine astonishment. Yi Yuan purchased a total of 30 over spirit medicines and actually refined 9 completed medicinal pills. Of course, if she knew that what Yi Yuan refined was far from just 9, who knew what she would think? Yi Yuan obviously would not tell her that his success rate of refining pills was 100%. It was just that out of fear that it would be overly shocking that he only took out 9 medicinal pills. In truth, Yi Yuan was in seclusion for 5 days and refined a total of 18 tier 7 medicinal pills. They were all peak tier 7 medicinal pills, and what he took out was just half of what he refined. The other medicinal pills, you just purchase them according to the price of 50 points will do. As for this 7 aperture exquisite pill, I think a price of 150 points isn't considered expensive, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. Si-In nodded her head mechanically. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, These medicinal pills were all refined by you. You just have to care about getting them. As for whether or not it's refined by me, what does it matter? Yi Yuan said. Si-Yin's question for very amateurish. A seller bringing medicinal pills. As for where it originated from, one logically should not ask too much. But Si-In was too shocked right now. Furthermore, these medicinal pills were clearly refined and formed using those spirit medicines that Yi Yuan bought. Then, just how high was Yi Yuan's alchemy level? Ah, sir, Si-In didn't mean that. Please don't be mistaken. It's just that Si-In was too surprised. This is a 7 aperture, exquisite pill. Even an alchemy emperor might not be able to refine it if he takes action. Sir only bought 2 portions of materials and actually refined one. This is simply too phenomenal. Si-Yin's emotions had no idea how it should be described. This kind of freak was simply not able to find an adjective to describe. Except the 7 aperture exquisite pill that Yi Yuan refined was not 1 but 2. The 7 aperture exquisite pill was one of the hardest tier 7 medicinal pills to refine. After consuming, it could permanently increase the martial artist's cultivation speed by several times. It had the same profundities of achieving the same results with different means with the Bing character Yi Yuan cultivated. The valuable aspect of the 7 aperture exquisite pill lied in that it was not only effective to heaven enlightenment realm martial artists, but it was also similarly effective on initial stage, phaseless realm martial artists. It was just that its effect on heaven enlightenment realm martial artists was the greatest, so that was why it was CLA's siffied as a tier 7 medicinal pill. In reality, forget about alchemy saints, even alchemy venerables had very few people able to refine successfully too. Therefore, Yi Yuan stated a price of 150 points. Chapter 884. Invitation coming from the third level. Chapter 884. Invitation coming from the third level. It was just luck. You normally don't have such a high success rate when refining pills. These few days of seclusion, no idea why either, my moral character suddenly erupted, so I refined 9 medicinal pills. Even the 7 aperture exquisite pill that I'm normally unable to refine actually succeeded too, Yi Yuan said with a smile. But Si-Yin was speechless when she heard it. Refining pills, this sort of thing could rely on moral character too. Sup 1/sup? Although refining medicinal pills indeed had components of luck inside, that was directed at a single medicinal pill. Refining 9 different medicinal pills due to good luck. How heaven-defying, to what degree did this luck have to be? Do you really take this exalt to be a fool? However, apart from luck, was there still any better explanation? Forget it if it was some other medicinal pill. But the 7 aperture exquisite pill could not be refined just based on strength. A success rate of 50%, this was also a bit too terrifying, right? Thinking about it carefully, luck was also the best explanation. This involuntarily made Si-Yin confused. All right, doesn't matter how. Sir's truly an alchemy genius hard to come across, once in 1,000 years. Moreover, Sir's martial strength is shocking. Continuing to cultivate, perhaps you might be able to become the next sole martial divine king. Si-Yin sucked in a breath deeply and said, Yi Yuan said with a laugh, Haha, I won't dare to think about the sole martial divine king. Let's think about the issue of points. Si-Yin's face reddened, and she also became conscious of her loss of composure. She nodded and said, The 7 aperture exquisite pill is comparable to tier 8 medicinal pills. Exchanging for 150 points is naturally not an issue. I'll help Sir to go exchange it for points straight away. Sir, please follow me. Si-Yin brought Yi Yuan into the inner pavilion. After exchanging the medicinal pills to points, she took out a jade slip very seriously and handed it to Yi Yuan. Sir, although this slaughter sword art is sold to you, you must swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not spread this martial technique outside, Si-Yin said solemnly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, That's of course. Si-Yin said that this martial technique, when cultivated to the extreme, one's strength would be on par with the 10 great divine kings. This level of martial technique, if it was at the outside world, forget about being sold. One would not even get to see it. Regardless of which faction it was, regarding this kind of martial techniques, they would all cherish it very dearly. Although the Azura arena circulated it, it was also not possible to allow it to spread around outside freely. But it was precisely because, so that Yi Yuan had even more suspicions. There must be something strange about things being abnormal. Since this cultivation method was so formidable, why would the Azura arena display it publicly? The chaotic Devil Sea was a very mysterious region in the divine realm. Obadi knew just who this place was ruled by. At one point, there were major forces that attempted to invade the chaotic Devil Sea, but without any exception they all failed. Furthermore, their outcomes were all very miserable. As time passed, no one else dared to have designs on this region anymore. But to say that the slaughter sword art could be cultivated to the realm of the 10 great divine kings, Yi Yuan had some doubts. If that was really the case, why had he never heard before of the chaotic Devil Sea producing any powerful characters? Right in front of Si-Yin, Yi Yuan swore a heavenly Tao oath before receiving the Spirit Halo jade from the other party's hands. Spirit Halo jades were jade slips used specially to inscribe Tier 9 cultivation methods. Its properties were very special, and it was also extremely rare. Yi Yuan reckoned that just this jade slip made from Spirit Halo jade was probably worth 10 points. The moment it entered his hands, Yi Yuan's divine sense had yet to sink inside when a surge of killing chi pounced from head-on. It actually made Yi Yuan involuntarily revolve heart, like Monolith. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could not help being secretly shocked too. This martial technique really seemed to be incredible. Inside, the spirit halo jade was definitely just a replica cultivation method, and it actually had such power. Looks like what Ian said before were mostly true. Sir obtained such a martial technique. Don't you wish to take a look? Ian said with a gleeful smile. This words had some spurring on intention. But what kind of person was Yi Yuan? How could he fear this sort of spurring? Smiling immediately, Yi Yuan directly sunk his divine sense into the spirit halo jade. Boom! Instantly, inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness teemed with violent killing intent. It actually wanted to control his will. Yi Yuan was long prepared, revolving heart like monolith to the limits, and forcefully suppressing this killing desire. Slaughter Sword Art First Level, Killing Song of the Sword. One killing song startles heaven and earth. Myriads of life are desolate and bleak. Only after forcefully suppressing the violent killing intent in his sea of consciousness did the contents of the first level appear in front of Yi Yuan. With Yi Yuan's current slaughter intent, he could only cultivate this first level's move as well. Just briefly skimming over it, Yi Yuan was greatly shocked. Only then did he know that turns out the slaughter concept could actually still be used like this. No wonder Ian said that this martial technique could rival the strength of the 10 great divine kings. Looks like what she said was not false. If this first move was mastered, it was absolutely not beneath the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's 7th layer martial technique. Yi Yuan was currently savoring the lingering appeal of the Slaughter Sword Art's first level, and was incomparably shocked in his heart. But he did not notice that the astonishment in Yin's eyes was even greater than his. Yi Yuan was not the first person to acquire this martial technique. But when the others sunk their divine sense inside the spirit halo jade, they all became unbelievably savage very quickly. There were even some people who got controlled by the killing intent within and attacked Ian violently. Of course, the final outcome definitely would not be good. However, Yi Yuan just became absent-minded briefly, then it was controlled by him. This Yi Yuan, his mind is unshakable. His heart realm cultivation has reached heart, like monolith realm at least. I really don't know how on earth he cultivates at such a young age. Inside this Azura arena, Ian had seen before Ji. Oh, D knows how many geniuses. But not one could give her such a great shock like Yi Yuan. Presently, Yi Yuan already withdrew out of the spirit halo jade and gave praise repeatedly. Not bad. Pretty good. Ian put away her thoughts and said with a smile, Does Sir feel that you got more than your money's worth now? Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right. Buying this martial technique for 500 points. This you profited at other people's expense instead. This level of martial techniques were all priceless treasures and completely had no way of measuring using essence crystals. Although 500 points was an astronomical figure, learning a martial technique like this, it was indeed above its money's worth. Obtaining such a cultivation method, Yi Yuan could not quite contain his excitement anymore either, planning on going back to enter a retreat and cultivate this cultivation method. But he had yet to leave when his path was blocked by someone. The arrival was very polite. Clasping his hands at Yi Yuan, he asked, May I ask if you're Lord Yi Yuan? Exactly so. What guidance do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly. The person said, This one is Sun Qi, the #1 battle general under the 3rd level's Lord Demon King. Lord Demon King heard that Lord Yuan is an outstanding young talent and wants to get acquainted with you, and specially order this lowly one to come here and invite my lord up to the 3rd level to have a chat. There were quite a few people in the outer pavilion. Seeing Sun Qi, all of them were taken aback. It's actually Lord Sun Qi. I heard that he's the #1 battle general under the Demon King, an expert ranked 58th on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. He's actually so courteous to Yi Yuan. Looks like Yi Yuan really made a name for himself. He hasn't entered the 3rd level yet, and he won Lord Demon King's recognition. sending Lord Sun Qi personally here to invite. Truly remarkable. For a moment, there were many discussions inside the Azura shop. Chapter 885, True Strength. Chapter 885. True Strength inviting Yi Yuan to join the team. This was nothing rare. With Yi Yuan's performance in the second level, he was bound to be regarded highly by those heavyweights after going to the third level. What made people surprised was Sun Qi's attitude. Who was Sun Qi? A powerhouse ranked 58 on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. His strength was way stronger compared to Lung Qing. An important person like this was actually so respectful towards Yi Yuan. Even if he was sent here under the Demon King's orders, it should not be this kind of attitude. When did this Azura arena become so civil and polite? Who's the Demon King? I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing as well. I still have to go back to enter seclusion and cultivate. Don't come and bother me. Yi Yuan said with a look of impatience. He was currently in high spirits and wanted to cultivate the slaughter sword art. But another, whatever Demon King, jumped out again. It would be weird if he could be happy. But these words were totally not the case when it fell into other people's ears. Who was the Demon King? One of the third level's kings. A powerful existence, ranked in the top 5. Yi Yuan actually dared to speak impertinently. If these words were to be brought back by Sun Qi, wouldn't Lord Demon King blow his top? The reason why the Demon King was called the Demon King was that he killed people without batting an eye, regardless of who they were, as long as they provoked him. He obliterated, without exception. Maybe the Demon King was not the strongest one in the third level, but he was absolutely the most savage and cruel one in the third level. Finished talking. Yi Yuan walked off without any care, and he did not even give Sun Qi a glance either. Sun Qi's face turned dark. What kind of person was Sun Qi? Coming to invite a second level's brat, this guy actually still did not give face. But upon thinking of Lord Demon King's instructions, Sun Qi forcefully pressed down the discontentment in his heart, caught up with Yi Yuan, and said, "Since Lord Yi Yuan has already obtained the qualifications to advance to the third level, isn't going up to the third level to cultivate the same as well? Lord Demon King has already prepared a third level's top-tier cultivation chamber for you and can provide for my lord's cultivation." Regarding Sun Qi's attitude, Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. He initially thought that Sun Qi would explode. Did not expect that this guy would actually be so good-tempered. Ever since arriving at the chaotic Devil Sea, Yi Yuan still very rarely saw such a good-tempered person. But a top-tier cultivation chamber made Yi Yuan slightly moved. One had to know that this top-tier cultivation chamber, one slaughter point, could only use for 3 days. If not to A.S. salt bottlenecks, ordinary people would not rent it. Yi Yuan paused for a bit and said, "All right then, looking on account of the top-tier cultivation chamber, I'll take a trip with you. I still have some matters to take care of at the second level. You go to the third level and wait for me." Actually, there wasn't much stuff to take care of either. Yi Yuan was just going back to say goodbye to Tan Si. These few days, Tan Si was still considered attentive and satisfactory. Yi Yuan naturally would not be miserly towards him either. He gave him some medicinal pills and instructed him to cultivate well. Right now, the second level all knew that Tan Si was his follower. There naturally would not be anyone without eyes that would be making things too difficult for him. Tan Si still had a lot of potential. During this period, his improvement was apparent as well. Advancing to the third level in the future was also not impossible. After settling Tan Si's affairs, Yi Yuan went straight up to the third level. Sun Qi brought Yi Yuan to an empty hall, saying to go report his arrival, and then disappeared. In the entire hall, Yi Yuan was left all alone by himself. Yi Yuan was bold, stemming from his outstanding skills, and did not mind either. He sat down calmly and drank tea. Even after drinking the entire pot of tea, there was still no one who came to say hello. Inside the hall, it was still and quiet, with only Yi Yuan's continuously tea-drinking slight sounds. A cold atmosphere gradually loomed. This matter seemed like a trap, no matter how one looked at it. Make your move. Holding it in for so long, aren't you tired? Yi Yuan gently put down the teapot and said coolly, as if responding to Yi Yuan's words. A dark shadow suddenly dashed out. A palm with an irresistible force rumbled over towards Yi Yuan. Bang! The chair Yi Yuan was sitting on and the table were directly smashed into dust. Strength is decent, but since your esteemed self invited me here, could it be that you don't dare to reveal your true appearance to people? Yi Yuan already composed himself and did not have the slightest awareness of falling into a trap. This person in front of him was dressed in black robes. He was even wearing a black fang mask on his face, looking very ferocious. The masked man did not speak. Raising his hand, it was another palm. Yi Yuan's punch rumbled out, directly annihilating the masked man's palm force. Mighty Heaven Ji. Oh, de-annihilating palm. The masked man's low voice transmitted over. A horrifying palm force A.S. Salt towards Yi Yuan. Violent killing intent filled the entire hall. This palm was clearly unleashed with the Slaughter Supreme true intent. In terms of the Slaughter Supreme true intense level, it was evidently above Lung Qing's. Yi Yuan reckoned that even if this masked man's slaughter concept did not reach 7 stars, it was not far away either. Although soul generals were divided into 9 stars, these stars would be harder and harder to condense towards the back. 6 stars to 7 stars, there was a major threshold too. A martial artist had to fight goodness knows how many matches before they could AMA. S enough slaughter concept. This masked man in front of him should be that so-called Demon King. Facing such a palm, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless either. He immediately revolved the Void Dragon Shadow Punch to the limits. Boom! 2 attacks with tremendous power collided together. A Ma.S. Civ energy wave directly ravaged the hull. The roof immediately crumbled down. The entire hull instantly turned into a wasteland. But right at this time, the skies suddenly dimmed. The skies studded with stars. A terrifying energy undulation instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan did not reveal a solemn expression, but smiled instead. He finally knew who this Demon King was. I didn't expect that you, this fellow, actually ran to the chaotic Devil Sea. But your improvement really makes me feel astonished. Since you want to test my limits, I'll let you witness my true strength. The smile on Yi Yuan's face gradually faded away. The Star Moon sword quietly landed in his hand. Yi Yuan slightly raised the Star Moon sword, then just casually slashed in the air. A Ma.S. Civ Rift was actually slashed out in the sky. After that, those motes of stars were completely annihilated under this SLA's. H. Plus, this powerful Lumen Star Brilliance move was broken by Yi Yuan with a wave of his hand. Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword. Will soaring to the skies. Yi Yuan lightly spat out these few words. Behind that black mask, those pupils constricted, clearly shocked by the scene before his eyes. Only when the skies recovered its clearness did the masked man come back to his senses from the midst of shock. He heaved a long sigh and said, I thought that I was already powerful enough. Didn't think that the gap with you became bigger and bigger. The masked man slowly removed the fanged mask, revealing a delicate and good-looking face. Who could it be but Nayland Chu? Back then, Nayland Chu left the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, saying he wanted to go out and train. But Yi Yuan never expected that he actually ran to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land and even entered inside the Azura arena. In Yi Yuan's impression, Nayland Chu was a free and unconventional modest gentleman. But this Demon King before his eyes subverted Yi Yuan's understanding of him. It seemed like during this period his transformation was really not small. Chapter 886. 12 Exalts. Chapter 886. 12 Exalts looking at this debris all over the floor. Sun Chi could not help opening his mouth wide. He originally thought that Lord Demon King calling Yi Yuan over was just because he admired Yi Yuan and wished to take him under his wing. He did not expect that this Yi Yuan's strength was actually this powerful. Lord Demon King was actually defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. Nalin Chu's Tea of Demon King did not appear out of thin air, but was fought out match by match. To be able to slaughter into the third level's top 5, it could be seen how powerful Lord Demon King's strength was. But such a Lord Demon King actually still lost to Yi Yuan. Just what background did this third level heaven enlightenment brat have? Compared to before, you're indeed much more powerful. It was absolutely impossible for the past you to force me to use while soaring to the skies. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Will soaring to the skies. A fine will soaring to the skies. Your sword intent is indeed already riding above the 9th layer of heaven. A sword like this is simply as the saying if G. Oh, DS block kill G. Oh, DS if Buddha blocks kill Buddha. Nalin Chu said with vicissitudes of emotion. Nalin Chu had a deep understanding of Yi Yuan's prowess after exchanging blows with Yi Yuan. The last time, Yi Yuan using his most powerful, rending the sky, already shocked him. Training and tempering these few years in the Azura arena, Nalin Chu had always chased after Yi Yuan as his goal. His improvement was tremendous. At one point, Nalin Chu also felt that he was already very close to Yi Yuan. But upon seeing today, Yi Yuan's strength was still far above his. This stance, while soaring to the skies, truly rode above the 9th layer of heaven. He could not think of any strategies to resolve it at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Wait until the day my sword intent reaches major accomplishment. Maybe it can really kill G. Oh, DS if GO, DS block, kill Buddha if Buddha blocks. But right now, it's still somewhat lacking. Nalin Chu also smiled and said, That's just a matter of time. All right, this place isn't a place to talk. Sun Qi, we'll go to your residence. Sun Qi bowed and said, Yes, Your Excellency. When Yi Yuan walked past him once again, the feeling in Sun Qi's heart was completely different. This young man's strength was too terrifying. Only after having some small talk with Nalin Chu did Yi Yuan know that Nalin Chu's these 2 years of training and tempering was also rather not easy. Nalin Chu had a warm-hearted and cyanate personality too, and rout his training and tempering. He encountered an unjust matter. A rank 7 Holy Land's junior disciple was in the process of violating a woman. Nalin Chu killed that person in his rage, then incurred endless pursuit. Along the way, he was forced into hopeless situations several times and narrowly lost his life, but he still pulled through in the end. Rank 7 Holy Lands were not what the Crimson Afterglow, that sort of rank 9 Holy Lands, could afford to provoke. Nalin Chu did not dare to expose his ident. One time, being forced against his will, Nalin Chu fled to the chaotic Devil Sea. As luck would have it, he obtained an absolute kill token. Hence, he entered the Azura arena. Nalin Chu did not think that after he experienced life and death several times, his entire person underwent a complete transformation, integrating into the fighting ways of the Azura arena very quickly. In this place, he advanced with leaps and bounds. Not only he almost became a 7-star soul general already, but his light, supreme, true intent also broke through to the 3rd stage. On that day, I heard that the 2nd level had an upstart who is called Yi Yuan too. Moreover, his strength was overwhelming in the 2nd level. I thought about whether or not there was such a coincidental thing. Later, I obtained the recording of you and Lung Qing fighting, before discovering that it's actually really you. Running into an old friend in a foreign land, Nalin Chu was clearly very excited too. These 2 years plus time, regardless of whether it was its strength or temperament, Nalin Chu underwent a tremendous change. Demon King this T was not given randomly. This was simply unimaginable for the former Nalin Chu. Yi Yuan also talked about the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's recent developments with Nalan Chu. Nalan Chu sighed endlessly when he heard it too. But he was also very happy when he was informed that Tuyu broke through and that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was promoted to a rank 8 Holy Land. Yi Yuan, since you've already advanced to the 3rd level, isn't it time to choose a camp? After the small talk, Nalan Chu said. Choose a camp. Yi Yuan had a perplexed look. Nalan Chu nodded his head and explained this Azura arena is actually controlled by the 12 great exalts. Martial artists from the 1st level to the 6th level, regardless of whether heaven, enlightenment realm, or phaseless realm, they actually all belong to one of the 12 great exalts. Hearing Nalan Chu say so, Yi Yuan revealed a look of realization. No wonder Lung Qing really got his wish when he wanted to fight with me. Above Lung Qing is Exalt, heavenly hedonist of the 12 great exalts. The exalt I belong to is Exalt Juyen. If my conjectures are right, Exalt Si-Yin has probably got an eye on you already. Seems like she wants to pull you under her command, Nalan Chu said. Yi Yuan was stunned. Si-Yin's face emerged before his eyes. You're saying that female attendant in the Azura shop is one of the 12 exalts? Yi Yuan had a blank look. Hearing Exalt Si-Yin this name, he finally came back to his senses. Si-Yin calculated a myriad of things, but she did not calculate that Yi Yuan actually had a personal friends. H.I. plus P with this Lord Demon King. Nalan Chu smiled and said, the 12 exalt statuses in the Azura arena are all different. The area Exalt Si-Yin is in charge of is precisely the Azura shop. Yi Yuan had a speechless look. That young lady was also a bit too capable at acting, right? Although Yi Yuan had suspicions long ago, he also did not think that this young lady was actually one of the 12 exalts. Like this, huh? What if I don't join their camps? Yi Yuan pondered about it and said, not joining their camps, unless you have heaven-defying strength. Otherwise, you can only be erased by them. Of course, they can't violate the Azura arena's rules either, but they can utterly wipe you out within the permitted boundaries of the rules. Nalan Chu said, regarding the rules, Nalan Chu said, Yi Yuan understood it. No matter which level Yi Yuan was at, they could arrange stronger opponents to deal with him. It was roughly like this. Haha, want to wipe me out, huh? Let them go ahead. Just hope that they don't break off their front tooth. Yi Yuan did not wish to be anyone's underling. He was him, a former peak alchemy emperor, a present genius youth, trifling 12 exalts. What right to come and control him? Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Nalan Chu could not help saying with a bitter smile, I knew it. No matter what, we jointly came out of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Furthermore, you're the right and proper young lord, whether professionally or privately. Even if I die, I have to ensure your safety too. Yi Yuan was rather surprised when he heard that, but said with a smile, You can't even beat me. What do you have to protect my safety? Forget it. These things don't need you to come and worry. At least at this 3rd level, there isn't anyone capable of harming me yet. Nalan Chu shook his head, but did not know what he should say. Actually, before finding Yi Yuan, he already mentally prepared himself. Other people he dare not say, but Yi Yuan he knew a little. Want to make Yi Yuan bow and SCRAP as someone's lackey, that was absolutely impossible. Hoo-hoo, brother Yi, don't talk about other things first. The 18 days, top-tier cultivation chamber I promised you is already prepared. I know that, brother, you should have just chosen a slaughter concept's relevant martial technique. What you need most at this time should be close seclusion, Nalan Chu said. Chapter 887. Name List. Chapter 887. Name List, Killing Song of the Sword. Inside the cultivation chamber, killing chi overflowed. A S of black-colored sword chi was roaming around inside the cultivation chamber. The C of the places it said by would have minute undulation appear, making the surrounding walls have intense undulation sounds appear. This slaughter sword art is indeed well deserving of its fame, to actually be able to unleash killing intent through such a method. 1 month Pa-S said, and I actually only comprehended a smattering of the first level. Just 18 days were too short. After time was up, Yi Yuan extended another 12 days' time. Only then did he barely manage to comprehend a modic U, M of the killing song of the sword. To Yi Yuan, using a month's time to go cultivate a martial technique under the prerequisite of possessing the slaughter supreme true intent and actually just comprehend a trace of the rudiments. This was a very seldom seen matter. This slaughter sword art was very profound. The difficulty of comprehending was absolutely not beneath the spirit bristle 9, yang divine, arts auxiliary martial techniques. It appeared that what Si-In said was not false. If this martial technique was cultivated to the limits, one might really possess strength comparable to the 10 great divine kings. It was just that if Si-In found out about Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, she would definitely be immensely shocked. This martial technique, other people all cultivated with 10 years as units. Yi Yuan actually only used a month's time to comprehend the preliminary rudiments. This comprehension ability was too terrifying. The 10 great divine kings were all staggering geniuses. But for them to reach this level, it requires over 500 years of time at the fastest too. How could wanting to reach this sort of boundary be something overnight? But Yi Yuan was still very unsatisfied with his cultivation speed. Time is pressing. This kind of cultivation speed is truly a little too slow. Looks like I got to think of ways to get some chaos gems. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and walked out of the cultivation chamber. Exiting the cultivation chamber, Yi Yuan discovered that Sun Qi was actually waiting outside already. It was just that his gaze was somewhat evasive. Clearly, he had something he found difficult to express. What kind of visual prowess did Yi Yuan have? He saw through that Sun Qi suffered considerable internal injuries at a single glance. What happened? You got injured during a fight? Where's Demon King? Yi Yuan frowned and said, Nayland Chu did not use his original name here. Yi Yuan naturally would not reveal his unsavory background. It was just that Yi Yuan was quite surprised. If he had something to find him, there was no need to send an injured Sun Qi over, right? Lord, Demon, King, he. Sun Qi words were vague, making Yi Yuan give rise to a hint of a foreboding premonition. Speak. Sun Qi suddenly said with a look of righteous indignation. Lord Demon King, he was beaten to severe injuries by someone and is in danger of losing his life at any time. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he snapped. When did it happen? Why did you come and inform me earlier? I wanted to come and inform Lord Yi Yuan previously as well, but Lord Demon King, he did not allow. He said that Lord Yi Yuan's matters are greater than the heavens. Unless it was absolutely necessary, we're not to disturb your close seclusion. Sun Qi said with a bitter look. Bullsh *T. His little life is almost gone. What matter is even bigger than this? Hearing this news, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat moved in his heart, becoming abnormally irritated. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Nayland Chu's thoughts. It was just that he did not expect that Nayland Chu was actually so foolishly loyal. He was going to be beaten to death in no time, and he actually did not allow his subordinates to come and inform him to exit seclusion in advance. In Nayland Chu's heart, Yi Yuan was the crimson afterglow, Holy Land's Holy Lord. He was the crimson afterglow, Holy Land's future. Concerning martial artists cultivating, one of the greatest taboos was having a closed-door seclusion interrupted. Closed seclusion suddenly being interrupted, if it was minor, it would make the things they comprehended be irrevocably lost. If severe, one would run amok, bearing hidden dangers for breakthroughs in the future. Nayland Chu did not wish to affect Yi Yuan became of him. That was why he did not let Sun Qi come and disturb Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan fly off the handle, Sun Chi mumbled yes repeatedly by the side, and he did not dare to say anything. Yi Yuan casually threw Sun Chi a medicinal pill and said, "Consume it. Take me to find Demon King." Sun Chi's expression involuntarily changed when he got the medicinal pill. Transcendent grade Ling Hua Jade Du pill. This was an extremely hard to come by Tier 7 healing medicinal pill, something that could not be bought on the market at all. Yi Yuan's casual opening move was simply extravagant to the extreme. Sun Chi consumed the medicinal pill and did not have time to refine the medicinal strength either, before bringing Yi Yuan to go find Nailin Chu. Seeing lying on the bed was the unconscious Nailin Chu, Yi Yuan's fury leaped up. Nailin Chu's heart meridians were virtually shattered, already at his last gasp, possible to die at any time. Yi Yuan even detected that within Nailin Chu's body had a peculiar force that would cause immense damage to Nailin Chu's internal organs. Very clearly, the other party deliberately held back a trick or two just to torture Nailin Chu. Competing in martial arts showdowns, death was a common occurrence. It was just that this kind of method was truly a bit too vicious. The fury in Yi Yuan's heart slowly rose, but this kind of injury naturally could not stump the alchemy Emperor Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan forced that power out of Nailin Chu's body, then restored the wounds of Nailin Chu's internal organs with essence energy. Finally, he let him consume a medicinal pill and helped him to refine the medicinal strength. After a series of actions, Nailin Chu's complexion gradually became rosy. His breathing became regular too. Yi Yuan got up and made a hand gesture at Sun Chi, hinting for him to go out and talk. Sun Chi was incomparably shocked, looking at Yi Yuan's actions by the side. These few days he had pulled who knows how many connections to invite D knows how many alchemists over. But they were all helpless on what to do regarding the Demon King's injuries. But the moment Yi Yuan came, he only used a short 2 hours' time to drag Lord Demon King back from King Yama's hall. This level of means was simply a marvelous work of art. Speak, what on earth happened? Yi Yuan's query was very calm, but beneath his calmness hid a monstrous fury. Sun Chi calmed his emotions a little and explained the events that happened the other day. Turned out, it had always been relatively balanced between the third level's various major forces. But not long after Yi Yuan went into seclusion, no idea for what reason, the two forces under Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire actually teamed up to deal with Nailin Chu's line. The other party overwhelmed with superior numbers and challenged Nailin Chu's side's forces continuously. With two major forces uniting together, their strength was simply not what Nailin Chu was able to withstand. In 10 days, Nailin Chu suffered heavy casualties under his command. Even the Sun Chi with formidable strength was also beaten to heavy injuries. It was naturally not possible for Nailin Chu to watch his own subordinates take a beating blindly. Hence, he came forward to challenge Exalt Blazing Fire subordinate Yen Shan. This Yen Shan's ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation fell short of Nailin Chu's. Originally, it should have been an almost guaranteed fight. In the end, an accident actually occurred. The fight this time, Yen Shan's strength unexpectedly advanced greatly. Furthermore, he even cultivated a strange power. Nailin Chu was affected by this force and was beaten to serious injuries in the end. Yi Yuan was silent for a long time after hearing before saying to Sun Chi, "Take these two factions top 10, a total of 20 people, make a list, and give it to me." Sun Chi's expression changed and guessed what Yi Yuan wanted to do very quickly. He hurriedly said, "Lord Yi Yuan, a pair of fists are no match for 4 hands. I know that my lord's strength is powerful. It's fine if it's other people. But that Yen Shan and the Bai Meng under Exalt Heavenly Hedonist command, their strength is unfathomable. Especially Bai Meng, he's even the third level's #1 powerhouse. How great his strength is body knows it all." Chapter 888, Azura Mode Activate. Chapter 888, Azura Mode Activate. Give the list to me. Yi Yuan did not explain anything and just said calmly. Sun Qi's heart turned cold and knew that Yi Yuan already made up his mind. No matter how he urged, it was also useless already. Sun Qi did not dare to dawdle and could only give this name list of 20 people to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took the name list and came straight to the fight arena. I want to activate the Azura mode. This is the name list I want to challenge. Yi Yuan found the fighting arena's in charge, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe. Yi Yuan handed the name list to him. The gray-robed middle-aged man was in charge of the third level's fighting arena's matters and naturally knew who Yi Yuan was. But when he heard that Yi Yuan wanted to activate Azura mode, he was still taken aback from fright. Do you know the consequences of activating Azura mode? The middle-aged man asked solemnly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said indifferently, I naturally know. I haven't fought a single match in the third level yet, so my ranking should be very far back. On the name list are all top 100 martial artists. I should have the qualifications to challenge. Azura mode was known as suicide mode in the Azura arena. Martial artists who proposed activating the Azura mode could only challenge people ranked higher than them. The number of people challenged had to be no less than 20. One must kill all of these 20 people in 24 hours, which was also within a day, before considering challenging Azura mode to be successful and directly obtain the qualifications to advance to the next level. If one did not complete the task within the designated time, they would be directly blotted out by the Azura arena. This was a rule compelling slaughter within the Azura arena. The ones being challenged had to accept the challenge straight away and were not to decline for any reason. Normally, if there wasn't deep-seated hatred, an body would propose activating Azura mode at all. Of course, some bloodthirsty people with formidable strength who wanted to advance to the next level as soon as possible, as well as to collect sufficient slaughter concept, would also activate this mode. However, those able to complete this mission in the Azura arena were extremely few. In these 30,000 years, only a mere 2 people completed the Azura mode. And the martial artists that these 2 people challenged, without exception, were only martial artists 20 places higher than them. Those who survived in the Azura arena were all not simple people. Wanting to battle across 20 ranks was a very challenging matter. Even if one really had that strength, wanting to kill 20 opponents within a day, one's essence energy was simply insufficient to support it. Generally, those who activate Azura mode all had deep-seated hatred and were hell-bent on dooming the other party to death. Furthermore, it was under the circumstances where the other party did not accept the challenge. Because under the situation where the difference in strength was not big, wanting to kill the opponent on the fighting arena was very difficult. As long as the other party admitted defeat, it could not continue anymore. Want to kill the enemy that was only using this sort of death match. Points gamble fight required the other party to accept the challenge before it could be carried out. Therefore, this Azura mode was the only avenue for those who had formed an irreconcilable grudge. Of course, one generally paid the price with their own deaths, even if you killed the opponent. The gray-robed middle-aged man took a look at the name list. His expression could not help changing, as he said to Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan, I know that your strength is decent, but are you sure that you want to challenge Yan Shan and Bai Meng? The 2 of them, their strengths are probably not beneath yours. If you're unable to kill them within 24 hours, you'll be directly obliterated by the Azura arena. Yi Yuan said coolly, Do I look like I'm joking? Get started. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's expression changed several times, but he finally heaved a long sigh, turned around, and left. Yi Yuan activated Azura mode. Hua Jun Wan Ziheng, Yan Shan Bai Meng. Up in the third-level sky, a melodious female voice sounded out, immediately stirring up a commotion. Somebody activated Azura mode. Someone activated Azura mode. Yi Yuan. Who is Yi Yuan? Your news is also too out of touch. Yi Yuan is the man of the hour in the first level and the second level these days. He's a formidable person who directly got a wipeout in the first level and brutally pummeled Lung Qing in the second level. Being extraordinary at the first and second level, can he also be extraordinary when he reached the third level too? Lung Qing can't even rank into the top 100 when placed in the third level. This boy has lost his mind, right? And you listen. He wants to see challenge Yan Shan. Be by Meng. Crazy. This guy is utterly insane. Someone activating Azura mode was a piece of big news to begin with. But this person actually directly challenged the third level's #1 person. This was an even more explosive major news. All at once, the entire third level burst into an uproar. Those martial artists all put down the matters in their hands, and all sprinted to the fighting arena one by one. This kind of great battle was not a common occurrence. Inside a restaurant in the third level, several people were currently drinking large bowls of wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. The voice sounding out, one person said, "Hua Jun, somebody wants to challenge you. Azura mode. TSK, you got to be careful." Hua Jun's expression changed, and he immediately burst into laughter and said, "Where did this fool come from? Becoming tired of living at this time. Boss, save this table of alcohol for this lord. Wait until I kill that blind punk. I'll come back and carry on drinking." Inside a top-tier cultivation chamber, Wan Ziheng slowly opened his eyes when he heard this pleasant-sounding voice and slowly walked out of the cultivation chamber. Inside a room, a man and a woman were currently having a flesh-to-flesh great battle when a pleasant-sounding voice echoed, "Gee, oh damn it, what AB you mer? Go to the side, wait until this lord kills that blind punk. I'll come back and continue." The man kicked the woman to the corner with one foot and swiftly wore his clothes and sped out of the door. The same thing happened in every corner of the third level. When these people heard the summons, they all did not dare to disregard it, hurrying to the fighting arena one by one. A short 1 hour's time, and the third level's fighting arena was packed full with people. In the center of the fighting arena, a youth stood with his hands behind his back. He was currently resting with his eyes shut, quietly waiting for his opponent's arrival. Hey, did you all discover or not? The opponents that this Yi Yuan is challenging are all in Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire, these two people's camps. Like that needed you to say it? But this boy's head definitely has a problem. Even if challenging these two mighty Exalt's camps, he should also pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. You look at the people he's challenging, all powerhouses ranked in the top 100 of the Earth Carnage Proclamation. This boy still has some ability. He allegedly beat Lung Qing until he could not raise his head in the second level. So what? Lung Qing's ranking is merely around 150th place. The Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 100 martial artists are much stronger than the 150th place. Even if this boy has Earth Carnage Proclamation top 100 strength as well, can he kill these 20 people within a day's time? In my opinion, this boy is tired of living to actually activate suicide mode. What do you know? I heard that this brat has some friendly relation with Demon King. Don't you know that the Demon King was beaten to an inch of his life several days ago by Yan Shan? This boy is definitely here to take revenge for Demon King. The fighting had yet to begin, but inside the fighting arena was already clamoring with discussions. Regardless of what reason Yi Yuan was doing it for, activating Azura mode was no different from committing suicide too. Yan Shan already arrived. He looked at Yi Yuan. A hint of a cold sneer hung at the corners of his mouth. Right at this time, a disturbance stirred in the fighting arena. A young man dressed in white slowly stepped into the fighting arena. Chapter 889. Kill until blood runs cold. Chapter 889. Kill until blood runs cold. It's by Meng. He entered close seclusion for quite a few months this time. Right now, his strength is probably even more unfathomable, right? They are all discussing that the next time the Earth Carnage Proclamation comes out, Bai Meng will probably be reaching the summit. No idea where Yi Yuan's courage came from to actually dare challenge Bai Meng. This kind of suicide style is seriously too heroic. Bai Meng's appearance caused a considerable sensation. He ranked third on the Earth Carnage Proclamation and first place on the Azura Arena's third level. His strength was incomparably formidable. Even if one activated Azura mode, no one would be foolish enough to go and challenge him. Yet Yi Yuan did that. In the eyes of everyone, he was naturally a fool. Bai Meng's might was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even if Yi Yuan's battle results were glorious, it was also not possible to take his place. Moreover, under the Azura mode, whether Yi Yuan could live to see Bai Meng or not was a matter worth discussing. Yan Shan glanced at Bai Meng, his eyes showing some dread as well. Clearly, he was incredibly wary of Bai Meng. Yi Yuan challenging Yan Shan in order to take revenge on Demon King's behalf. This was justifiable. But challenging Bai Meng, that was purely seeking death. The people being challenged all turned up. The gray-robed, middle-aged man came to the center of the fighting arena and opened his mouth to say, Yi Yuan is challenging the Azura mode. It officially starts now. The first battle, Hua Jun. Hua Jun came in front of Yi Yuan with an amused look and said with a cold smile, Boy, you really don't know how high the heaven is and how thick the earth is. Today, let your grandpa Hua come and teach you. Hua Jun was talking halfway when a stream of light in Yi Yuan's hand flashed and disappeared. Hua Jun's voice cut off abruptly. Next, Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice sounded out, like the curse of a death Ji, Odi, making the fully occupied field of martial artists feel a chill run down their backs. Spout! Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Hua Jun had yet to figure out what was going on and already went to meet King Yama. Adding it all up, it was less than a second. This sword was swift like lightning. Everyone did not react to it. They also completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not even say H-E-L, low, and directly drew his sword to kill people. Too unreasonable, too arrogant. With a thud, Hua Jun collapsed onto the ground and breathed his last, leaving only behind Fountain, like blood still spraying wildly. Dumb asterisk SS. Once the Azura mode starts, that's a life and death match. He actually still had time to talk rubbish with that punk. Yan Shan said with a solemn face. Regarding Yi Yuan's one-hit certain kill, Yan Shan did not mind. Killing someone at Hua Jun's level, he could similarly do it. Next one, Wan Ziheng. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's voice sounded out once again, icy cold without the slightest emotion. But in the depths of his eyes, a hint of astonishment still flickered across. Other people could not see through, but he perceived it. This move of Yi Yuan's earlier was not some brilliant martial technique, but the not considered profound divine soul mystic art, sword-driving technique. The sword-driving technique was not considered very brilliant for divine soul mystic arts, but Yi Yuan killed an Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 100 expert skillfully without much effort. How powerful a foundation did this require? The way the gray-robed middle-aged man saw it, Yi Yuan chose the most effort-saving and effective way to kill off the opponent. This also indicated that Yi Yuan's control of battles was precise to the extreme. Such an adversary was truly very frightening. The moment Wan Ziheng took the field, Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, rumbling over towards him with a punch. Wan Ziheng's expression changed. Without even thinking, it was a palm when he raised his hand. Boom! Wan Ziheng was smashed, flying ruthlessly, slamming onto the grand array and no longer breathed. Next, Yi Yuan's voice was still ripple-less like an ancient well, not carrying the slightest hint of emotion. But regardless whether it was at the surrounding martial artists or the targets being challenged, they all could not smile. If, let's say, there were still suspicions of a surprise attack for Hua Jun, then Wan Ziheng was a frontal battle. Yi Yuan directly annihilated Wan Ziheng with absolute, tyrannical strength. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually fearsome to this sort of extent. Next, Chao Chen, Next, the gray-robed, middle-aged man announced name after name. These people's strength were each stronger than the other. But under Yi Yuan's hands, their best situation also did not pass. S3 moves. T2 strong. How can this brat be so powerful? Those are all top experts on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. They actually can't even survive 3 moves under Yi Yuan's hands. Who freaking said that this brat was here to commit suicide? This guy is clearly a killing G. Oh, D himself. The martial artists on the grandstand were all incomparably shocked. Looking at those legendary figures fall down one by one, their hearts twitched repeatedly, and actually somewhat could not breathe anymore, while those challenge targets, not yet called, each and every one of their faces became incomparably ugly. To be able to reach their level, which one did not have a heart of stone. But seeing people whose strength were roughly around the same as theirs collapse one by one, that sort of impact was still too intense. They were afraid. Yi Yuan's incomparably overbearing method of killing made each and every one of them feel terror. Next, Guaziming. Being called, Guaziming trembled without rhyme or reason, and actually kept on, did not dare to step forward. Next, Guaziming. Guaziming's Earth Carnage Proclamation ranking was 53rd place, around the same as Sun Qi. This was already considered a very impressive existence among heaven enlightenment realms. But facing such a powerful Yi Yuan, he actually did not dare to take a step forward, only to see him shudder all over, not daring to stride a foot out at all. Next, Guaziming. 10 breaths of time. Still not taking the stage. You'll be blotted out. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's voice sounded out a 3rd time. Guaziming quivered and involuntarily took a step forward. It was just that after this one step, he still did not dare to go forward. Bang! After 10 breaths, Guaziming's entire person blew up. Very clearly, he was directly obliterated by the Azura arena. Seeing this scene, people's expressions became even uglier. Being killed was not scary, but this feeling of waiting to be killed was seriously too distressing. Next, Chi Hao. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's countenance did not change in the slightest and continued to call the next name. Chi Hao's expression darkened. Seeing Guaziming's wretched state, he did not dare to deliberately delay anymore, arriving in front of Yi Yuan with a leap. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of talking R.A.P. It was the sword-driving technique the moment he made his move. Chi Hao's strength was not what Hua Jun could compare to. His figure flashed, and he directly avoided this sword. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus after one attack, Chi Hao completely refused to come into contact with Yi Yuan. He intentionally pulled apart the distance from Yi Yuan in order to not give Yi Yuan any opportunity that could be taken advantage of. Very clearly, he wanted to use this sort of method to delay the time. Humph! If I don't fight you head-on, even if your strength is any greater, what can you do to me? Chi Hao laughed coldly in his heart, but the next instant his expression instantly froze on his face. Under Yi Yuan's origin magnetic field, his figure abruptly turned languish. After that, he was no longer alive. Want to kill my Yi Yuan's brother? You'll have to be mentally prepared to get killed. Yi Yuan's words seethed with killing intent, making everyone shudder at it. Chapter 890, True King Bloodline. Chapter 890. True King Bloodline fighting, not his match. Fleeing, nowhere to run. Apart from Bai Meng and Yan Shan, the gazes the rest of the people looked at Yi Yuan with were filled with despair. Besieging the Nalan Shu line, they all more or less took part in it. It was just that they never thought that the consequences would be so severe. They very much wanted to flee the fighting arena, but once Azura mode activated, no means of escape would work. Either one killed their opponent or be killed by their opponent. The opponents after that, regardless of whether they broke down completely or turned to desperate measures and distraught, they were all clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of Yi Yuan. Finally, 18 people were already killed. The next one was going to be Yen Shan. The people knew that the fighting had only just begun. Yen Shan slowly fell out of the ranks and said to Yi Yuan calmly, "Brat, I admit that you're very capable, but there's nothing worth showing off by fineness. Plussing off those trash. In front of the Earth Carnage Proclamation's top 10, everything is futile. Prepare for a reckoning." Yi Yuan looked at him calmly and said, "Demon King was injured by you." "Ha! That fool, living in his own fantasy world and still thought that I wasn't his match. Now he's tormented by my profound dark force until he's almost dead, right? Brat, are you very furious? Do you want to kill me very much? Ha ha ha. Rest assured. I'll make you die in agony like him." Yen Shan became more pleased with himself as he talked, finally bursting into laughter. At this time a voice came from the grandstand. "Sorry to disappoint you. I'm afraid that the one dying today is you." Yen Shan's expression changed as he searched for the owner of the voice in disbelief. Indeed, he saw Nalin Chu appear on the grandstand under Sun Chi support. How is that possible? My profound dark force is incomparably abstruse. How can you still stand up? Yen Shan was very confident in his profound dark force. Once it entered the other party's body, it would continuously wreck the other party's internal organs, all the way until it utterly destroyed the other party's bodily functions. Demon King had already gotten hit by it for several days. Logically speaking, he should be almost dead right now. How could he possibly appear here? Looking from far away, apart from some paleness on Demon King's face, there did not seem to be any issue out of place. Profound dark force? What is that? As long as he still has one breath left, saving him is nothing difficult for me, Yi Yuan said scornfully. Yen Shan's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Is that so? I want to see if you can bring a dead person back to life. Profound, dark, nether dream kill." A palm smacked towards Yi Yuan, seemingly looking slow, but it was swift to the extreme in reality. Yi Yuan had purged the profound dark force within Demon King's body before, and was naturally aware of the prowess of this palm art. Within this palm technique contained extremely powerful hidden force. It was incredibly hard to guard against. However, Yi Yuan had nothing to fear. His Void Dragon Shadow Punch was extreme, indomitable yang. It was the jinx to this type of gentle Yin palm force. If Yen Shan was phaseless realm, Yi Yuan would really have some dread. But he was only heaven enlightenment realm. Yi Yuan had nothing to fear at all. Bang! The fist and palm clashed. Yen Shan was directly pushed back several dozen steps. His expression changed, and he said in terror, "Scorching supreme, true intent. Your scorching supreme true intent is only first stage. How can it possibly be stronger than my profound, dark, nether dream kill?" Yi Yuan fused together Dragon Wave and Supreme True Intent. It could be said as pioneering the start of a paradigm. Yen Shan, not recognizing, was also normal. This two things fusing together was not just as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Very surprised? Since you can't figure it out with one punch, then I'll beat you until you understand. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Origin magnetic field opened up fully. Dragon Wave and Scorching Supreme True Intent also revolved to the limits. This time he pulled out all the stops. With the pinning down of the Origin magnetic field, it was as if Yen Shan sunk into a bog. Even essence energy circulation was not that smooth anymore. Yi Yuan's fist shadows landed like raindrops. Yen Shan had nowhere to run and could only meet the attack's passively. What Yen Shan's palm force relied on was hidden force. It was not suited for this kind of frontal clash in the first place and was beaten back under Yi Yuan's fist shadows repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Yen Shan's strength was indeed incomparably formidable. Under Yi Yuan's berserk attacks, he could actually still barely manage to hold on and not be defeated. If it were some other people, they would have long been pulverized into minced meat. Truly didn't expect that this brat's strength was actually so formidable. Those fools in front actually didn't even force out half of his strength. Looks like there's no choice but to use that move. Although I'll suffer a great loss of vitality after using it, it's better than dying. Yan Shan secretly pondered. Yi Yuan was currently bombarding savagely when all of a sudden, warning bells suddenly sounded. A feeling of immense danger surged in his heart. Rip! A light flashed. A strip of clothing in front of Yi Yuan's chest was shredded into ribbons. Yi Yuan relied on the recoil force and narrowly avoided this attack. What happened? Why did Yan Shan's aura suddenly change drastically, his strength increasing so much all of a sudden? You guys, look at his hand. It actually grew out sharp talons. My G.O.D. How did Yan Shan turn into a monster that is neither a person nor a ghost? The Yan Shan currently, both eyes revealed a scarlet-red color. A pair of tusks actually grew out of his mouth. His 4 limbs bulged up, his hands becoming claws. That appearance was just like a human-shaped leopard. Although he became like this, his entire person's aura strengthened several times all at once, giving people a feeling of incredible danger. Stinking brat, to actually force your Uncle Yan Shan to this extent. Savor it well, you'd A.M. and punk. Yan said savagely. Yan Shan's figure swayed, his entire person vanished. H.I. plussing from everyone's line of sight. He was actually inconceivably swift. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan threw a punch out, slamming together with Yan Shan. But this time, it was Yi Yuan who was sent flying out far away by the tremendous recoil force. The origin magnetic field was actually unable to restrain Yan Shan's speed. After landing, Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said coolly, "Turns out that it's old freak Wei's experimental subject. But looking at your appearance, his experiments seem to have some breakthrough." Yan Shan was currently pleased with himself. When he heard that, his expression could not help changing drastically once again. How did you know? Yi Yuan looked at Yan Shan pitifully and said, "What I know is way more than you imagine. Looking at your appearance, you should have been implanted with 1,000-mile, cloud-chasing leopard bloodline. It's just that looking from the bloodline's strength, you're still far too lacking. Makes sense, a trash like you. Fusing with a first-rate bloodline is a waste too." Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure, making critical remarks about Yan Shan as if looking at a defective product. Yan Shan was incomparably shocked in his heart, but Yi Yuan's words deeply wounded his pride. True, with his strength, it was simply insufficient to let that old freak implanted a first-rate bloodline in him. Stop pretending. My 1,000-mile cloud-chasing leopard bloodline is plenty enough to kill a rookie like you. Yan Shan said in a violent rage. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with an emotional sigh, "Since you fused with bloodline power, then I'll let you take a look at what's called true king bloodline power." As he was talking, Yi Yuan's aura billowed to the skies. The martial artist's expressions all changed. It was as if they heard a series of dragon roars. Chapter 891. Formidable by Meng. Chapter 891. Formidable by Meng, true dragon bloodline. This Yi Yuan actually carries true dragon bloodline. Inside the fighting arena, cries of exclamations sounded out all around. True dragon bloodline itself was nothing much. There were quite a number of human clans that possessed true dragon bloodline. But Yi Yuan's terrifying dragon pressure made clear to all the purity of his bloodline. Under such dragon pressure, Yan Shan's body was actually trembling. Although he tried his very best to control himself to not tremble, that sort of desire to submit originating from the bloodline made him lose control over himself. You guys look. Yi Yuan, he actually cultivated dragon blood to the boundary of dragon transformation. At this moment, Yi Yuan's right arm actually thoroughly transformed into a dragon claw. all the way unmoved like an ancient, well, Bai Meng finally revealed astonishment in his eyes at this time. But his astonishment only flashed past before fading, recovering composure very quickly. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. The fleshy body strength of the right arm, which turned into a dragon's claw, rose, by goodness knows how many times. Using the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm at this time, the power was unparalleled. It was as if an azure dragon was going to crush a myriad life on earth. What did a puny little Yen Shan count as? Boom! Under a palm. Yen Shan was directly smashed into a blurry mess of flesh and blood. It was also that Yen Shan fused with the 1,000-mile cloud-chasing leopard bloodline, and his fleshy body was likewise incredibly powerful, that he could barely manage to maintain a human form. How? How is this possible? Yen Shan looked at Yi Yuan, still unwilling to believe this fact until now. There's nothing impossible. Old Freak Wei is too extreme and already offended the entire demon region. Moreover, whether or not this extraction and refinement method can obtain genuine divine beast blood essence is also something that cannot be known. At the very least, it won't be much easier than breaking through to deity realm. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yen Shan had shock written all over his face. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually knew so many things. Old Freak Wei was an extremely mysterious genius figure. Apart from those major powers in the divine realm, very few people were aware of his existence. This fellow did not follow conventional thinking and loved to capture members of the demon race to extract and refine divine beast bloodline, wanting to obtain genuine divine beast blood essence through this sort of method. It was just that divine beast bloodline extracted and refined with this kind of method was too heterogeneous. Experimental subjects like Yen Shan would basically all be reduced to half-human, half-beast lunatics in the end, a tool that only knew how to kill people. Old Freak Wei had killed Ji. Oh! D knows how many demons and already became the public enemy of the demon race. If not for the human race was too powerful, a war between the two races would probably have already occurred at this point. Even so, the Holy Region had no choice but to represent humans to declare Old Freak Wei wanted at large. Only then did it calm down the fury of the demon region. This guy was simply a troublemaker. Apologies. The nonsense is a little much. I'll send you on your way right now. A cold light flashed. Yen Shan's head directly flew out. This third level's powerhouse, who rose sharply, was killed by Yi Yuan just like this. On the grandstand, when Nayland Chu saw this scene, he was unbelievably agitated. When he woke up and heard that Yi Yuan started Azura mode, he was anxious until he nearly jumped up. But the Azura mode had already been activated. He could do nothing but bite his nails as well. Helpless. He could only make Sun Qi help him to the fighting arena, but just happened to see Yen Shan and Yi Yuan face off. Regarding Yi Yuan killing Yen Shan, Nayland Chu was not very surprised. What he was truly worried about was Bai Meng. Bai Meng, this guy, his strength was unfathomable. No one in the entire third level knew his depths. Although Nayland Chu was very confident in Yi Yuan, facing an enigmatic guy like Bai Meng, he still had no confidence in his heart. Next, Bai Meng. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's words were still calm, but that slight tremor still betrayed his state of mind at this time. Yi Yuan and Bai Meng's showdown should be the pinnacle battle of heaven enlightenment realms. Just who was strong and who was weak between the two people. This was something that everyone was waiting to see. Bai Meng slowly stepped forward. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said coolly, "You're very strong." Speaking until here, Bai Meng paused a bit, seemingly waiting for Yi Yuan's response. Yet, Yi Yuan did not give him the slightest reaction. "However, you're not my match. Take your own life. I can leave you an intact corpse." Bai Meng's words revealed powerful self-confidence. After watching Yi Yuan's exaggerated fight and still being able to say this kind of words, if Bai Meng was not a moron, Then he was powerful until it made one's hair stand on end. Very clearly, Bai Meng, this powerhouse, who domineeringly occupied the third levels, number 1 belonged to the latter. Bai Meng's words aroused a wave of commotion. Quite a few people were all very stunned. Bai Meng is really too confident. Yi Yuan's performance is already sufficient to shock people's hearts. He actually did not take it to heart at all. The strength that Yan Shan displayed is much stronger compared to when he battled with Demon King. Yi Yuan was able to utterly crush him. Could it be that he still doesn't have the qualifications to face off with Bai Meng? Ha ha! Bai Meng is Bai Meng. He's indeed my idol. I believe that he's absolutely not bragging, but have sufficient strength to kill Yi Yuan. In the crowd, some people had doubts about Bai Meng's words. There was also a portion of the people who felt that Bai Meng had a well-thought-out plan. But no matter what, Bai Meng's strength was sufficient to threaten Yi Yuan. This point, nobody doubted it at all. The matter of besieging Demon King, you should have partic. 1. P ate it as well, right? But Yi Yuan gave an answer which was irrelevant. Bai Meng smiled slightly and said, "This sort of trick I'm actually very disdainful. But a puny little Demon King is not worthy of me making a move yet. So I let the people below go and play on their own." Bai Meng did not have the slightest intention of denying it. He had no need to deny it either. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was already a dead man. He had no need to mind a dead person's attitude. Hearing that, Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Very good. Begin then." Bai Meng smiled as he said, "I knew that you won't be willing to submit. But once I make a move, you probably won't have the chance anymore." Boom! While everyone had yet to react to it, Yi Yuan's body already flew out like a cannonball, slamming heavily onto the grand array. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. What happened just now? Did you guys see clearly? Everyone on the grandstand exchanged glances, all not quite certain of what happened. The two people were clearly still talking the previous moment. Why was Yi Yuan sent flying suddenly? A faint smile still hung on Bai Meng's face as he said, "I said before, once I make a move, you won't have the chance any more. Your fleshy body is indeed not bad, but in my view, it's completely not worth mentioning. Do you know why I remained in the third level? Simply because my cultivation realm hasn't broken through to phaseless realm yet. But my fleshy body has already broken through to Tier 8 long ago." Tier 8 fleshy body. This was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering a human martial artist stronger than him in body refinement. That punch earlier, Yi Yuan used his right arm to protect his whole body at the most critical moment, blocking Bai Meng's attack. Otherwise, whether Yi Yuan could stand right now or not was an issue. Yi Yuan's right arm fused with the primeval dragon bone. In terms of strength, it could absolutely reach Tier 8. But his body's other areas did not break through to Tier 8. Even so, Yi Yuan felt like his right arm was about to break. The might of this punch was seriously too powerful. Yi Yuan himself also did not expect that this Bai Meng would actually be so strong. Chapter 892, Yi Yuan's Trump Card. Chapter 892, Yi Yuan's Trump Card. Bai Meng's fleshy body has actually broken through to Tier 8 already. How to fight? Yi Yuan was too impulsive. It was fine if he challenged Yan Shan. He shouldn't have thrown in Bai Meng. With Bai Meng's strength, he can enter the 4th level long ago. It's just that he'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. That's why he stayed in the 3rd level. He'll only enter the 4th level when his essence energy cultivation realm breaks through to phaseless realm. Yi Yuan is already very strong. He carries the dragon race bloodline, and his fleshy body is powerful beyond comprehension. But facing the Tier 8 fleshy body Bai Meng, he can only die aggrieved. Yi Yuan cut down Yan Shan. This made many people look forward to his showdown with Bai Meng. But now, facing such a powerful Bai Meng, they could not see the tiniest SCR, a P of chance of Yi Yuan winning at all. A streak of fresh blood flowed out from the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Clearly, that punch earlier already damaged his insides. But this bit of injury did not count for anything to Yi Yuan at all. He revolved the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration art, and this bit of injury recovered in a blink of an eye. Yi Yuan loosened up his body and said with a smile, "Tier 8, is it? A little interesting. At least, it can make me get serious. If you're as weak as that trash just now, that will be too meaningless." Bai Meng's expression fell, and he said, disdainfully, "Still planning on holding strong? Boy, I'll give you another chance and your own life. Otherwise, once I make a move, it won't be that easy for you to preserve an intact corpse." But Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Looks like you've stayed too long in the 3rd level and became somewhat arrogant and conceited. Enough C-R-A-P, bring it." "Humph, you're courting death yourself. Can't blame me for it." Bai Meng gave a cold snort and suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! Yi Yuan was struck flying by Bai Meng once more with a punch. This time Bai Meng did not pause. He wanted to dispose of Yi Yuan in one go. Yi Yuan felt like the bones in his entire body was going to fall apart. He clashed a punch with Bai Meng just now, but the other party's fist was seriously too powerful, making him actually somewhat unable to hold his own. Bai Meng attacked again. Yi Yuan did not dare to spurn it. Lifting his hand, it was another punch. Bang! Yi Yuan was struck flying once more. The current Bai Meng was just like a war chariot, cruise. H.I. plussing Yi Yuan frenziedly. Yi Yuan was like a sandbag under his hands, being hit flying around everywhere by him. But what made Bai Meng depressed was that no matter how he exerted strength, he was unable to thoroughly dispose of Yi Yuan. He could feel that Yi Yuan's fist was likewise incomparably tough, absolutely not inferior to his fleshy body. But Yi Yuan's entire body strength was unable to keep up, resulting in him being at an absolute disadvantageous position in terms of strength. Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration art to the limits once more, healing the wounds on his body constantly, so as to deal with Bai Meng's next attack. Under Bai Meng's attacks, Yi Yuan was weak like a leaf floating along with the wind, without the slightest strength to retaliate at all. In a twinkle, Bai Meng unleashed 100 punches, but was forcefully withstood by Yi Yuan. Bai Meng did not hold back in the slightest. These 100 punches he poured in every last ounce of strength, but was unable to take Yi Yuan down. Huff, huff, huff! Bai Meng finally ceased his attacks. Yi Yuan's pants were like puffing bellows. Bai Meng's condition was slightly better, but from the sweat drops at the sides of his head, one could also tell that his exhaustion was likewise not little. "Haha, just this bit of strength? Didn't you say that once you make a move, I won't have the chance anymore? Turns out that your bragging abilities are much more formidable than your actual skills." Yi Yuan gasped for air, but his words were full with ridicule. Grabbing hold of this gap, Yi Yuan also crazily urged his Tyrant Dragon Regeneration art, restoring his internal organs' wounds. Yi Yuan felt like his entire arm was already no longer his. He practically did not even have the strength to lift his arm. But what made Yi Yuan excited was that his fleshy body was becoming stronger bit by bit. It was already not far from breaking through to Tier 8. Yi Yuan was obviously not a fool. The reason why he took a beating like this was that he discovered that this kind of limit fighting style could squeeze out the potential of the primeval dragon bone, making his refinement become even faster. This short while's time was sufficient to match up to 100 days of his bitter cultivation already. At present, people able to make Yi Yuan fight under this kind of extreme state was really very seldom seen. Without a doubt, Bai Meng had this strength. Encountering an opponent with such a powerful fleshy body was indeed very hard. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Bai Meng's expression was incomparably ugly. He could tell from Yi Yuan cutting down Yan Shan that although Yi Yuan's fleshy body was strong, he was absolutely not his match. But this brat was actually very spooky. He really could not do anything about him for a short while. Seeing Yi Yuan taunt, Bai Meng's face was black like the bottom of a wok. Whether it's bragging or not, you'll know right away. But I have to admit, you're already rather impressive to be able to force me to use this move. Only to see Bai Meng roar. The garment on his upper body immediately exploded, his entire body's explosive muscles exposed in front of everyone. The 7 stars on his glabella gradually hid from view, turning into clouds of black gas, revolving around Bai Meng. Black demon tyrannical martial fist. A horrifying aura reverberated on the fighting arena. Even when separated so far away from Bai Meng, everyone on the grandstand could still sense the might of this punch. They were all sighing endlessly in their hearts. If Yi Yuan did not go and provoke Bai Meng, maybe he could still hang on for a while. But now Bai Meng was enraged. Under this one punch, Yi Yuan had no chance to be spared. When Sun Qi saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically, and he said to Nailan Chu, "Lord Demon King, what to do about this?" Nailan Chu's face still had a ghostly pale look, but did not panic or lose his head at Yi Yuan's circuit. Stances. Hearing that, he replied with a smile, "If Bai Meng is only at this level, he's dead for sure. Although I don't know why Yi Yuan dragged until now. This punch should be able to force out Yi Yuan's trump card." Sun Qi's expression changed as he looked at Nailan Chu in disbelief. Could it be that, fighting until now, Yi Yuan actually had not brought out his most powerful trump card yet? In the fighting arena, Yi Yuan drew out the Star Moon sword neither too quickly nor too slowly. A faintly discernible sword intent started rising in the field. This sword chi was not strong. It was not as peerless as Bai Meng's move, but it was like a stubborn little GRA. S in the cracks of a rock on a cliff, very tenacious. Soaring to the skies. Yi Yuan lightly slashed a sword out without any flash. HI plus Ness, without the slightest threat. The way the vast majority of the martial artists saw it, it was even somewhat hilarious. But when the gray-robed, middle-aged man at the side of the arena saw this scene, his expression changed. This sword intent was condensed and did not radiate, but the powerful strength contained within, he sensed it vividly. Swiss. H. Plus, under everyone's disbelieving eyes, this sword easily cleaved apart that indomitable fist of Bai Meng's. After that, the remaining force did not reduce, splitting Bai Meng's entire person into 2 halves. Bai Meng's corpse that collapsed on the ground still had wide circles for eyes. Clearly, he could not believe everything that happened before his eyes. He had clearly occupied the absolute initiative. Why did he die in a wink of an eye? How can it be like this? How can this flimsy / possibly cut down the Tier 8 fleshy body Bai Meng? This was what everyone thought at this instant. Chapter 893. Seeing People. Chapter 893. S.N.A.T.C. Hing People. What a terrifying sword. This brat's sword intent has probably already reached the 6th stage. How in the world did he comprehend it at this young age? When the gray-robed, middle-aged man saw this sword, he had an indescribable shock in his heart. To be able to comprehend a supreme true intent to the level of 6th stage, they were basically all some famous old monsters. Like Yi Yuan this age, that was virtually something impossible. The comprehension of a supreme true intent, the further back, the more arduous, the greater the power too. But wanting to cultivate a supreme true intent to the level of the great circle of perfection, that was absolutely as hard as ascending to the heavens. But Yi Yuan already comprehended sword intent to such a level at such a young age. Cultivating to the great circle of perfection seemed like it was just a matter of time too. Bai Meng died just like this? I still can't believe my eyes right now. Yi Yuan, he succeeded in challenging suicide mode. Furthermore, who he challenged was even the 3rd level's #1 person. My God, he succeeded in challenging Azura mode. How many years has it been since this sort of thing happened in the Azura arena? Yi Yuan, he created a miracle. At this time, some people finally realized that Yi Yuan was challenging Azura mode. This challenge that went by suicide mode was actually completed by Yi Yuan. These Heaven Enlightenment Realm Peak geniuses were actually slaughtered cleanly by Yi Yuan within a day, just like this. This kind of battle result was seriously too heaven-defying. On Yi Yuan's glabella, the sixth star was currently condensing and forming, killing 20 people in one go. Furthermore, they were all opponents ranked extremely highly. The slaughter concept's values on their bodies were very high, especially by Meng. A large portion of the slaughter concept would enter Yi Yuan's body after their death. The gray-robed middle-aged man came in front of Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, "Yi Yuan, you succeeded in challenging Azura mode and will obtain 500 points as a reward. Additionally, top-tier cultivation chambers are free for you to use for 1 month." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Many thanks." Finished talking, Yi Yuan was just about to turn around and leave when he was stopped by the gray-robed, middle-aged man. "I'm the 7th Slaughter General, Mo Shang, under Exalt Netherkill's command. I wonder if you're interested to join Exalt Netherkill's command and become the 9th Slaughter General? Don't worry, the Exalt rarely makes the Slaughter Generals do things. You can have more time to cultivate. Furthermore, apart from the regular points and essence crystals incentives you'll obtain every month, you'll even have more authority." The gray-robed, middle-aged man suddenly said, "Exalt Netherkill." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Clearly, it was his first time hearing of this name. Exalt Netherkill is the most mysterious existence among the 12 Exalts. Even us 8 great slaughter generals have never met him before either. It's precisely because so that he normally rarely intervenes in our slaughter generals' affairs and also rarely orders us to do things. Furthermore, he's extremely stringent in selecting slaughter generals. The number of slaughter generals under his command is also the least. But each of us slaughter generals can fight 1-on-2. Mo Shang explained, clearly very proud about becoming a slaughter general under Exalt Netherkill's command. "Oh, since that's the case, you can make this decision on Exalt Netherkill's behalf?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. But Mo Shang said solemnly, "If even you don't have the qualifications either, then body is qualified. In these 10,000 years, you're the first martial artist to succeed in challenging Azura mode. Furthermore, your challenge is different from the rest. The people you challenged were all the strongest batch in the 3rd level." But when Yi Yuan heard that, he started to ruminate. Mo Shang did not interrupt him either. He just quietly waited for his reply. But the martial artists on the grandstand all burst into an uproar. "Did you guys hear it? Lord Mo Shang is actually inviting Yi Yuan to become a slaughter general under Exalt Netherkill's command." Yeah, Exalt Netherkill only has 8 slaughter generals under his command. Moreover, each one of them is a peak, phaseless realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan is merely just initial stage Heaven Enlightenment Realm, and he's actually invited to become a slaughter general already. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm is not high enough, his potential is too great. In this sort of place like the Azura Arena, leaping realms to battle is extremely seldom seen. Yi Yuan is only 3rd level Heaven Enlightenment, and he's actually able to easily cut down the first place by Meng. This kind of genius is bound to be exceedingly popular. Haha, it's still Lord Mo Shang who is smart. After Yi Yuan exits this place, probably apart from Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire, the other Exalts will all send people here to us. And TCH him. If Yi Yuan agrees, Lord Mo Shang would have performed an exceptional meritorious service. The people were currently discussing animatedly when a melodious female voice sounded out in the sky above the fighting arena. Mo Shang, Yi Yuan is someone that this Exalt has taken fancy on. You actually dare to cut me off? Sup 1/sup. The voice was very moving, but the tone was very unfriendly. It was another wave of exclamations on the grandstands. People who dare to proclaim themselves as this exalt were only exalts. A Lord Exalt actually came personally to S-N-A-T-C-H people. When Mo Shang heard the voice, his expression could not help changing. This Mo Shang dare not. Mo Shang didn't know that Yi Yuan was actually somebody that Exalt Si-in has taken a liking to. But I think that Exalt Netherkill will definitely be very interested in Yi Yuan too. Mo Shang hesitated for a moment and said, "Insolence. Are you using Netherkill to pressure me here?" Si-in reproached. A piercingly cold killing intent instantly enveloped the entire fighting arena. Everyone's hearts turned cold. It was as if they had their throats strangled, virtually unable to breathe. Was this Exalt CLA's killing intent? Too powerful. Mo Shang dare not. Exalt Si-in, please calm your anger. Under Si-in's threat, Mo Shang had no choice but to lower his head. How could a trifling slaughtered general possibly be in Exalt's match? The 12 Exalts were the Azura Arena's real administrators. Right at this time, another male voice sounded out. Si-in, are you bullying juniors again? We had an agreement between us before, not to force the Azura Arena's martial artists to choose camps. Did you forget? The male voice carried a smile as he said, "Humph, cold blood. When did I force Yi Yuan to choose camps? Mo Shang is just a slaughter general. Could it be that this Exalt can't teach him a lesson?" Si-in said with a cold snort, "This male voice should be Exalt Coldblood." Exalt Coldblood descending at this time, his goal naturally could be understood without further explanations as well. Now, there were actually 3 big camps coming to S-N-A-T-C-H Yuan. This glory, likely no one in the Azura Arena had it. Coldblood said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, good that you didn't force. Yi Yuan, this Exalt is one of the 12 Exalts, Exalt Coldblood. Right now, I want to recruit you to become a slaughter general under my command. As for the terms, 100 points every month, in addition, 50 Heaven Essence crystals. You can invoke top-tier cultivation chambers to use as and when you like. How's that?" The moment Coldblood's words came out, everyone all sucked in a cold breath. This treatment was way better than ordinary slaughter generals. Yi Yuan, you should have guessed who this Exalt is, right? Serve under my command. I'll give you 200 slaughter points every month and 100 Heaven Essence crystals. Apart from this, when you buy things in the Azura shop, 50% discount without exception. Exalt Si-in said coldly. 2 mighty Exalts actually started losing all decorum in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly smiled when he heard that and opened his mouth to say, 2 Lord Exalts. Juniors suddenly had some enlightenment in the battle just now and need to enter close seclusion to meditate over it. I'll take my leave first. Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered off. Chapter 894, Proclamation coming out. Chapter 894, Proclamation coming out. The latest issue of the Earth Carnage Proclamation is freshly out. Everybody, quickly come and take a look. On the streets, someone started crying out. The Heaven's Secret Tower would issue a Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation list once every half a year, publish. Plus-ing and binding into a book, and issuing to all corners of the chaotic Devil Sea for free. Being in a favorable position, Azura City was naturally the place to obtain the proclamations first. Whenever this time came, many martial artists would all abandon cultivation in order to take a look at the list, to see if they were ranked on the list or not. This list was very authoritative. Basically, the difference in ranking on the Earth Carnage Proclamation determined the depths of each one's strength. Just like assessing the 10 great divine kings back then, there were naturally people who were unconvinced by this ranking. They would go and challenge martial artists ranked higher than them on the Earth Carnage Proclamation, so as to prove that this proclamation was utter rubbish. But the final result was that 9 out of 10 challengers all failed. In the end, it naturally proved that this list was not completely correct. But the authority of this list was also established from then on. Close to 2 months' time had already said since Yi Yuan killed by Meng. This period of time, Yi Yuan had always been in close seclusion inside the top-tier cultivation chamber, turning a complete deaf ear to the various exalts roping in of him. And today was the day a new issue of the proclamations were issued. The martial artists in the entire city were all craning their necks in antic. 1. Patience. This half a year, my strength advanced greatly. Quickly help me see if I made it on the list or not. Let me take a look. Already checked until 450th place already. Doesn't seem like there's you. No way, right? I actually failed again. Azura City, just inside the Azura Arena, had several tens of thousands of martial artists. Furthermore, all of them were formidable rivals. Wanting to slaughter into the top 500 was absolutely not an easy thing. Although everyone was all energetic and in high spirits, the final results were mostly disappointment. After the disappointment, the people were more zealous about those powerhouses' ranking changes. And the one receiving the most attention among them was undoubtedly the Yi Yuan, who cut down by Meng not long before. Before that, they were all spreading that by Meng would be able to climb to the number 1 position this time. Since Yi Yuan killed by Meng, number 1 should be something without the least bit of suspense, right? Quickly flip ahead. Take a look if number 1 is Yi Yuan or not. Someone urged. And number 1 is still Muyang. It's actually not Yi Yuan. No way, right? Did you see wrongly or not? By Meng's fleshy body broke through to tier 8. Muyang shouldn't be by Meng's match. Yi Yuan slew by Meng. How can he possibly not be on the Earth Carnage proclamation? This person clearly did not believe it, and ATC had the list over. Focusing his eyes and looking, indeed, he saw that the number 1 name was still Muyang. What was recorded on the Earth Carnage proclamation was the entire Chaotic Devil Seas experts and not all of the experts in the Azura Arena. This Muyang was not inside the Azura Arena, but he overpowered by Meng to become the Chaotic Devil Seas number 1. Now that Yi Yuan slew Muyang, but was still unable to Serpa. Muyang. Could it be that this Mu Yang strength was already daunting to this sort of degree? It's not right. You look downward some more. Even if Yi Yuan isn't first place, he can at least rank into the top 10, right? This sentence reminded everyone. They hurriedly looked downwards. But from first place to 20th place, there was still no sight of Yi Yuan's name. These people were unreconciled to it and continued to look down. But the more they looked down, the more disappointed they got. They looked all the way to the 300th place, but still did not see Yuan's name. With this, everyone was depressed. What kind of lousy Earth Carnage proclamation? Heaven's secret tower, that bunch of fools. They are messing with us here, right? Someone as powerful as Yi Yuan actually can't even get on the Earth Carnage proclamation? That martial artist threw the Earth Carnage proclamation onto the ground and said disdainfully, they all saw Yi Yuan's strength with their own eyes. If even Yi Yuan could not get on the Earth Carnage proclamation, then wasn't these rankings on the Earth Carnage proclamation sheer nonsense? Forget it. Everyone says that Heaven's secret tower is omniscient. I think it's also just like that. Forget it. Better take a look at the Heaven Carnage proclamation. If there are no accidents, the Heaven Carnage proclamation this time should still be Doju, right? I just wonder if any of those few that came out from the 3rd level entered the Earth Carnage proclamation this time or not. The moment these words came out, a bunch of people immediately became excited too, and took out the Heaven Carnage proclamation and started looking. 500th place, Zhenhong. 499th place, Guosun. 498th place, Lu Yi. Ha! These few lords indeed got on the proclamation after half a year's time of ACCU emulation. And for 495th place, Yi Yuan. And no way, right? Haha, are you teasing me? Yi Yuan is just Heaven Enlightenment Realm. How can he possibly get on the Heaven Carnage proclamation? If you're lying to your father, you should also use some brains, all right? Another person said with a laugh, who's joking with you? If you don't believe, see for yourself. As he said, that person directly threw the list to the other party. I'll look then. Your father has never heard before that a Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artist can even get on. He was just talking when his eyes also glimpsed the last few names on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. Yi Yuan's name was shockingly there. Really God on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. How is this possible? Very soon, the news of Yi Yuan getting on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation swept across the entire Azura Arena's third level like a tornado. In the Azura shop, Exalt Seein looked at the Heaven Carnage Proclamation list in her hand, her expression very ugly. Shao Kai, what do you think? Seein asked the middle-aged man in brocade beside her. In this subordinate's view, Yi Yuan definitely obtained a very big breakthrough in these 2 months of seclusion. Although he was also very strong when fighting with Bai Meng, he shouldn't be powerful to a degree where he gets on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. But it's precisely because so that this Yi Yuan is even more terrifying. His growth rate is too fast. Shao Kai said solemnly, under normal circumstances, after the martial artists on the Earth Carnage Proclamation broke through to phaseless realm, there would be a period of ACCU, mutilation before they had a chance to get on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. After all, the people on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation were not to be trifled with. Even if those Heaven Enlightenment realm geniuses were any stronger, it was also impossible to immediately surpa these phaseless realm seniors. As time said, people's understanding of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation had also deviated. Actually, the Heaven's secret tower issuing this proclamation was originally ranked according to strength and potential, and not at all divided according to cultivation realm. Normally speaking, the Heaven Carnage Proclamation is the real powerhouse list, while what the Earth Carnage Proclamation regards as more important is potential. However, Yi Yuan being able to ascend to the Heaven Carnage Proclamation with Heaven Enlightenment realm cultivation. This is the first time since the 2 proclamations were published. Seein said. Shao Kai nodded his head rather approvingly as he said, This Yi Yuan is truly remarkable. Sadly, it will probably not be easy for Lord Exalt to want to bring him under your command. Yin's expression fell, clearly quite vexed. Indeed, Yin was somewhat regretting now. Had she long known about today, she would have directly offered the points to help Yi Yuan by the slaughter sword art. Delivering charcoal in the snow was more favorable than adding flowers to embroidery. Wanting to rope in Yi Yuan now would probably need to expend a greater price. Heavenly Slaughter Pit is going to open very soon. We need Yi Yuan right now. No matter how great a price I spend, I must pull Yi Yuan over to my side. Yin gritted her teeth and said, Chapter 895, Crucial Role. Chapter 895. Crucial role, just as the outside world expected. These 2 months' time, Yi Yuan's strength increase was all round. Experiencing Bai Meng's battle, Yi Yuan finally found the opportunity for body refinement to break through to Tier 8. After half a month, Yi Yuan drew support from the power of medicinal pills and broke through to Tier 8 in one stroke. Breaking through to Tier 8 brought tremendous changes to Yi Yuan. The primeval Dragon Bone's energy was released further, making Yi Yuan's cultivation realm rise a great deal too, directly bursting through the 4th level Heaven Enlightenment's bottleneck, finally reaching 6th level Heaven Enlightenment. What made Yi Yuan even more surprised was that his dragon wave finally broke through to middle stage spirit rank after the breakthrough this time. Yi Yuan's talent in Dragon Wave. Even Long Tongue marveled greatly with admiration. But after he broke through to spirit rank, the rate of progress had always been very slow. The power of the coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan had always relied on the advancement of the fleshy body to increase it. All the way until this time, Yi Yuan's Dragon Wave finally broke through the bottleneck. After breaking through to middle stage spirit rank, the power of Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm had an extremely great increase. Yi Yuan also became aware that after his dragon wave was cultivated to spirit rank, the frequency of that sort of vibration reached a very terrifying level. Wanting to make any more advancements were countless harder than before. This was also the reason why he had always been unable to break through the middle stage bottleneck. With the strength of Yi Yuan's Tier 7 fleshy body, wanting to reach that sort of vibration frequency was virtually something impossible. This time, Yi Yuan broke through to Tier 8. The strength of his fleshy body had a tremendous increase. Only then did it let him break through the bottleneck in one stroke. Of course, the increase in Dragon Wave made the power of the Void Dragon Shadow Punch have a substantial increase too. But because Yi Yuan's Scorching Supreme True intent still remained at a standstill, this limited the increase of Yi Yuan's strength. The remaining half a month, Yi Yuan was constantly cultivating the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine, Art's 7th layer martial technique, Blazing Sun, Heavenly Fire. This time, Yi Yuan did not cultivate in seclusion with a one-track mind. He thought of a possibility, since the vast heaven steel was able to help him comprehend concepts. Then if he entered the vast heaven steel's SPAC to cultivate this martial technique, would he comprehend it faster or not? Yi Yuan visualized the blazing sun, heavenly fire, and entered the vast heaven steel's SPAC. He discovered that inside the vast heaven steel's SPAC, there was actually a transparent silhouette battling him with blazing sun, heavenly fire. Furthermore, this transparent person's blazing sun, heavenly fire was actually at minor accomplishment. This discovery made Yi Yuan pleasantly surprised. Such an opponent was simply tailor-made for him. This half a month's time, Yi Yuan was demolished by this transparent person goodness, knows how many times. Finally, it made his blazing sun, heavenly fire reach minor accomplishment. This sort of cultivation speed was simply rated as horrifying. One had to know what when Yi Yuan comprehended the void fire mark back then. He spent quite a few months' time. But the difficulty of the blazing sun, heavenly fire was D knows how many times greater than the void fire mark. Yi Yuan actually only used half a month to cultivate the blazing sun, heavenly fire to minor accomplishment. As such, his scorching supreme true intent also smoothly broke through to the second stage. 2 months later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion, fully satisfied and contented. After exiting seclusion, the first one he went to find was naturally Demon King Nailan Chu. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that when he found Nailan Chu, that gray-robed middle-aged man, Mo Shang, actually just happened to be present. The moment Nailan Chu saw Yi Yuan, it was like he saw his savior. He hurriedly pulled him to one side and said, "Oh, my young lord, you finally exited seclusion. If you still don't leave seclusion, my doorway will be trampled broken." Yi Yuan took a look at Nailan Chu and glanced at Mo Shang, and instantly knew what happened in this period of time. Looks like those few exalts all did not give up. Unable to find him, they actually set their eyes on Nailan Chu. Looking at Nailan Chu, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, don't act meek after receiving benefits. These 2 months, accepted gifts until your hands became weak, right?" Nailan Chu's face involuntarily reddened when he heard that. He was just about to explain when he heard Yi Yuan say again, "Ha! If you accept it, then keep it. Since Lord exalts they all are so courteous, we can't fail to appreciate favors either." Yi Yuan knew that these exalts finding him one by one was definitely not taking fancy on his potential, but because he had some areas for them to exploit. In this sort of place like the chaotic Devil Sea, if one naively thought that their talent was regarded highly by some important figure and want to groom heavily, then the final outcome would definitely be very tragic. Since that was the case, why not take it since there were benefits? But Nalin Chu Pa S said Yi Yuan a storage ring and said, "The gifts I accepted are all here. These gifts were gifted targeted at you. It should belong to you." But Yi Yuan smiled and pushed it back, saying, "If they gave you, just take it. Being polite for what? Could it be that you think they will still treat me shabbily?" Finished talking, Yi Yuan circled around Nalin Chu and clasped his hands towards Emo Shang, saying with a smile, "What a nice mood Senior Emo Shang is in, to actually come here and be a guest." Emo Shang smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "You this brat really can't do anything about you. Don't tell me that you don't know my intentions for coming." Yi Yuan smiled and refrained from commenting. Emo Shang could not help being somewhat gloomy about his blow landing on cotton. But he opened his mouth again. "Senior, this word, I don't deserve it. You're a powerhouse on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation now, too. Logically speaking, we should be of the same generation. If you don't mind, just call me Elder Brother Emo." Yi Yuan froze. He had yet to understand what was going on when Nalin Chu explained. The other day, the new issue of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation and Earth Carnage Proclamation were already published. Your name appeared on the 495th place of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. This matter has already caused a huge commotion in the Azura arena. Only when Yi Yuan heard did he come to realize it. He himself also did not think that he would actually get on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. But Yi Yuan estimated his strength, presently a little. Beating 6th level phaseless martial artists shouldn't be anything difficult. Getting on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation did not seem to be something hard to believe either. It was just that what made Yi Yuan surprised was that he was in close seclusion for 2 months and his strength had a tremendous increase. Such a thing actually could not hide from the Heaven's Secret Tower's eyes and ears. This Heaven's Secret Tower was seriously mysterious until it made people feel terrified. Yi Yuan in closed-door seclusion. If he was spied on by others, it was impossible to not detect anything at all. Then, how did Heaven's Secret Tower come to know that he had the strength to leap realms and battle? Elder Brother Emo, even if younger brother, I got on the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. Compared to you, I'm afraid the disparity is still too great, right? You already said that Exalt Netherkill is extremely stringent in selecting slaughter generals. Why would he pick me? Yi Yuan asked with a smile that was not a smile. Actually, Yi Yuan already had some guesses in his heart. It was just that he still needed to confirm it through Emo Shang's mouth. Although Yi Yuan gleaned considerable benefits in the chaotic Devil Sea, he did not forget his objective of coming here. Long Tang was still in slumber and needed Skanda Divine Stones to nourish, and Skanda Divine Stones was the chaotic Devil Sea's local specialty. This matter very few in the outside world knew, but with Ji Qingyun's status he was naturally aware. Skanda Divine Stones were inside the heavenly slaughter pit. Emo Shang did not hesitate. Opening his mouth, he said, 1 month later, the heavenly slaughter pit will be opening. When the time comes, the 12 Exalts will bring a large group of subordinates to enter inside, and you will play a major, crucial role. Chapter 896, Conditions. Chapter 896, Conditions Heavenly Slaughter Pit? Yi Yuan intentionally pretended to not know. Emo Shang nodded his head, darting a glance at Nalin Chu. Nalin Chu got the meaning and left on his own accord. After Nalin Chu left, Emo Shang explained, "This is a secret only limited to Slaughter General CLA. SS to know. The Azura Arena has limitless good stuff and also a set of slaughter rules that the outside world doesn't. And these all originate from the Heavenly Slaughter Pit. The Heavenly Slaughter Pit is an ancient battlefield and also a land where DS fall. They're inexhaustible treasures inside. Of course, it also comes with tremendous danger. The Heavenly Slaughter Pit opens once every 10 years, and 2 months later is precisely the 10-year date." Yi Yuan's face made a surprised expression at the right time, but asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Emo Shang said, Entering the heavenly slaughter pit the last time, the Exalts discovered a grotto, and opening the grotto requires dragon race bloodline. Yi Yuan came to a realization when he heard that. No wonder these Exalts were all like flies, watching closely and not letting go. In that case, I'm a rare commodity in short supply right now. It's just 10 years past, said all at once. These Exalts can have not prepared any backup plans, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, although dragon race bloodline was scarce. As long as one searched seriously, they could still find some. Since these Exalts got their eyes on that grotto, it was impossible to not find martial artists carrying dragon blood in these 10 years. That is, of course. It's just that martial artists carrying dragon race bloodline aren't easy to find. The ones who found dragon blood martial artists now are only 4 or 5 Exalts. Mo Shang, since they already found 4 or 5, why do they still want to come looking for me? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. That, I'm not too sure. Maybe they took a liking to your strength. Because that grotto Exalts can't enter. Furthermore, since it requires dragon race bloodline, the treasures inside are very likely to be related to the dragon race. People carrying dragon race bloodline naturally have a greater chance of obtaining treasures. Mo Shang guessed. Hearing Mo Shang's explanation, Yi Yuan could not help frowning and say, "Looks like there were Exalts who perished in that grotto." This sort of thing, one would only know after testing it out personally. Mo Shang nodded and said, "The last time the heavenly slaughter pit opened up, everyone accidentally stumbled upon and barged into the dragon sovereign territory. As a result, 2 Exalts were directly obliterated by the rules inside. Exalt Seein and Exalt Blazing Fire were supplemented in after that. This Azura arena had operated for several tens of thousands of years, but there had always been just 12 Exalts. Only after one of the Exalts died would the people below have a chance to fill in the vacancy to become an Exalt. However, even if there wasn't the dragon's sovereign territory incident, the replacing of the 12 Exalts was also very frequent. Virtually every time the heavenly slaughter pit opened, there would be several Exalts who die inside. However, there were too many good stuff inside the heavenly slaughter pit. Each time it opened, the Exalts would advance and fill the gaps left by fallen comrades, and enter the heavenly slaughter pit to seek treasures. Hoo-hoo, actually it doesn't matter to me. It's just that since the Exalts are unable to enter, how would he know how many treasures I annex inside? Yi Yuan said with an indifferent look. Mo Shang said, "Joining under the command of an Exalt is not a verbal agreement, but swearing upon one's own absolute kill token. After swearing, the Exalt and the Slaughter General will reach a kind of agreement. Once the Slaughter General violates the oath, his life and death will be up to the Exalt to control. Of course, as long as you don't go against the oath, the Exalt won't erase you either." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "It seems like that I have no choice." Mo Shang nodded his head and said, "Under this sort of circumstances now, you indeed don't have a choice anymore. If you reject all of the Exalts, you'll probably become their common enemy." Becoming the common enemy of the 12 Exalts. This did not sound like a fun thing no matter what. But his life and death being controlled by others was clearly not Yi Yuan's style. Then, speaking of which, why should I join under Exalt Netherkill's command? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Mo Shang was clearly long prepared and said with a smile, "Lord Exalt has already promised, as long as you agree, entering the dragon's sovereign territory this time, all of the things you acquire will belong to younger brother Yi yourself. Lord Exalt, he only wants one thing inside. I think that this promise, the other Exalts are all unable to do it. Younger brother Yi, you have just exited seclusion. I believe the other Exalts will also come and look for you. At that time, younger brother Yi can do a comparison." Mo Shang was very confident, because when Exalt Netherkill stated this condition, even he was taken aback too. who knew that Yi Yuan did not show a surprised expression and said with a smile, "Sounds pretty good." Then, just as elder brother Mo says, "This Yi will make a decision again after shopping around." Sending away Mo Shang, Yi Yuan could not help pondering. Looks like the compet 1. tie-in between the 12 exalts was also quite fierce. Whatever fishy activities were going on in between this, probably only they themselves would know. Yi Yuan's objective this trip was the Skanda Divine Stone. But hearing Mo Shang say so, he also became interested in this dragon, sovereign territory. As for the absolute kill token oath that Mo Shang talked about, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart. Some things he would only do for Mo Shang to see. With Yi Yuan's tricks, how could wanting to control him be easy? Indeed, as Mo Shang predicted, a full day's time, apart from Exalt Heavenly Hedonist, Exalt Blazing Fire, and Exalt Seeing, the other 9 exalts all sent people over. It was just that the terms these exalts offered were all not as generous as Exalt Netherkill. Comparing them, it seemed like Yi Yuan could only agree to Exalt Netherkill. What made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised was that Exalt Seeing actually did not come over. Looking at her behavior that day, she should regard Yi Yuan very highly. In the end, apart from Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and Exalt Blazing Fire, only Exalt Seeing did not come. Just as Yi Yuan thought that she would not come, at midnight, Seeing actually came over personally. "Exalt Seeing gracing me with your grand presence. I'm truly honored by your visit," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Seeing said expressionlessly, "Yi Yuan, you should know this Exalt's intention for coming, right? State your conditions. As long as you swear fealty to this Exalt can promise you any terms." But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Exalt Seeing coming to find this Yi, isn't it in order to catch up on old times?" Si Yin's expression changed, and she said with a cold snort, "Yi Yuan, this Exalt came personally and the conditions are up to you to state. Could it be that this sincerity is still not enough?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Lord Exalt's ATTI, toot isn't right. If you want to talk about sincerity, Lord Exalt stating clearly your request this trip seems to have more sincerity, right?" Yi Yuan was not some easy to hoodwink person. Seeing, as an Exalt, lowered her ATTI. To come to find Yi Yuan personally, she definitely had considerable motives. At least, Yi Yuan's function to Seeing was indispensable. The more Yi Yuan obtained, the more he naturally had to pay as well. Maybe he kicks the bucket inside, then all of the promises would naturally vanish like mist and smoke too. Including that Exalt Netherkill, he only wanted one thing inside. That thing was definitely not that easy to get. These things, Yi Yuan had a score in his heart. If he must pick an Exalt, Yi Yuan actually leaned more towards Exalt Seeing. Chapter 897, Coercing an Exalt. Chapter 897. Coercing an Exalt Seeing's expression turned cold, clearly very displeased with this ATTI. Toot of Yi Yuan. She had become an Exalt for close to 10 years already, who in this Azura arena did not quake in their boots when they saw her. But this brat still wet behind his ears before her eyes actually started shaking his tail feathers in front of her. However, Seeing really could not do without Yi Yuan this trip. Hence, that was why she humbled herself and bent her knee to come and see Yi Yuan personally. Yi Yuan was very popular right now. If she did not come personally, Yi Yuan definitely would not choose her. Humph! The terms they offer are good, but do you have the life to take it? The last time the heavenly slaughter pit opened, the several dozen phaseless realm experts who entered the dragon's sovereign territory, only a measly few people came out. Your strength is decent, but that's also just within heaven enlightenment realm. You got to know that the ones going in this time are all Heaven Carnage Proclamation martial artists, while you merely rank at the end of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. Seeing said with a cold snort. This kind of thing naturally did not need Seeing to remind. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. Except want to cheat him. Yi Yuan, those few guys were probably not qualified enough yet. It was just that Yi Yuan perceived some overtones from Si Yin's words. Hearing the meaning in Lord Exalt's words, seems like you're not planning on entering the dragon's sovereign territory. Yi Yuan was rather curious, since all of the Exalts were very interested in the dragon sovereign territory. That place should have quite a bit of treasures. But this Exalt Si Yin seemed to have other plans. The dragon's sovereign territory is merely just a giant scam. Wanting to obtain treasures from inside is even harder than ascending to the heavens. You follow this Exalt. This Exalt will naturally ensure your safety and even give you enormous benefits. Si Yin offered the biggest ace in the hole. No matter how great the treasures were, one also had to have the life to take it. This promise of Si Yin's counted as giving Yi Yuan an insurance to both get benefits and also return safely. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to buy it and said indifferently, say in detail. Si Yin was helpless and could only control her temper and said, "The last time this Exalt entered the heavenly slaughter pit, I discovered a grotto in a remote area. This Exalt merely just searched for a bit at the peripherals, and I found a lot of good stuff. This Exalt being able to become an Exalt was all thanks to this grotto. It's just that there is a stone gate there that is completely immune to essence energy. This Exalt couldn't open it, even after racking my brain." So, you took fancy on that I'm a body refinement martial artist. That's why you would invite me to join your camp. Yi Yuan followed up. Si Yin did not reply, but the meaning was already very clear. Yi Yuan did not hesitate much and said with a nod, "Okay, deal. After entering that grotto, I want half of the treasures. In addition, I have the right to have a priority pick of the treasures 3 times. Si Yin's expression changed. She did not think that Yi Yuan would actually open his mouth to demand an exorbitant price. She said in a cold voice, "You really dare to demand for this? This Exalt waited for 10 years. Could it be to prepare the wedding gown for you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I haven't said finish yet. I can join your camp, but we must enter the dragon's sovereign territory first." This time Si Yin was really enraged. "Yi Yuan, don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Do you think that this Exalt really must find you?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. Lord Exalt, please find someone more capable." Finished talking, Yi Yuan was about to turn around and leave. Si Yin was enraged until her lovely body was trembling wildly. She really wanted to smack Yi Yuan to death with one slap. A heaven enlightenment realm brat actually dared to be so unbridled in front of her. This Exalt! But at this juncture, she could not find a second choice at all already. Si Yin's seniority among the 12 Exalts was the most shallow. Her force was also the smallest, completely unable to compete with the other Exalts. Encountering such a body refinement talent was not easy to come by for her. Hold it! Finally, Si Yin still caved. She opened her mouth and said, "Give you 40% of the treasures and the right to have priority pick of the treasures 1 time." Yi Yuan did not have a single trace of ripple and still carried on walking forward. Si Yin bit her lower lip hard, her expression grim until it was almost about to drip water. Yet, she finally still opened her mouth. "Fine, I promise you. However, you must enter that grotto together with me first." Only then did Yi Yuan turn around in satisfaction and said smilingly, "There's nothing to discuss. Disregarding whether or not that grotto you mentioned have any dangers, even if it has no danger at all, by the time I enter the dragon's sovereign territory, the treasures would have long been divided finished by them. Going in for what then? Although the dragon's sovereign territory is an extremely perilous place, through these 10 years of preparations, I believe that the various mighty Exalts definitely prepared many ways of escape. The casualties definitely won't be as high as the last time." Si Yin said with a grim face, "Ken, but I have no way of escape that can guarantee that you come out safely." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "As for that, You still have some confidence in myself. Furthermore, me representing Lord Exalt to go in, you can at least obtain some benefits, don't you agree? Seein wanted to refute Yi Yuan very much, but under this sort of circ. Stance is, she completely could not do anything to Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan joined other people's camp, she might not even get to drink a mouthful of soup entering the heavenly slaughter pit this time. But if she could enter that grotto, she had faith that she could obtain even greater harvests. At that time, she would be the most powerful existence among the 12 exalts. Si Yin's face revealed an extremely conflicted expression. Yi Yuan was in no hurry either, quietly waiting for Si Yin's reply. In the end, Si Yin still thoroughly compromised. Fine, I'll comply with you. Swear an oath to the absolute kill token then. Si Yin said coldly. An absolute kill token oath was different from a heavenly Tao oath. It was more like a sort of contract between the exalt and their subordinates. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, swearing an oath to the absolute kill token with the contents of the two people's agreement. Yi Yuan sensed that a surge of baffling energy entered into his divine soul from the absolute kill token. It was just at the moment this energy entered his divine soul, it was thoroughly wiped out by the soul-suppressing pearl. Seems like after the last time, the soul-suppressing pearl was more automatic in doing things. This kind of bizarre energy seemed to be deemed harmful by the soul-suppressing pearl, so it was directly wiped out by it. It was just that, looking from the exterior, Si Yin could not tell the slightest bit of abnormality. Her absolute kill token also received the contents of the oath. Inside, there was Si Yin's portion of her duties. If she violated them, she would similarly get a backlash from the absolute kill token. Existing in the Azura arena for so many years, probably only Yi Yuan could force an exalt to accept this sort of oath. From now onwards, you're a slaughter general under my Si Yin's command. If anybody dares to cause you trouble, directly report this exalt's name. Si Yin said coldly. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Then many thanks, Lord Exalt. However, I still have a tiny request. I wonder if Lord Exalt can satisfy it or not. Si Yin thought about it and said, You just joined this Exalt's banners. There ought to be an introduction gift. Yi Yuan took out a detailed list and handed it to Si Yin, saying, I want to refine some medicinal pills. Since Lord Exalt is in charge of the Azura shop, I wonder if you can help me gather up these spirit medicines? This is a small matter. There's naturally no issue. You, as Si Yin said. She looked at the spirit medicines on the list at the same time, and could not help sucking in a cold breath. Chapter 898. Week? Chapter 898. Week in the sky of Azura City. It was a stretch of blood-red color, appearing especially sinister. This blood red, which filled the entire sky, shone until the earth became red. A streak of red light beam fell from the skies, directly entering inside the Azura arena. What happened? This look, could it be that the sky is going to fall? Kicking up a fuss over nothing. This is Azura City's freak phenomenon. It will appear once every 10 years. No big deal. So that's what it is. Scared me to death. This freak phenomenon is also a bit too scary. The martial artists in Azura City were replaced by new ones very quickly, but there were always some wily old foxes that have stayed in this place for a very long time. This sort of freak phenomenon happened once every 10 years. They were already accustomed to the unusual, but currently the Azura Arena's 7th level was very lively. A large group of martial artists was gathered here. They were all the various mighty exalts, slaughter generals, who were summoned to come to the 7th level and waiting to enter the heavenly slaughter pit. The red light beam that descended from the sky actually connected straight to here. Woo-hee! 10 years ago, you lost more than half of your old life in the heavenly slaughter pit. You still dare to go in this time? A martial artist, wearing black martial attire, said. The expression of that person opposite darkened, and he said with a cold snort, Li Dao, Don't think I don't know that you duped 10 fellow companions at Blackfiend Mountain before walking out from there. I want to know, how many are you planning on scamming this time? The moment these words came out, the expressions of the few people behind Li Dao all changed. These words had somewhat of an ulterior motive. That Li Dao's face changed, and he said furiously, "Wu He, don't go slandering people." Wu He said with a cold smile, "Ha, whether it's slandering or not, you're aware of it yourself." This Wu He and Li Dao belonged to two different exalts camp, arguing the moment they met. The two people had the trend of going to fight at a word of disagreement. Hoo, the two of you talk lesser. This heavenly slaughter pit is a treasure land and also a dangerous area. Wealth and opportunity come with danger. Anything happening wouldn't make people surprised. At this time, an old man whose hair and beard were all white spoke up to mediate. Indeed, the moment he spoke, Li Dao and Wu He both gave a cold snort and shut their mouths, clearly deeply fearful of him. And someone else is coming. It's Exalt Siyin's people. Ha! In these 10 years, Exalt Siyin doesn't have any sense of existence at all. Her strength is also the weakest among the Exalts. You never know, she might perish inside this time. The heavenly slaughter pit is also incomparably dangerous to Exalts. There would be people Paris, plussing inside virtually every time. This time, the one with the greatest likelihood is Exalt Siyin. As long as she falls, our chance will be here. There was a small section of the slaughter generals whose seniority were very old, even older than Exalts. Their goal was naturally to become Exalts. Inside this Azura city, Exalts were invincible existences. Even if among these slaughter generals, there were people whose cultivation realms were not weaker than Exalts, it was also not possible to be a match for an Exalt. Therefore, each time the heavenly slaughter pit opened, it was also the time for these veterans' thoughts to drift. And this time, their goal was naturally fixed on Siyin. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, he was locked on by several burning hot gazes. No matter how one looked at it, these few gazes were not too friendly either. However, Yi Yuan stood there calmly and could not be bothered with these gazes, except he was not finding trouble with others. But others wanted to find trouble with him. "Brat, you're Yi Yuan." The Wu He who was arguing with Li Dao previously came in front of Yi Yuan at this time. Yi Yuan rested with his eyes closed and did not even give +T about this guy. Wu He's tone was unfriendly. He was clearly here to find trouble. Regarding this sort of guys who were blind, Yi Yuan had always been disinclined to care. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Wu He suddenly became greatly enraged. Pointing at Yi Yuan's nose, he said, "Brat, you think that by not talking you'll be fine? Entering the heavenly slaughter pit, the Azura Arena's rules won't be able to protect you anymore. Since you kill by Meng, you'll need to be mentally prepared to get killed." This Wu He was precisely the third slaughter general under Exalt Blazing Fire's command. And by Meng's relations, +P with him was not shallow, but he was killed by Yi Yuan. Therefore, he hated Yi Yuan to the core. In the Azura Arena, the higher level could not make a move against the people below. Hence, Wu Jie had no way to come find Yi Yuan. But this time, Yi Yuan actually became a slaughter general under Exalt Siyin's command. This made Wu He exceptionally excited. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Giving him a nonchalant glance, he said, "Idiot!" Wu He's strength was very strong, an expert in the top 200 of the Heaven Carnage Proclamation, but was ignored by a brat who just entered the Heaven Carnage Proclamation. How could he accept this? "Brat, you're courting death." Wu He suddenly became furious and was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. Right at this time, a silhouette blocked in front of him. It was precisely the great general under Exalt Siyin's command, Shao Kai. "Wu He, are you bullying us for having no people?" Shao Kai said coldly. Wu He shot Shao Kai a glance and said disdainfully, "Humph! So what if bullying you? Shao Kai, you're also someone capable at any rate. You're actually working under abroad. Sup, I really feel ashamed for you. Wu, he did not have any respect for Shao Kai at all. Although Exalt, Blazing Fire, and Exalt Seeing were both newly ascended Exalts, Exalt, Blazing Fire's ambition was very great. His development these 10 years was also pretty decent. In contrast, Exalt Si Yin's strength was much weaker. Therefore, Wu He was the same as the rest, holding Si Yin's lot in complete contempt. Shao Kai's expression was very ugly. He was obviously aware of Exalt Si Yin's situation. But Exalt Si Yin had saved his life before, so there was no way that Shao Kai would betray Si Yin. And entering the heavenly slaughter pit, this time was the turning point for Si Yin to rise up. Shao Kai had to help Si Yin to rise up no matter what. Right at this time, a light flashed. 12 silhouettes appeared here. They were precisely the mysterious 12 Exalts. The Yi Yuan, who had his eyes shut to recuperate all along, also opened his eyes at this time and sized up the 12 Exalts. Apart from Si Yin, the other 11 Exalts, it was his first time seeing them. With this sweep, Yi Yuan could not help being slightly amazed too. The glabellas of the 12 Exalts all had 8 stars, which was also 8-star Soul General. Just in Slaughter Dao, these 12 people's strengths were unfathomable. All right, it's almost time. Us 12 Exalts will join forces to open up the Pa-S Sageway. Everybody enter the heavenly slaughter pit together. A masked Exalt in the middle said. Shao Kai scooted close to Yi Yuan's ear and said softly, "This is the most mysterious existence among the 12 Exalts, Exalt Netherkill." Yi Yuan revealed a look of realization. This person was indeed too deep to fathom. He actually made Yi Yuan have a feeling of unable to figure out too. The 12 Exalts got into position. An apprehensive killing chi suddenly erupted and shot towards that red light beam at the same time. Boom! On the red light beam actually slowly opened up a transmission gate. When all the martial artists saw this situation, their faces all could not help showing looks of eagerness to have a go. All right, set off. This was a blood-colored wilderness filled with desolation and bleakness, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Each Exalt has the coordinates of the Dragon's sovereign territory in their hands. 3 days later, we'll meet up at the Dragon's sovereign territory. Now depart on your own. Exalt Netherkill said coldly. Chapter 899, Ethereal Blood Ginseng. Chapter 899. Ethereal Blood Ginseng Exalt Netherkill gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and brought the subordinates under him and left. Exalt Blazing Fire, with a head full of fire-red colored hair, slowly came in front of Exalt Seeing. Darting a glance at Yi Yuan, he cracked a wide smile and said, "Seeing, you gotta keep a close eye on your family's little darling. This road isn't too peaceful." Ha ha ha. This was a blatant threat, provoking until all of the martial artists on Exalt Seeing's side scowled with furious glares. Bai Meng was a figure that Exalt Blazing Fire was heavily grooming in the 3rd level. He expended considerable resources on him, but was killed by Yi Yuan. This grudge was considered sowed. By the side, Exalt Heavenly Hedonist also looked at Si Yin with a smile that was not a smile as he said, "Si Yin, your position as an Exalt was originally in a precarious position to begin with. You actually still dared to recruit such a hot potato. Ha ha! This heavenly slaughter pit trip, you got to be a little more careful." Si Yin's face was cold as frost, but she did not argue. She also did not expect that Blazing Fire and Heavenly Hedonist would actually walk together. This trip seemed to be quite troublesome. "Lord Exalt, we should leave already. If we still don't go, the treasures will all be S.N.A.T.C. head away by others." Yi Yuan's leisurely voice transmitted over. He actually already walked out far away. Si Yin was stunned and finally came back to her senses. She could not help being somewhat surprised. Yi Yuan got into such a big trouble, but he was actually not worried at all. Did this brat not care about anything? Or did he have something to count on? Humph! That stretch of area nearby has long been turned over countless times already. Whatever treasures there are, they have long been picked clean by people. Would it still be your turn? Si'in caught up to Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "That might not be so." The heavenly slaughter pit was huge. The area which Azura City explored was but a very small part of it. Heading towards the depths, the danger was very high. Even these veteran exalts also did not dare to go too deep. The vicinity area of a radius of 10,000 miles. These exalts from the Azura arena already came goodness knows how many times. It was impossible to leave behind anything. Right now, places that had good stuff were virtually all outside of 10,000 miles. Hey, Yi Yuan, don't run around. The fiendish qi in this heavenly slaughter pit is extremely heavy. Even within this 10,000-mile region, it's very dangerous too. Seeing Yi Yuan milling around on his own, Si'in could not resist warning. This guy really made people worry. Lord Exalt, what is this boy doing? The heavenly slaughter pit is an ancient battlefield. There's an abundance of evil stuff. If he anyhow runs around like this, he will screw us over. This boy is relying on that Lord Exalt has a request for him. He's so freaking CKY. Lord Exalt, you look at that punk's arrogant appearance. How does he look like your subordinate? Those who don't know might even think that you're his subordinate. Yin's subordinates actually had a lot of resentment towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan run about without a break at this time, each and every one of them started to complain. Yin's face turned black too when she heard that. Yi Yuan's actions truly thought too little of her. Along the way, they naturally had to listen to her. This exalt for everything. This boy running around here and there, what did it count as? The other exalts teams had already moved out goodness knows how far away, while their bunch only walked out less than 500 miles. At the rate of this speed, they could forget about reaching the dragon's sovereign territory in 3 days' time. Being called out by her subordinates like this, Si'in became embarrassed. Said too. She questioned with a black face, Yi Yuan, are you intentionally causing trouble? But it was like Yi Yuan did not hear it. He still rushed around in all directions, as if he was searching for something. Exalt, this brat isn't showing you any respect at all. When the people under her saw Si'in lose her temper, each and every one of them could not help getting excited. Yin's expression became increasingly uglier. Finally, her figure moved, arriving at Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan, this heavenly slaughter pit isn't a land for jokes. It's fine if you're courting death yourself. But don't drag everybody into the water. If you carry on being like this exalt won't be courteous anymore. Si'in said coldly. Yi Yuan made his shoes. Plussing hand gesture at Si'in and said softly, lower your voice. Don't scare the treasure away. He had a secretive appearance, looking just like a huckster. However, in Si'in's view, Yi Yuan was completely impervious to reason. Yi Yuan, you're too much. If I don't show you a little color, you really won't show any respect to me. This exalt, Si'in said in a cold voice. Si'in surged with killing qi. A powerful aura spread over towards Yi Yuan. With a whoosh, a small and exquisite figure suddenly scurried out from underground and dashed for the distance. Si'in froze, the killing qi on her immediately dissipating into nothing. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and shot a fierce glare at Si'in. Bang! That little thing's speed was extremely fast. Even Si'in did not see clearly what that thing was, but it did not run out very far when it slammed head-on into a light screen, tumbling over with a big somersault. The little thing did not give up. Crawling up, it changed a direction and ran again. But it did not run far when it collided into a light screen again. Seeing this scene, Si'in and all the slaughter generals were all incredibly astounded. They had clearly already noticed that a trapping formation was already laid down within this circuit, variance of several hundred feet. This array formation was clearly set up by Yi Yuan, but when did Yi Yuan make a move, they did not perceive it at all. At this time, the little object was like a headless fly plussing around randomly inside the array formation. But no matter how it ran, it could not escape the range of the array formation either. Before long, the little thing was finally all worn out and gave up on escaping. It slumped down and looked at Yi Yuan with a pitiable look. That appearance was adorable to the max. Yin focused her eyes to look. It was a palm-sized little child. Immediately, her maternal love overflowed, wanting to hug the little thing. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yin was just about to make a move, but was berated by Yi Yuan. Yin froze. "Don't you see how pitiful he is? I'll go hug him." Yi Yuan shot her another glare and said crossly, "Prodigal broad who is not good enough to accomplish anything. If I didn't have foresight, this ethereal blood ginseng would have been set free by you." Yin's complexion turned bright red all at once. Pointing at Yi Yuan, her chest heaved up and down incessantly as she said in anger, "You! What did you say? You actually dare to scold me, humph! What are you if not a prodigal broad? Do you know how precious this ethereal blood ginseng is? Do you know how great an effort I spent in this half a day's time in order to not startle him? Let him escape, and it will be even harder than ascending to the heavens to want to find him again." Yi Yuan said with a displeased face, totally not caring about Yin's attitude. Yin was rendered speechless by Yi Yuan. She also recovered to her senses at this time. Widening her eyes, she said, "You're saying that this little child is the Tier 9 spirit medicine, ethereal blood ginseng?" Yi Yuan glared and said huffily, "What do you think?" Yin had nothing to say anymore. She never would have thought that within this several hundred miles radius, there would actually be a Tier 9 spirit medicine. Why didn't you say earlier?" Yin said weakly. Chapter 900. Yin enraged. Chapter 900. Yin enraged. Say what say? By the time I say, clearly, he would have escaped long ago. Yi Yuan said crossly. He circled around Yin and came in front of the ethereal blood ginseng and directly tapped a finger over. That little child suddenly fled. It actually wanted to slip away. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Want to run? How can it be that easy?" Lock. The spell in Yi Yuan's hands pinched. Several beams of light extended out within the array formation, grabbing hold of the ethereal blood ginseng that was about to escape. Yi Yuan chuckled and went up to jab randomly, laying down several restrictions on the ethereal blood ginseng. The little child looked at Yi Yuan with wide, glaring eyes and unspeakable resentment in its gaze. "Ha, don't look at me like this. Following your grandpa Yi in the future, I won't treat you shabbily." Yi Yuan laughed merrily and directly threw the ethereal blood ginseng into the storage ring. Even with Yi Yuan's eyesight, he regarded this ethereal blood ginseng as a treasure. It could be seen how valuable he was. Yin looked at Yi Yuan with an unfriendly face and said with a cold smile, "You're really not polite." Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Just a Tier 9 spirit medicine. I won't be courteous with Lord Exalt." "You really take this Exalt to not know anything? The ethereal blood ginseng's predecessor is a polar region blood ginseng. The conditions to take form are extremely harsh. Plus, firstly, a polar region blood ginseng requires over 10,000 years of martial artists' fresh blood to nourish before it can initially take form. And when a polar region blood ginseng evolves to an ethereal blood ginseng, the conditions are even harsher to the extreme. An item like this, you dare to pocket it alone?" Yin said icily, although she was astounded by Yi Yuan's ability. This ethereal blood ginseng was too valuable. She did not plan on giving up. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the ethereal blood ginseng landing in Exalt's hands, that's covering a bright pearl in dust. But in my hands, he can unleash a heaven-defying effect. How about this? When I use him to refine medicinal pills, I'll allocate you one. Yin was just thinking of refuting, but she suddenly recalled those medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out at that time, and could not help hesitating a little. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was incomparably heaven-defying. If it was really as Yi Yuan said, the ethereal blood ginseng was indeed much more useful in his hands compared to in her hands. Fine, you swear a heavenly Tao oath, and I won't pursue this matter any more. Si-in thought about it and made up her mind. Yi Yuan nodded and swore a heavenly Tao oath on the spot before this matter was considered settled. Everyone set off on the journey once more. Those slaughter generals who were scolding Yi Yuan prior to this all kept their mouths shut sensibly at this time. For 30,000 years, this 10,000-mile region had long been scoured countless times over. It was totally not possible to find any treasures. Yet, this boy actually found such a heaven-defying spirit medicine in less than half a day. What else could they still say? This ethereal blood ginseng already took human form. His intelligence was extremely high. This was also the reason why he could avoid these countless batches of people searching. But no matter how clever he was, he could not escape Yi Yuan's demonic clutches either. Later on, whatever bizarre behavior Yi Yuan had, they all sensibly did not speak by the sides anymore. You have got to be kidding. Wasn't saying any more smacking their own mouths. Reality proved that they were right to shut their mouths. Along the way, Yi Yuan really found quite a number of good stuff. Si-in looked at Yi Yuan's bustling about back view, her gaze revealing a complicated look. How in the world did this guy discover these hidden spirit medicines? Little did they know that Yi Yuan was actually endlessly depressed right now. He was missing white light. If white light was here, apart from spirit medicines, he could probably find even more good stuff. 3 days later, Yi Yuan's party finally arrived outside the dragon's sovereign territory. Except they were the last group. The other exalts had been waiting here long ago. Ha! Si-in, your ATTI, Toot is so haughty. To actually make Netherkill cold blood, these few elder brothers, wait for the greater part of a day. Don't you know that your group of people already overshot the time? Blazing Fire said with a cold smile. Si-yin's expression changed when she heard that. This fellow had malicious motives. It was the intention of sowing dissension. Hoo-hoo! Finally managed to take a trip inside. We naturally got to be a little more attentive on the way. If there are any fine treasures, what a waste it would be to miss it. Si-in had yet to open her mouth, but Yi Yuan spoke up. Wu-he smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "What a joke! Inside this 10,000-mile region, what treasures are there still? Moreover, with just the likes of you, what treasures can you obtain? In my view, you guys are deliberately not giving face to exalt Netherkill they all, and were late on purpose." These two people sang in chorus. They were clearly sowing discord. Netherkill did not say anything, but Cold Blood was somewhat unhappy and spoke up. "Younger sister Scene, we only have half a year's time. Every second is very valuable. Everybody agreed on a time, but you were late. Not giving a reason, isn't it somewhat unjustifiable?" Si-in also understood that this Cold Blood was still finding trouble for the matter of vying for Yi Yuan the last time. That was why he intentionally dropped a rock down the well. Exalt Cold Blood was the most insidious among the 12 exalts. Other people were all very scared of him. These few years he had swindled who knows how many exalts inside this heavenly slaughter pit. It was just that being targeted at by so many people, Si-in became enraged at all once. Elder brother Cold Blood wants a reason, right? I'll give you a reason right away. Finished talking, Si-in extended a hand and drew a line. Over 10 stalks of spirit medicines were propped up by essence energy, suspending in midair. Seeing this scene, even Exalt Netherkill's imposing momentum also choked up slightly, let alone the rest. Especially Blazing Fire's and Wu-he's faces, they turned burning red. These 10 overstocks of spirit medicines, the vast majority were all Tier 9 spirit medicines that were extremely hard to see in the outside world. Furthermore, thick, sinister qi faintly emitted from within the spirit medicines. They clearly came from inside the heavenly slaughter pit. Don't look at how Seein took out so many in one breath. Tier 9 spirit medicines were not that easy to find. The value of one stock of Tier 9 spirit medicine was even more valuable than 1,000 strains of Tier 8 spirit medicines. More importantly, Tier 9 spirit medicines could not be seen everywhere. Each stock was incomparably precious. The moment Seein made a move, even those exalts lost composure. But they did not know that the spirit medicines Yi Yuan found were more than just this. We entered this heavenly slaughter pit in order to hunt for treasures. This exalt can't disregard all of these spirit medicines when I see them, right? Well, everybody agreed to gather here. I also never said that I must go in together with everybody. If elder brothers can't wait, just feel free to enter yourselves. Seein was clearly really enraged and said coldly. When Cold Blood saw the situation, he could not help coughing dryly twice. But his eyes revealed a heated look as he said, "Cough, cough. Young Sister Seein was mistaken. We didn't mean that. These spirit medicines were all obtained by you guys on the way." The 12 exalts appeared united outwardly, but were actually divided. The relations, H, I, plus PS between each other were very complicated. But there was one point there was no way they would make a move to S, N, A, T, C, H stuff in front of others. Otherwise, they would become the common enemy of the rest. As for privately N, body knew the answer either. Elder brother Cold Blood must really be joking. Could it be that I added the fiendish chi on these spirit medicines myself? Seein said coldly. The Netherkill, who did not speak the entire time, voiced out at this time. All right, since younger sister Seein obtained treasures on the way, it's naturally justifiable. This matter brooks no delay. We'd better enter the dragon's sovereign territory first. Chapter 901, Air Bubble. Chapter 901. Air bubble before their eyes was a maw. Civ Stone Gate. Engraved on the stone gate was an enormous dragon. The gigantic dragon exuded an archaic aura that had seen the many vicissitudes of life, even if it had been through countless years of baptism. This pressure made everyone's heart turn cold too. There was a pond that was not large beside the stone gate. The pond's water was an emerald green color. Luli, you go first. Exalt Heavenly Hedonist opened his mouth. A slaughtered general under him fell out of the ranks and came beside the pond. Luli bit his finger. A drop of fresh blood dripped into the pond and faded away very quickly. Gurgle. The pond started to emit some azure-colored air bubbles. Counting it, it was merely just 4 or 5 of them. One of the air bubbles flew in front of Luli. Right at the instant it touched his body, the air bubble did not pop. It started to spread toward his entire body, forming a pale azure light barrier. Luli waved using his hand. The other air bubbles flew towards Exalt Heavenly Hedonist and the other slaughter generals. Finally, including Luli inside, there were 4 people who obtained this light S. H, I, plus ELD. Seeing this miraculous sight, Yi Yuan could not help clicking his tongue in marvel too. Shao Kai moved close to his ear and said softly, "Inside the dragon's sovereign territory has an extremely formidable killing array. One must have this light S, H, I plus ELD in order to not get obliterated by the grand array. But this Li's dragon race bloodline doesn't seem to be very strong. He only summoned for light S, H, I plus ELDs." Yi Yuan revealed a look of realization. No wonder the exalts were all finding people with dragon race bloodline. Turns out that it was actually this reason. After Luli, there were another 2 dragon race bloodline martial artists who were called forward. But their bloodline density all did not seem to be very high. The one with the most merely summoned 6 air bubbles. The air bubbles that these 3 people summoned were too little. They could not even cover their own camp's people, let alone talk about the other exalts' camps. TCH, this degree of dragon race bloodline also dares to come out and display your inadequacy. really not afraid of Imbara. Sing yourselves. A youth fell out of the ranks. Looking at him, he should be under Exalt, Grey Pupil's command. Lu Li and the other two people's faces turned black. They said unhappily, Long Yang, aren't you just relying on that you're the Sky Long Ridge's junior? What's there to be arrogant about? Long Yang shot them an indifferent glance and said scornfully, I'm relying on that I'm a junior of the Sky Long Ridge. Bite me then. If you guys have the capabilities, bring a few more people in. This Long Yang was very arrogant and also felt quite proud of his background. When Yi Yuan heard Sky Long Ridge this name, he slightly revealed a surprised expression too. The Sky Long Ridge family were the successors of true dragon bloodline. They had countless intricate ties with the Demon Region's dragon clan and were also a rank one holy land with exceedingly powerful strength. It was just that because the Long family violated the dragon clan's taboo, so they did not dare to take the surname Long. The entire clan could only change the surname to Long Sup 1/Sup. Of course, this point was similarly the Long family members' taboo. If anyone were to mention this point, it was Imbara. Sing them. Although Lu Li and the others were unhappy with Long Yang's arrogance, they had no choice but to admit that the power of his bloodline was completely not what they were able to match. They could only keep their mouths shut and not talk. Long Yang smiled even more smugly when he saw the three people shut up. Swaggering over to the side of the pond, he dripped in a drop of fresh blood. Gurgle. The pond started to boil over very soon. All of a sudden, several dozen air bubbles surfaced. Long Yang put on a light SHI plus ELD himself first, then controlled the air bubbles to envelope all of the slaughter generals under Exalt, Grey Pupil's command. Even so, there were still 10 extra air bubbles. It was just that the faces of the other camp's martial artists all showed an expression of regret. They came here hoping for Long Yang to be able to bring them inside. But now, 10 spots was not enough to share. Haha, there's still 10 spots. Who else wants to enter the dragon, sovereign territory? I'll say it first. You must swear a heavenly Tao oath that upon discovering treasures after going in, you must let me pick one first. Long Yang said smugly, counting in Yi Yuan. There was a total of just 5 exalts with dragon race bloodline martial artists too, which was also to say that there were still 7 exalts without slaughter generals able to enter the dragon sovereign territory. One could tell from the exalts' attitudes that inside this dragon sovereign territory probably had quite a number of good stuff. Otherwise, these slaughter generals would not take such a huge risk to enter, except if they wanted to go in. It would not do without the support of the light SHI plus ELD. The current Long Yang was undoubtedly hiking prices on the spot. At this present moment in time, dragon blood martial artists were clearly very high in demand, because blood could only be dripped once. Dripping anymore was useless. Furthermore, the air bubbles surfaced from the pond could only be allocated by dragon blood martial artists. Therefore, each spot appeared even more valuable. Humph! Long Yang, what are you being smug for? Your light SHI plus ELDs are valuable, but there's still a dragon blood martial artist who hasn't dripped his blood yet. Lu Li had an unhappy look as he voiced out. With Lu Li saying this, everyone's eyes all focused on Yi Yuan in unison. Long Yang laughed loudly as he said, "What a joke! In terms of dragon race, bloodline strength, who can compare to our Long family's members in the human territories? Lu Li, since you say so, looks like you guys don't need these 10 spots? It seems like everybody doesn't care for these 10 spots. In that case, I'll destroy them." Long Yang summed a posture like he was going to make a move. The other slaughter generals could not hold back anymore, and someone hurriedly spoke up. "Brother Long mustn't act on impulse. Isn't it just one treasure? I'll give you." The one who spoke was precisely Wu He. Exalt, Blazing Fire did not have dragon blood martial artists under his command. If Wu He wanted to enter the dragon's sovereign territory, he must agree to Long Yang's condition. Just 10 spots, first come first serve. Furthermore, Wu He and Yi Yuan were mortal enemies. It was also not possible to go to Yi Yuan there to beg. Haha, it's still Brother Wu who is wise. Long Yang gave a loud laugh and said, Wu He swore a heavenly Tao oath on the spot, and Long Yang controlled the air bubble to wrap Wu He up. With Wu He moving, the other Exalts could not sit still anymore as well. Even Exalt Netherkill opened his mouth and asked for a spot too. 10 quotas were divided clean very quickly. Haha, everybody all done dividing? Then I'll help myself. Yi Yuan laughed carelessly and came onto the SH. Oh, RE of the pond. Long Yang's face revealed a disdainful look. He knew that Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was not weak, but to say that it's Serpa said that was something impossible. Yi Yuan bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of fresh blood, like squeezing toothpaste. Drip. The blood merged into the azure-colored pond. 1 second pa said. 2 seconds pa said. 3 seconds pa said. The pond had no reaction at all. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, are you here to play the fool? Are you sure that what's inside your body is true dragon bloodline? This pond water actually doesn't have any reaction at all. Wu He burst into laughter when he saw the situation and said. Long Yang had a contemptuous look too as he said, Such faint bloodline actually dare to come out and make a spectacle of yourself too. Your dragon race martial technique wouldn't all be imitated using essence energy, right? Si Yin's expression was also very ugly. She had secretly observed his previous battle. That was absolutely true dragon strength. But why would the pond water not have any reaction at all? But Yi Yuan did not care at all. A smile still hung on his face. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as everyone was mocking Yi Yuan, the pond finally had a reaction. Seeing this reaction, everyone's faces revealed a look of disbelief. Chapter 902. Just this price. Chapter 902. Just this price. Haha, sorry about that. Accidentally made too much, Yi Yuan said with a cheerful chuckle. Although he said he was sorry about it, the expression on his face did not seem to have any hint of embarrass meant at all. Currently, the pond water was like it was being heated. The whole pool was boiling over. Air bubbles continuously surfaced, one after another. In a wink, what was in front of everyone were totally blocked by air bubbles. Hiss! All of the slaughter generals could not help sucking in a cold breath, being struck dumbfounded by this scene before their eyes. Ha ha ha! What a colossal joke! Long Yang, what did you say just now? If you have the capabilities, say it one more time. In the human territories, your Long family's dragon race bloodline is number 1? This joke is really hilarious to the max. Lu Li was the first to come back to his senses. His gaze looking at Long Yang was filled with ridicule. Long Yang's overweeningly arrogant appearance, Lu Li really had enough of it. Now, Yi Yuan popping out, this face of Long Yang was really slapped, resoundingly loud. Lu Li was simply elated to the extreme in his heart. This is also too fake, right? What kind of level does that brat's dragon race bloodline have to reach to be able to summon out so many air bubbles? Too inconceivable. The Long family's bloodline is simply a joke in front of Yi Yuan. You guys look. So many air bubbles coming out all of a sudden. The color of the pond water even became very faint. Seeing this scene, everyone was all unbelievably shocked. It was all air bubbles flying everywhere in front of their eyes, let alone fitting everyone inside. Even if another few more groups of people came, there was no problem at all. The supply of air bubbles, which originally fell short of demand, actually had a surplus at this time. It was just that even though there were excess air bubbles, for whom to use was grasped in Yi Yuan's hands. Exalt Juyen slowly came in front of Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, Yi Yuan, I heard that Demon King's relations. Hi plus P with you is not bad. I wonder if you can share with us some on account of his face? Don't worry if there are any gains this trip. It naturally won't miss out your share. Everyone was all unbelievably shocked. A dignified exalt actually deigned himself to beg a puny little slaughtered general. But under the current circumstances, what better options were there? Having a holier-than-thou attitude, one would have to say goodbye to the treasures inside the dragon's sovereign territory. Although this heavenly slaughter pit still had many buried treasure lands. In these 10 years, what everyone prepared for the most was still the dragon's sovereign territory. Going to other places added much more dangers without basis. Hearing that, Yi Yuan laughed and said very generously, "That's of course not an issue. Let your slaughtered generals all stand over here. I'll add the protective SHELL for them." On account of Nailan Chu's face, Yi Yuan naturally would not say anything. He directly put on the protective SHELL. LS for Exalt Shuiyan's slaughtered generals. As for Exalt Shuiyan's promise, he did not even make the other party swear a heavenly Tao oath. Looking at him, he seemed very easygoing. Yi Yuan did not idle either, putting on a protective SHELL for himself and also suiting Exalt Xian's other slaughtered generals with the protective SHI plus ELDS too. Xian's beautiful eyes swiveled around, looking at Yi Yuan with a bright grin. She also did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually call out so many air bubbles. This time, it gained a lot of face for her. Several other exalts who did not have a conflict with Yi Yuan could not sit still anymore at this time either. Each and every one of them came before Yi Yuan to ask for air bubbles. These few exalts' attitudes were similarly placed very low. But Yi Yuan did not squeeze them about anything either, and directly put on for their slaughtered generals. Even apart from those 2 dragon blood martial artist camps, excluding Lu Li, Yi Yuan supplemented their shortfall too. With this, apart from Exalt Blazing Fire, Exalt Heavenly Hedonist, and Exalt Cold Blood, the other exalts all obtained the qualifications to enter the dragon's sovereign territory. These 3 exalts' faces were all not looking too good. They had a feeling of being caught in the horns of a dilemma right now. Begging Yi Yuan, they could not demean themselves. Not begging, they basically had to say goodbye to the dragon's sovereign territory. The other exalts were all entering in full force, while they only had several people. Wasn't entering still going to prepare a wedding gown for other people? Finally, Exalt Cold Blood could not resist speaking up. "Hey, Yi Yuan, actually, this exalt wasn't targeting you and younger sister Seeing previously. You're also aware this exalt was in urgent need of talents at that time and wanting to solicit you to join under my command, right?" Cold Blood put on a smiling face and said, although a smile was hanging on his face, Cold Blood's intestines were actually almost green with regret already. If he had long known that it would be like this, why would he need to waste his breath previously targeting Seeing and Yi Yuan? Cold Blood was originally the most insidious existence among the exalts. This sort of face-changing cheap trick could be said to be accomplished with high proficiency to him. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Not at all, not at all." Exalt Cold Blood being the big brother among the exalts. Some words that should be said still needs to be said. When Cold Blood saw that Yi Yuan was playing along, he could not help being delighted inwardly as he said, "Then, these air bubbles, can you share some with us?" "Of course, I won't let you do it for free." Easily arranged. This isn't something of a big deal. However, I don't want the treasures after going in either. Just right now then. A fixed price, 100 Heaven Essence crystals per person. I think it's not considered expensive, right? Yi Yuan said. Heaven Essence crystals, even in the divine realm, was extremely rare too. The purity of the essence energy contained inside Heaven Essence crystals was extremely high. Basically, only Tao profound realm powerhouses would use them to carry out cultivation or transactions. And 1 Heaven Essence crystal was sufficient to exchange for 100 million Earth Essence crystals. 100 Heaven Essence crystals were 10 billion Earth Essence crystals. Of course, under normal circumstances, there would not be anyone silly enough to use heaven essence crystals to go exchange for earth essence crystals. Even the corners of Exalt Coldblood's mouth involuntarily twitched when he heard this price too. He, as a veteran Exalt, the slaughter generals under him reached over 50 people. Each of their strength was formidable. If he were to send them all in, he would probably be reduced to bankruptcy. Cold Blood gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll send 10 people in." Yi Yuan also did not think that Exalt Coldblood actually agreed to it without even negotiating the prices. Of course, he was also aware that Exalt Coldblood probably already hated him to death in his heart. 10 people were 1,000 heaven essence crystals. Even for Tao Profound Realm powerhouses, this was a sum of significant expenditure too. Of course, if he was lucky, Coldblood could definitely earn this 1,000 heaven essence crystals back this trip. Done with the transaction, Yi Yuan put on the air bubbles for the 10 slaughter generals that Exalt Coldblood picked out, plus the 1 protective S.H.I. plus ELD acquired from Long Yang's hands previously. Exalt Coldblood had a total of 11 people entering the Dragon Sovereign territory this time. Looks like there should be body else who needs the air bubbles, right? I'll make them return to their original spot right now. Yi Yuan said finish and was about to make a move. Blazing Fire panicked, and he hurriedly said, "Hang on." Yi Yuan looked at Exalt Blazing Fire with a smile that was not a smile and had indescribable amuse. E-M-E-N-T-Y. Does Exalt Blazing Fire still have something? Blazing Fire said with a scowl, 100 heaven essence crystals per person. I'm buying 10 spots too. I want 6. Exalt Heavenly Hedonist also could not resist speaking up. Yi Yuan grinned widely and said, 100 heaven essence crystals? When did I say that it was 100 heaven essence crystals? The 2 of you want to buy, sure, but 500 heaven essence crystals per person. Don't look at me with this sort of expression. Just this price, your call to buy or not. Chapter 903, Not Keeping You Company. Chapter 903, Not Keeping You Company. Puff, puff, puff. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand. Those air bubbles emitted faint popping sounds and dissipated along with the wind. When Heavenly Hedonist and Blazing Fire, the 2 Exalts, saw that Yi Yuan was really going to destroy these air bubbles, their faces could not help changing drastically. Yi Yuan, you're sure that you want to lose all decorum with the 2 of us? Blazing Fire said with a grim face. Whoa, threatening me. Yi Yuan waved his hand again. The speed of the air bubbles popping became even faster. Heavenly Hedonist hurriedly said, Hold your horses. 500 then. I'll buy 6. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Ha ha, it's still Exalt Heavenly Hedonist who is wise. The money in one hand, the goods in the other. Heavenly Hedonist fished out 3,000 heaven essence crystals with a pained look and finally acquired 6 air bubbles. Blazing Fire's expression was ugly to the max, but facing Yi Yuan, he was completely powerless. Such a large appet. 1. Be careful you don't get stuffed until you burst. Finally, Blazing Fire still pulled out 5,000 heaven essence crystals extremely unwillingly. My little lord's appet. 1. Tea has always been excellent. I can digest it. Yi Yuan received the heaven essence crystals with a broad smile and said smugly. When the Exalt Coldblood by the side saw this scene, he secretly chuckled to himself inwardly. In contrast, his 10 spots were too worth it. But he also knew that Exalt Blazing Fire would not let Yi Yuan off. He would definitely instruct his subordinates to dispose of Yi Yuan within the Dragon Sovereign territory. What Yi Yuan devoured, he would still have to vomit back out in the end. Exalt Coldblood was not some saint. Regarding this sort of situation, he did not mind dropping a rock down the well. All preparations in order, the group of slaughter generals were finally going to enter the Dragon Sovereign territory. Exalt Netherkill fired out a blast of essence energy at the stone gate. The enormous dragon on the stone gate became bright. Creak! The stone gate slowly opened. A dark corridor appeared in front of the people. Go! The group of slaughter generals lined up in a single file and entered the Pa-S sageway. Yi Yuan, in a while, be more careful. Wuhi, they all probably won't let you off. Although their people that entered are few, they are all elites. We're far from being a match, Shao Kai reminded him. Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he heard that and said, if he doesn't come looking for trouble with me, he can still live a while longer. If he's seeking death himself and, body can stop it. Shao Kai was stupefied. He did not understand where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Yi Yuan had merely just entered the Heaven Carnage proclamation and was too far away from these slaughter generals' strength. Best to be a little more careful. After this Pa-S sageway, inside will be very dangerous. Those corpse guards are extremely hard to tangle with. Want to obtain the treasures inside? One must first deal with those corpse guards, Shao Kai said. Yi Yuan nodded his head, indicating that he got it. He also heard before that inside this dragon sovereign territory had many corpse guards. These corpse guards were undying and indestructible. Their fleshy bodies were incomparably powerful, very troublesome. Very soon, everyone walked to the end of the Pa-S sageway. A large hall appeared in front of everyone. Everyone be more careful. When those corpse guards smell the scent of living people, they will attack over very soon. Everyone each drew their weapons and advanced forward cautiously. Swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus one black shadow after another dashed out and surrounded everyone very quickly. The number of corpse guards was extremely high. They immediately clashed together with all the slaughter generals. These slaughter generals, many were experts, ranked to the front of the Heaven Carnage proclamation. Each and every one of their strength was very formidable, especially those few who were charging to the front. They struck down several corpse guards the moment they made a move. Although these corpse guards were strong, they did not reach the level of Tier 9 either. Those Heaven Carnage proclamation powerhouse ranked to the front were basically all peak phaseless realm strength. Dealing with these corpse guards was naturally nothing difficult. Even so, casualties appeared very soon too. Yi Yuan, you follow behind me. Be careful yourself. Shao Kai said. The mission Si-In gave to him was to protect Yi Yuan, because Yi Yuan was too important to her. Shao Kai was just about to charge forward to fight at close quarters with the corpse guards when Yi Yuan patted his shoulder from behind. These corpse guards, leave it to them to deal with it. Let's go in and search for treasures first. Yi Yuan said with a slight smile. Shao Kai said, are you joking? There are corpse guards everywhere. How do we go in? Yi Yuan fished out a bag of white powder and Pa-S, set it to Shao Kai, saying, sprinkle it on our people. With it, the corpse guards won't attack us. As he said, Yi Yuan grabbed a handful himself and sprinkled it on his own body. After that, he walked into the corpse guard horde with a swagger. Shao Kai opened his eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Those corpse guards were actually all like they could not see Yi Yuan, all by Pa-S, sing around him. Shao Kai reacted very quickly and scattered the powder on his body. Then he scattered it over each person on their side. Yi Yuan, this? Just what thing is this powder? Why is it so magical? Shao Kai asked in disbelief. The gazes the other slaughter generals looked at Yi Yuan were filled with wars. HI plus P. Other people were all fighting all out over there, but their 10 over people were actually taking big strutting steps in the corpse guard horde. This was too magical. Yi Yuan said with a smile, this is called corpse powder. After sprinkling it on, our bodies will emit a smell the same as corpses. Those corpses search for targets through the smell of living people. We sprinkled corpse powder on our bodies. They will think that we're the same species and naturally won't attack us. Shao Kai was dazed when he heard. Raising a thumbs up, he praised in admiration. These corpse guards are extremely troublesome. I heard that the people who entered here the last time, there were half of them who died here. I didn't expect that we don't even need to fight. Yi Yuan said smilingly, fighting and killing this sort of thing. Better let other people go and do it. Since Yi Yuan wanted to enter this dragon sovereign territory, he naturally had to inquire clearly about the situation inside here. Hence, before this, he already made a lot of preparations in advance. Yi Yuan, you guys dare to go in first? I'll kill you. Wu He discovered their group of people's abnormal situation and could not refrain from snarling. However, he could only just yell. He was surrounded by 3 to 4 corpse guards himself and was completely unable to extricate himself. It was just that when he saw that those corpse guards actually did not even attack Yi Yuan, he was rather unhappy in his heart. But with Wu He yelling like this, everyone all startled awake and looked at Yi Yuan's group of people in astonishment. Shao Kai, if you all dare to go in first, you'll be everybody's common enemy. Yi Yuan, you'll die a horrible death. When everyone saw this scene, they were envious and also afraid that Yi Yuan they all would seize the good stuff when they enter first, and could only use this kind of method to threaten. It was just that their threats, Yi Yuan did not care at all. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile, "Everybody warm up your bodies first. We'll go in and be the vanguard for you guys. Haha, fighting this sort of thing. This you won't keep you company." Done talking, Yi Yuan slowly carried on walking inside. Yi Yuan, you best pray that you don't land in my hands. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Wu He roared. Except, Yi Yuan already walked far away at this time and was utterly disinclined to bother with him. Battle cries shook the heavens inside the great hall. Although those slaughtered generals' strengths were very strong, wanting to charge out of the encirclement in a short time was not manageable. They could only watch Yi Yuan and the others entered inside, helplessly. Chapter 904 Incense Burner. Chapter 904 Incense Burner Pa S. Sing through the great hall. No more corpse guards appeared again. At the back of the great hall was a side hall. Yi Yuan brought everyone into the side hall. However, inside the side hall was empty. There was no good stuff at all. The last time, they definitely had someone who came in here. Whatever things there were was also taken away by them. There's nothing nice to look at here. We'd better hurry on to other places. Otherwise, when they rush over, it will have nothing to do with us anymore. While talking, everyone was about to leave. Shao Kai was just about to leave, but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking everywhere and did not have the intention of leaving. Yi Yuan, come on. This place should have long been cleaned out by them. Nothing good to look at, Shao Kai said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, that might not be so. And could it be that you have some discovery? Shao Kai could not help sizing up this side hall once more, but he still did not discover anything of value. The side hall was not large and could be swept with one glance. There was no way to miss anything. Yi Yuan slowly came to an incense burner table at a corner of the side hall and picked up the incense burner placed on it. This incense burner was damaged and old, looking not at all conspicuous. No matter who looked over, they would not think that it was a treasure either. This incense burner doesn't have the slightest trace of undulation. It's impossible to be a treasure, Shao Kai said. Is that so? Yi Yuan smiled. Grabbing a handful of incense ash from inside the incense burner, he set it to Shao Kai and said, "Eat it." Shao Kai's expression was ugly as he said, "How to eat this thing?" Yi Yuan, you aren't joking, right? Yi Yuan said, "This is the incense ash of heavenly longevity incense. Eating this handful of incense ash can let you extend your longevity by 500 years. If you're not eating, I'll save it for myself." 5 to 500 years. Shao Kai opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of disbelief. One had to know the 9-yang spring restoring pill which Yi Yuan made the sole martial divine king take action to refine merely extended longevity for 300 years. This handful of incense ash could actually extend longevity for 500 years. How heaven-defying was that? If other people said this sort of thing, Shao Kai definitely would not believe. But Yi Yuan was different. Shao Kai had seen before many miracles on him. The credibility of Yi Yuan's words was extremely high. Heavenly longevity incense is an ancient formula. It has already been lost presently. This furnace of incense ash is worth several cities. You're really not going to eat it? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I'll eat. Shao Kai carefully received the incense ash in Yi Yuan's hand and swallowed it down in one mouthful. What made him surprised was that this incense ash actually melted in his mouth. Furthermore, it even had a hint of sweetness. It was not disgusting at all. Very soon, a pleasurable sensation went from the bottom of his soul straight to the top of his head, making him have a feeling of remolding himself anew. His face actually became many years younger all at once. This is really too magical. This incense ash actually really has the function of extending longevity. Sensing his vigorous life force, Shao Kai was exceedingly agitated. Big brother Shao, is it really that amazing? Another slaughter general could not sit still anymore when he saw Shao Kai's Astonis. Plussing transformation. He was Mbara. Said to ask Yuan and could only use this sort of words to approach the subject in a roundabout manner. After all, the treasure was found by Yi Yuan. How to distribute was Yi Yuan's matter. Yi Yuan smiled and said no need to worry. Everybody has a share. When everyone heard it, they could not help being exceptionally thrilled. Although there was a portion of the people among them whose age was not old, and body would complain about living longer either. To be able to extend longevity by 500 years, this was a tremendous lucky chance. One had to know that 500 years' time was sufficient for them to do anything. Furthermore, the body becoming younger, their chances of breaking through would also become greater. Yi Yuan was not stingy in the slightest, distributing to each person a portion of the heavenly longevity incense ash. Either way, there was a furnace full of incense ash. He did not mind at all. Yi Yuan naturally would not tell them that actually this incense burner was the most valuable treasure. Other people could not recognize, but Yi Yuan knew the origins of this incense burner. As the divine realm's pinnacle-most alchemist, Yi Yuan had extremely deep research into medicinal cauldrons. In the ancient era, the Dragon Clan had once produced an extremely gifted alchemist before. That dragon race alchemist later affirmed his Tao to become an alchemy G, OD, and the medicinal cauldron he used before becoming an alchemy G, OD, was called the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. The Dragon Sovereign Cauldron had a distinguished HI+ing trait. That was that each refinement would require one to drip in a drop of dragon blood before it could activate the medicinal cauldron's power. And after refining, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron would become a tiny little incense burner. This tiny little incense burner in Yi Yuan's hand was precisely the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. This Dragon Sovereign Cauldron, legend said that it was continuously sanctified by that alchemist, reaching the stage of top-grade holy artifact. But due to material quality issues, that alchemist ultimately still did not sanctify it to become a divine artifact. Even so, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron was also a first-rate medicinal cauldron. Yi Yuan never thought that he could actually acquire the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron in this place. The guys who came in the past plundered this place all around, but they left behind the most valuable thing. But apart from Yi Yuan, one really could not find more than a few people able to recognize the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron and heavenly longevity incense in the divine realm. Yi Yuan put away the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron without batting an eyelid, and the rest were also still immersed in the joy of extending their longevity. As for the heavenly longevity incense ash, Yi Yuan planned on researching it properly later on, to see if he could restore the formula or not. This formula was exceedingly valuable. Going out from the side hall, it was a stretch of open area. Not walking far, a road appeared in front of everyone. A stone tablet was erected at the roadside. On the stone tablet there were 3 words: Yellow Springs Road, Sup 1/Sup. Yi Yuan this. Shao Kai's expression was solemn as he said, just hearing this name, this road was not that easy to cross. Yi Yuan nodded and said, there are many ancient array formations on this road. It's probably not that easy to cross. Right at this time, a large group of people suddenly scurried out from behind. It was precisely all the people who were trapped by the corpse guards. Yi Yuan's party had delayed some time in the side hall. It was precisely this period of time that allowed those people to breach the corpse guards' blockade. Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan, this time I see where you can still run to. This time, let's settle the old scores and new ones together. Wu He's impudent voice sounded out, and he arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. The rest of the people also looked at Yi Yuan with unfriendly expressions. Very clearly, leaving on their own made all of the people very displeased with them. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and discovered that quite a number of people probably perished inside the great hall. Yi Yuan, you're too much. This time, body can save you. Even Emo Shang voiced out too. Yi Yuan's actions prior to this actually incurred the wrath of everyone. Everyone surrounded Yi Yuan's group in the center all at once. They were actually planning on catching the whole lot at once. At this time, Wu He suddenly noticed Shao Kai's transformation and questioned, Shao Kai, what good stuff did you guys obtain? Why do you seem to be much younger all of a sudden? Wu He's words startled everyone. They looked toward Si Yin's lot and discovered that each and every one of them was substantially younger and could not help being incomparably astonished. Without a doubt, during this period of the time that both sides separated, Yi Yuan's group obtained some incredible thing. Yi Yuan said smilingly, it's also nothing much. I just obtained some heavenly longevity incenses, ashes, and let Shao Kai, they all extend their longevity by 500 years, that's all. Chapter 905, Battered to Death in One Palm. Chapter 905, Battered to Death in One Palm. Extend longevity by 500 years. The moment Yi Yuan said these words, everyone drew a cold breath of air. Their eyes revealed an incomparably scorching look. Yi Yuan, if you're sensible, surrender the treasure. Otherwise, I'll make you die a horrible death. Wu He said sternly. Another person said, Yi Yuan, I can give you an opportunity. As long as you surrender the treasure to me, I can ensure your safety. With me around, body will dare to touch you. This person's name was called Zhong Wubing, the number 1 slaughtered general under Exalt Netherkill's command. His strength was unfathomable. When Wu He heard that, his expression changed. But he did not make a sound tactfully. In front of Zhong Wubing, he still did not have the capital to pick a quarrel. Yi Yuan suddenly burst into laughter when he heard that and said, looking at your appearances, each and every one of you are certain that you've cornered this little lord, right? Zhong Wubing said with any joy nor sorrow, could it be that until now you're still hoping to get lucky? You guys go find your treasures and not come to provoke this little lord, and you all can still live for a little longer. Yet, you all don't open your eyes and seek death. I can do nothing about it either, Yi Yuan said with a helpless look. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain where Yi Yuan's sense of superiority came from. This place had as many experts as clouds. Someone like Zhong Wubing was even at the top of the list on the Heaven Carnage proclamation. What right did Yi Yuan have to raise a hue here? Could it be that this brat lost his mind? Conceited and arrogant. Wu He, your matters I won't intervene. As for the treasure, you know it, Zhong Wubing said coolly. Wu He was secretly delighted. Zhong Wubing's meaning was to split the treasure equally. But he also knew that that heavenly longevity incense's effect was only one time too. Consuming again definitely would not have an effect anymore. Ha, rest A.S. Sure, Boss Zhong, this Wu naturally understands. Wu he had a look like he had cornered Yi Yuan. He said smugly, Brat, I told you long ago, don't land in my hands. But you refused to listen. Today, I'll let you have a taste of this Wu's methods. Xiao Kai's expression fell, but he blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said, Wu he, want to touch Yi Yuan, go through me first. Heh, Xiao Kai, you still haven't come to understand until now? Just the likes of you want to stop me too? Wu he said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan patted Xiao Kai's shoulder and said calmly, This sort of trash, I'll take care of it myself. Xiao Kai was really speechless. Yi Yuan was too self-absorbed. This sort of tall talk, not afraid of spraining his tongue when saying it out loud. Wu he was a powerhouse, ranked in the top 100 of the Heaven Enlightenment realm. There were really not many phaseless realm martial artists who were his match. Yi Yuan was merely Heaven Enlightenment realm. Even if he was any more powerful, it was impossible to be Wu He's match too. Fool, I'll let you take a look at what's called absolute strength. Wu He snorted coldly. The pressure of a 9th level phaseless realm instantly erupted. The whole process from beginning to end was incomparably Astonese. H.I. Plussing. The newly issued Heaven Carnage Proclamation this time, Wu He advanced 30 over places all at once. His improvement speed is 2 Astonese. H.I. Plussing. Yeah. The improvement speed of those under Exalt Blazing Fire's command is very Astonese. H.I. Plussing. Given time, he is very likely to become an existence on the same level as Exalt Coldblood. Yi Yuan is also grossly estimating himself too much. Even if he can enter the Heaven Carnage Proclamation, powerhouses ranked in the top 100 are also not what his cultivation can challenge. Wu He had the intention of showing off as well, exploding with all of his power all at once. Quite a few people were secretly alarmed when they saw the scene. Seeing everyone reveal astonished expressions, Wu He was secretly pleased with himself too. Yi Yuan, do you see it? This is the disparity between you and me. A measly little Heaven Enlightenment realm actually dares to be arrogant in front of me. Go to H.E.L.L. A shocking punch hurled head-on at Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Then a palm smacked out. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. This time, there was no azure dragon galloping forward. Just a strange energy undulation transmitted out. Bang! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Wu He was directly blasted until fresh blood spurted wildly, collapsing on the ground in a dead faint. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wuobing's pupils constricted. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was incomparably sharp. He very much wanted to see just what kind of method Yi Yuan used to defeat Wu He. However, he could not tell at all. Zhong Wuobing admitted that the power of this palm was very formidable. But to say that it could deal with Wu He, that was something impossible. But what went wrong in between this? Zhong Wuobing could not figure out after racking his brains. Yi Yuan lightly swept past everyone's eyes and slowly opened his mouth and said, Now, who else wants to come forward and give it a shot? Places that Yi Yuan swept past, the people all lowered their heads, not daring to look Yi Yuan in the eye. This palm of Yi Yuan's directly suppressed all the people. Finally, Yi Yuan's gaze stopped on Zhong Wuobing, and he said with a faint smile, Boss Zhong, why not you come and give it a try yourself? This heavenly longevity incense ash can extend longevity by 500 years. Zhong Wuobing's expression turned black, not quite able to maintain his dignity anymore. But Yi Yuan's appearance with nothing to fear, he really could not quite figure it out. This brat was too abnormal. Clearly only had Heaven Enlightenment realm strength, but could smack Wu He to heavy injuries with one palm. Even Zhong Wuobing himself could not possibly do it to this step so easily either. Swizz. H. plus was H plus not good. He's protective sh. E.L. I was broken and already triggered the grand array. Someone cried out. Right at this time, a strange, white-colored flame descended from the skies, directly enveloping Wu He inside. It only used 2 breaths of time, and Wu He's entire person was burned to a pile of black charcoal before that tuft of white flames disappeared. The high and mighty Wu He was obliterated by the grand array just like this. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked inwardly. The power of this white flame was too horrifying. Even if Exaltiale S came in, it was certain death too. No wonder the last time actually had 2 Exaltiale S who perished in here. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wubing's expression also changed. The idea of making a move immediately vanished without a trace, and he opened his mouth and said to Yi Yuan, "Looks like it was I who underestimated you. Starting from now, everybody search for treasures by relying on own skill." Hearing this, everyone's hearts jolted. What kind of person was Boss Zhong? He actually shrunk back. Zhong Wubing's words were equivalent to acknowledging Yi Yuan's equal footing status as him. Zhong Wubing had always been a man of his word in the Azura arena. Today, he actually yielded to a brat at the bottom of the Heaven Carnage proclamation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, wouldn't it be settled if you said so earlier? You had to find a person to come out and court death. You guys have an appearance like you're bound by a common hatred for the same enemy. It's really hilarious to the max. I have means to avoid those corpse guards, so why should I accompany you all to clash bitterly together? If it were you guys, would you do it? Yi Yuan's words were incomparably arrogant, but what he said was the truth. If other people had the means to avoid those corpse guards, it was impossible to wait for the others. The reason why these people behaved like they were bounded by a common hatred for the same enemy, wasn't it still because they saw that Yi Yuan's party was easy to bully, but they never would have thought that it would actually because of such an outcome in the end. Chapter 906. Blindly copying others and making oneself looks foolish. Chapter 906. Blindly copying others and making oneself looks foolish. Ha! How did you do it, Yi Yuan? It's really too liberating. Wu He, that dog normally always bully us. This time, you helped us to take revenge. The one talking was Kalden Rin, a slaughtered general under Si Yin's command. His age was not young, but his strength was uncommon. It was just that with his strength he would normally just be bullied by Wu He as well. Today, Yi Yuan killing Wu He with one palm awed all of the heroes, making the melancholy pent up in his chest finally get released. Along with that, he also wars. H.I. plus ped Yi Yuan to the max Sians. Lot was indeed normally too weak. When they were bullied normally, they felt indignant, but did not dare to speak out as well. And Ren had never felt like this. Today he was able to straighten his back and stand proud. Even the powerful Zhong Wubing made a concession in front of Yi Yuan's domineeringness too. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You just have to know that inside this dragon sovereign territory I'm the strongest." Actually, when Yi Yuan saw that air bubble outside the entrance, he already had a well-thought-out plan in mind. Otherwise, how could he possibly sell these air bubbles to those exalts? The principle of how that light green, protective L formed was actually Dragon Wave's vibrations. Especially after entering the dragon's sovereign territory, Yi Yuan even confirmed his own judgment. The Grand Array selected its attack targets through the vibration frequency emitted from the protective ELLS. Yi Yuan could feel that the Grand Array's selection frequency reached the terrifying spirit rank. But this was nothing to Yi Yuan, which was also to say that even if he did not use this protective he could also be perfectly safe and sound inside the Grand Array. While to the rest of the people, although this protective I could ensure their safety, it was equivalent to adding a shackle onto them. Yi Yuan could transit onto their protective LS through the Dragon Wave's vibrations, and from there, magnify the power of the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm by several dozen times. Such a horrifying attack. How could Wu He withstand it? Just one palm shattered his protective S.H.E.L.L. Dragon Wave was the Dragon Clan's undisclosed secret. It was impossible for the Sky-Long Ridge's Long family to grasp this method of applying power to. The Long family's application of dragon blood was still on developing its bloodline power to assist cultivation, that was all. And Ren raised a thumbs up and said, "Big brother Yi, in the future, I and Ren will be your little brother. If there are any instructions, feel free to send little brother to go do." Ouch, who kicked me? Xiao Kai gave him a surprise kick to the butt, kicking him out far away, and said with a black face, "Look at how shameful you are! When you just entered the heavenly slaughter pit, weren't you still sowing discord in front of Exalt Sein?" Indeed, at that time, those people felt that Yi Yuan was deliberately dragging the time. Among the people criticizing was Ren. It was just that Circu stances have changed with the Pa-S Sing of Time, and Ren's view of Yi Yuan already underwent an upheaval change. And Ren scratched his head and said Mbara. S said, "At that time, wasn't I unfamiliar with our big brother Yi?" Haha. Yi Yuan smiled and said indifferently, "No worries. Since we came in, I can't very well let you guys return empty-handed." And Ren's eyes lit up, and he said in delight, "Thanks a lot, big brother Yi." But Xiao Kai's expression was not too good. He moved close to Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, I heard that the last time they entered the dragon's sovereign territory, they suffered disastrous losses on this Yellow Springs Road." "Oui," Yi Yuan said smilingly, "this Yellow Springs Road, saying that it's hard, it's also hard. To say that it's not hard either. In a while, you all relax your whole body. And, body is allowed to draw on the slightest bit of essence energy. Just pretend to be my puppets. Otherwise, if you trigger the array formations, don't blame me for that." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's hearts turned cold. If it were before, they naturally would not choose to hand their lives over to another person. But now, they already trusted Yi Yuan unconditionally. Without Yi Yuan, they could not have even walked to the Yellow Springs Road. At this time, the group of martial artists hesitated in front of the Yellow Springs Road. And, Body dared to be the first one to get on it. "You guys look. That's the Zhao Tianxiang under Exalt Netherkill's command the previous time. His strength was no less than Wu He's. He actually perished on this road too. This Yellow Springs Road is truly worthy of its name. With our strength, getting on it is undoubtedly seeking death. But we've already arrived here. If we don't go in, who is willing to be reconciled to it, obtaining the treasures inside, maybe one will be able to reach the heavens in one bound." Indeed, the last time the dragon's sovereign territory opened, the greatest beneficiary was Exalt Blazing Fire. He obtained a heaven-defying treasure in here. That's how he was able to ascend to the position of Exalt in one step. The last time the dragon's sovereign territory opened, Exalt Blazing Fire was still just a slaughter general. But his luck was very good. That was how he ascended to the heavens in one step after finding a heaven-defying treasure on the Yellow Springs Road. Furthermore, Blazing Fire was also not the strongest one among the people who entered that time, but he had the last laugh. How could such an example not make these people envious? Except, regarding the Yellow Springs Road's danger, they were very clear. Even if they were not clear about it, those skeletal remains ahead were still visible before their eyes. Even someone as powerful as Zhong Wubing did not depart at this time too. Very clearly on this Yellow Springs Road, the farther one walked, the more clearly one could see the exact details of the Yellow Springs Road. The assurance of Pa-S Sing through would naturally be the greatest as well. Make way, make way. Are you guys going? If you're not going, I'm going. Don't block other people's path. Yi Yuan's careless voice sounded out, incurring a series of sidelong glances. Unconsciously, everyone opened up a path for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan brought Si Yin's lot of people and came in front of the Yellow Springs Road. Looking at this scene, Zhong Wubing's face fell slightly. He clearly also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually dare to be the first one to go. However, Yi Yuan's decisiveness without the slightest hesitation exceeded everyone's expectations. It was only to see him stride a step out without the least bit of hesitation, and he directly got on the Yellow Springs Road. Following this stride, everyone's heart involuntarily twinged fiercely, afraid that there would be something indeterminable happening. Yet nothing happened at all. The Yellow Springs Road was as calm as before, peaceful until it made people somewhat afraid. Strands of essence, energy, threads twined up the whole of Si Yin's lot. Each and every one of them relaxed their entire bodies, not daring to utilize a shred of essence energy. At this time, their bodies were covered in threads everywhere, finally converging into a line. And the other end of the line was precisely grasped in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan's casually led their group of people all onto the Yellow Springs Road. Safe. It was still safe. On the Yellow Springs Road, there were no happenings at all. Quick, keep up. Everyone reacted to it as well, wanting to barge onto the Yellow Springs Road with Si Yin's lot. Chi! A tuft of flames suddenly descended, directly burning the few martial artists who followed subsequently into ashes. The footwork Yi Yuan's feet followed was extremely profound. If one did not understand the profundities of array formations, there was simply no way to keep up. They thought that it would be fine by following Yi Yuan's footwork, but the final result was a tragedy. When Zhong Wubing saw this scene before his eyes, the expression on his face was very ugly too. Actually, he wanted to follow Yi Yuan's footwork onto the Yellow Springs Road just now too, but he still endured it at the final second. Otherwise, how could it be those guys' turn to go up? As expected, if this Yellow Springs Road could be crossed by blindly imitating others, then it would not be called Yellow Springs Road either. Chapter 907. Redirecting the Troubled Waters. Chapter 907. Redirecting the troubled waters, stepping onto the Yellow Springs Road. Yuan did not dare to relax in the slightest either. If he was all alone, fine. But on his hands were carrying over 10 wooden puppets. He needed to control each person's footwork. There could not be the slightest degree of error. One could say that he was currently juggling over 10 things at the same time. Only Yi Yuan's heaven-defying soul force could sustain his present sort of manipulation. This Yellow Springs Road absolutely lived up to its name. It was completely different from the array formations Yi Yuan encountered in the past. On this road, there were over a dozen ancient array formations. They interweaved between each other and were interdependent. Not only was their power extraordinary, but they were also intricate and complex, undergoing a myriad of changes in the twinkle of an eye. The footwork Yi Yuan was manipulating the others with was changing at every second, and not identical with his own footwork. For the other martial artists to want to pa S through the Yellow Springs Road based on Yi Yuan's footwork was simply a fool's talk. Facing these ancient array formations that were all extremely rarely seen array formations, if Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, they should all be the Dragon Clan's array formation. Yi Yuan could only accomplish pa sing through, and was unable to control freely like in the past. Xiao Kai and Rin and the rest were all sweating profusely being controlled in Yi Yuan's hands. But they did not dare to have the slightest trace of their own actions. The sound of those few people's shrill screams earlier were still reverberating beside their ears. With their strength, once they were attacked by the array formations, then there was only a road that led to death. But what made them even more shocked was that Yi Yuan could actually accomplish such an inconceivable thing. One had to know, carrying over 10 puppets in one's hands while pa sing through such a terrifying grand array. How great a nerve did this require? How precise and subtle the soul force and essence energy, as well as how startling the formation's Tao attainments. In their view, this was simply an impossible task. Yet Yi Yuan was indeed currently realizing it step by step. Emo Shang, let's go. Right at this time, Zhong Wubing, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Emo Shang could not help turning blank and said, right now. They did not have Yi Yuan's heaven-defying formations, Tao attainments. Charging forward at this time, they were bound to trigger the array formations. Once the array formations were set up, Yi Yuan would surely be affected too. Zhong Wubing suddenly mentioning to charge onto the Yellow Springs Road at this time. His goal was already understood without further explanations. That's right. I want to take a look at to what extent can this brat be heaven-defying to? Zhong Wubing said with a cold sneer. Exalt Netherkill's party only had 8 people, but these 8 people's strengths were incomparably formidable. Furthermore, Exalt Netherkill was bound to have already prepared for many contingencies for the sake of this trip. They probably came for the sake of forcefully plussing through the formations. It was just that this timing of barging through the formations was a bit too vicious. But to the people in Azura Arena, vicious this term, seemed to be somewhat overly pedestrian. Zhong Wubing leaped and directly entered the Yellow Springs Road. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He did not have Yi Yuan's swift and fierce footwork. The moment he got on, he triggered the Grand Array. The other 7 people under Exalt Netherkill's command did not hesitate in the slightest too, directly leaping up. Fierce flames instantly engulfed the 7 of them. But the others knew that there was no way Zhong Wubing would perish in the sea of fire just like that. Exalt Netherkill was the one with the deepest foundations among all of the Exalts. Since he already knew that there was a Yellow Springs Road here, how could he possibly not leave some trump cards for Zhong Wubing and the rest? Sure enough, rays of chilly spectral light radiated out of the fire sea and actually isolated off this fierce sea of fire. Profound, shallow birdcage. My G.O.D. Exalt Netherkill actually handed this high-grade ice attribute, holy artifact to them. When everyone saw that treasure held in Zhong Wubing's hands, a wave of exclamations immediately sounded out. That pure, white little pigeon cage gave off waves of profound, ice-colored, ghostly lights, and actually isolated off such a fierce fire sea. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The array formations on the Yellow Springs Road were all closely linked to one another. 8 experts, coming up on this side, all at once already set off the Grand Array. Scorching flames actually spread over towards the front. Sensing that surging fire sea at the back, Sea-In's lot all felt waves of chills down their spines, cold sweat pouring profusely. Seeing this scene, the corners of Zhong Wubing's mouth showed a mocking expression. Brat, you're still a little tender to be fighting with me. I want to see just how you escape this fire sea. Zhong Wubing said with a cold smile. Sensing everyone's thoughts become unsteady, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, focus your mind and be unmoved. If you guys don't wish to die, then you can only trust me. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's hearts S-H-I plus Vered, and they hurriedly put away their thoughts. But their bodies did not dare to even have any bit of movement. At this point, apart from choosing to believe Yi Yuan, they already had no other choices, rather than their minds wavering and landing in the array formation. Might as well let Yi Yuan control. Yi Yuan's measures, they had already experienced it. Maybe he could still create a miracle now. Yi Yuan's fingers were like they were flying. The footwork under his feet also accelerated. All at once, Yi Yuan's speed increased. However, Yi Yuan naturally had to pay a corresponding price too. The speed of his soul force and essence energy consumption was rising sharply. Everybody together. Whether you live or die, we each rely on our own means. Seeing that Zhong Wubing they all already got on the Yellow Springs Road, the rest could not endure it anymore either, all DOS. H-I plussing onto it. Although Zhong Wubing was powerful, the other camp's powerhouses were not few either. Furthermore, entering the dragon's sovereign territory this time, everybody had ample preparations. For some time, Everyone was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Each displayed their divine abilities, sup. One magic weapon after the other flew everywhere. The most inferior was also a low-grade holy artifact. Seemed like in order to enter the dragon's sovereign territory this time, each of the exalts poured in the blood capital. With exalt, blazing fire, this example here, these exalts were clearly no longer calm either. But this move of employing one magic weapon after another seemed to have infuriated the entire grand array all of a sudden. Rumble! Bolts of dense lightning descended with a roar, directly bombarding onto everyone's magic weapons. Magic weapons that were slightly weaker were directly shattered. Arg! For a moment, miserable cries echoed together. The Yellow Springs Road became the human world's Azura arena, sup. Hearing such miserable cries, Shao Kai and they all each had Guseb, MPS all over their bodies. They could clearly sense that Yi Yuan increased speed. Shao Kai could not resist sneaking a glance at Yi Yuan and could not help being startled inwardly. Not a hint of panic could be seen on Yi Yuan's face. His entire person seemed to have entered some sort of very mysterious state. Underneath Yi Yuan's foot, the movement became faster and faster. The movements of his hands similarly became increasingly faster. Shao Kai could not help shockingly discover that not only did their group of people not receive any aftershocks, they pulled apart the distance from over there instead. Yi Yuan's speed was actually even faster than the speed Zhongwabing, and they all were advancing at. How was this possible? One had to know that Yi Yuan was currently doing over a dozen things at the same time, and each thing placed onto other people was an impossible task. Under such circumstances, Yi Yuan's speed did not reduce. It increased instead. This was also too heaven-defying, right? Zhong Wubing also felt very unpleasant right now. But when his gaze fleeted sideways at Yi Yuan, his expression instantly became incomparably ugly.